Ano nga ba ang dapat asahan sa pagsisimula ng impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte? Alas 2 ng hapon tuwing Lunes, Martes at Miyerkules magsisimula ang paglilitis. Ganyan po ang schedule hanggang bago ang July 27, araw ng State of the Nation Address o SONA ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Wala pong trial sa araw na yan. At pagkatapos ng SONA, alas 3 ng hapon tuwing Martes, Miyerkules at Huwebes, gagawin ang impeachment trial. Ang paghimay po sa 4 na articles of impeachment ay hindi batay sa pagkasunod-sunod nito, kundi batay sa may pinakasimpleng ebidensya. Ayon sa isa sa mga House prosecutors na si Representative Terry Ridon. 62 trial dates ang hiniling ng prosecution. At base sa pre-trial order, mauna ang Article 4 o yung pong pagbabanta tulad ng ipapapatay umano ng bises sina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos at nooy House Speaker Martin Romualdez. 11 trial dates ang inilaan para po dyan. Pangalawa, ang Article 1 na tungkol naman sa mali umanong paggamit ng pondo at irregularidad umano sa liquidation ng confidential funds ng OVP at ng DepEd. Tatalakayin po yan sa loob ng 31 trial dates, pinakamatagal sa 4 na articles of impeachment. At sa loob ng 8 trial dates naman, tatalakayin ang Article 3. Tungkol ito sa pagbibigay umano ng bise ng regalo o bayad sa ilang opisyal ng DepEd para mahikayat na hindi sundin ang mga batas hinggil sa procurement noong siya pa ang Education Secretary. At panghuli, ang Article 2 na tatalakayin sa loob ng 12 trial dates. Tungkol po ito sa hindi umano makatotohanang pagdeklara ng Vice Presidente ng yaman nila ng kanyang asawang si Attorney Mans Carpio sa Statement of Assets, Liabilities and Net Worth o SALN. Ganyan din ang hindi niya umano pagdadivest ng interes sa mga negosyo nang maupo na siya sa pwesto. 30 trial dates naman ang hiniling ng defense team ng Vice Presidente. Hindi po bababa sa 63 witnesses ang planong ipatawag ng prosecution panel at hindi naman bababa sa 77 ang witnesses ng defense team. 17 po sa kanila, tinatawag na common witnesses. Isa po sa mga witness ng prosecution team si Mary Grace Piatos. Pangalang nakapirma sa resibo para sa natanggap umanong pera mula sa confidential funds. At wala ring record sa PSA. Witness din ang prosekusyon si dating Davao City Court Sheriff Abe Andres na sinapak ng bise noong siya ay Davao City Mayor pa noong 2011. Pero hinihiling ni Andres na huwag na siyang isama bilang testigo. Inilist ring witness si Attorney Michael Poa, dating DepEd Undersecretary, spokesperson at Chief of Staff at ngayon parte ng Duterte Defense Team sa trial. Common witness naman na parehong panig si dating Senador Antonio Trillanes IV na tumestigo na sa hearing ng House Justice Committee. Gayun din, si Ramil Madriaga. Siya po yung nagpakilalang dating bagman ng bise. Nag-deliver daw siya ng malalaking halaga ng pera sa 3 magkakaibang lokasyon noong December 22 o 2022 sa utos umano ni Vice President Duterte. Tuloy-tuloy po ang ating tutok. Huwag po kayong bibitiw. Magbabalik ang special coverage ng GMA News, The Vice President on Trial. Nagbabalik po ang special coverage ng GMA News sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte, the Vice President on trial. Alas 2 po ngayong hapon, inaasang magsisimula ang paglilitis. At nakatutok pa rin sa Senado si Joseph Moro. Joseph?
Yes, Pia, less than 10 minutes na lang at magsisimula na itong historic na impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. At sa loob ay nakikita na natin na may mga personalidad na pumapasok at I think this will be some of the defense lawyers and also the prosecutors. So nakita na natin si Congressman mga congressmen yan. So, magkabilang side, okay, so at least that both panels are already inside, yung defense na kumakatawan kay Vice President Duterte at yung mga House prosecutors or yung mga kongresista ng House Committee on Justice. Kanina, Pia, ay nakausap natin itong si Atty. Michael Powa bago tayo sumalang dito. At ang sabi niya sa atin, nasaan si VP? Nasa OVP. Meron silang planning session dahil pinaghahandaan daw yung pagdating ng bagyo. At kung magmo-monitor or manunood itong si Vice President Duterte, ayon kay Atty. Powa, ay hindi niya masasabi. Pero merong planning session. Tapos number 2, dun sa summon ng Senate Impeachment Court na ipinalabas ng isang linggo para dumating or lumabas dito sa pagdinig, sa unang araw ng pagdinig ng kanyang impeachment trial, si Vice President Duterte. Ang sabi ni Atty. Powa ay nagbigay na ng pahayag ang pangalawang Pangulo na counsel na lang. So hindi natin makikita today at least itong si Vice President Duterte sa kanyang impeachment trial. Pero ang tanong natin, how about in the next succeeding days? Ang sabi niya, depende yan sa daloy ng impeachment trial. So Pia, 92 days yung opisyal na inilista na trial dates ng Senate Impeachment Court. As you can see, sa kaliwa ng screen ninyo, yan yung House Prosecution Panel. Sa kanan, yan yung defense. Today, kung meron tayo na ipipresenta na testigo, ay ang magpipresenta muna niyan, syempre, ay yung House Committee on Justice or yung House Prosecutors. So, isasalang dun sa nakikita nyo na rostrum or upuan doon, yung witness. So, kung halimbawa NBI yan, i-enter nila yung NBI, tapos kung ano man yung testimony ng NBI, kung halimbawa ay magpipresent siya ng video of the online press conference November 23, 2024. Tapos 150 witnesses ang inaasahan natin, Pia. So, both camps are ready. We're just waiting for the senators. So, Article 4 tayo, Pia. Threats made by the Vice President against the President, the First Lady, and the former House Speaker. Prosecution said, meron siyang pattern ng ganitong pananalita na ang tendency o ang posibleng maging bunga ay destabilisasyon sa gobyerno at pangamba o banta sa seguridad ng Pangulo. Ang sagot naman ng defense, freedom of expression yan, pagpapahayag lamang ng disgusto ni Vice President Duterte sa pamamalakad ng Administrasyong Marcos, Pia.
Alright, maraming salamat sa iyo, Joseph Moro. Nagbabalik po ang The Vice President on Trial at kasama natin dito sa studio ang Assistant Dean ng UP Faculty of Law na si Assistant Professor Paolo Tamase. Magandang hapon po sa inyo, Professor Tamasek. Kamusta po kayo?
Magandang hapon, Pia, at sa inyo mga taga-subaybay.
Alright, Professor, ang dami nating pag-uusapan today. Dami natin actually aabangan sa araw na ito. Pero I guess mag-umpisa po tayo dun sa very basic. Kasi sanay tayo na kapag nakikita natin sa balita, di ba, ang court, yung mga paglilitis, parang may decision, may resolution, may trial, may witness, ganyan. Pero syempre, ibang klase kasi itong impeachment court, di ba? Sui generis, tama ba? It's
Yes.
a court of its own, different on its own. Ano po ba ang pagkakaibahan ng impeachment court sa regular na court proceeding?
So, una, kailangan actually natin alalahanin na sa saligang batas, hindi naman binabanggit itong konsepto ng impeachment court. No, nag-develop na lang yan over time. Kasi at its core, Senado pa rin yung nagde-decide and therefore political yung kinatawan or political yung katawan na gagawa nitong decision sa impeachment. So marami tayong makikita today na kapareho ng court procedures. No? May mga abogado na nagsasalita for each side. May mga testigo na tatawagin yung mga abogado. May examinations as it would usually be in court. I'm not sure if today i-expect natin yung senator judges na naka-robes pa rin sila. So minsan mukha siyang court. But at its core, political yung questions na naharap today. No? At ultimately, ang tanong dyan ay, nagkaroon ba ng betrayal of public trust or si VP Sara? Isang bagay na hindi naman dinidikta ng batas natin but political na question or political na judgment ng ating mga senador.
Sabi niyo po na it's a political process. Pero how do we differentiate yung from it being a political process to isang proseso na pwedeng gamitin sa pamumulitika?
Yes. And I think kailangan kasi natin magkaroon din ng mature na understanding na hindi naman necessarily masama ang politika. But you're right, no, yung development ng impeachment sa Pilipinas, nagkaroon kasi tayo ng expectation na yung judges, yung senators natin ay politically neutral, natitignan nila yung ebidensya, magtatanong sila ng mga patas na katanungan, hindi sila mamumulitika habang nandun sa trial. So yung checks natin dyan are two things siguro. Una ay yung rules ng Senado mismo. Meron silang well-defined na proseso kung paano gagawin ito. And as much as possible, we want to stick to that. But at the same time, yung mamamayan mismo kailangan bantayan yung kalidad ng diskurso na mangyayari sa Senado mismo. Mayroon ba mga senador na parang nagiging abogado na for each side? Or mayroon ba mga senador na ginagamit yung plataforma na ito upang laban yung sarili nilang interest or yung interest ng kanilang mga kaalyado. At na malalaman lang natin yan or mababantayan lang natin yan sa pamamagitan ng panunood at pagbabantay talaga dito sa proseso na ito.
Well, Professor, bago pa nga nag-umpisa yung hearing, ang dami ng issue na parang inaabangan kung paano mariresolba. First of all, yung pagkakaroon ng presiding officer. Kasi di ba base sa rules, kapag presidente ang in-impeach, Chief Justice ang magiging presiding officer. Pero kapag ibang opisyal, Senate President. Pero ngayon, sinasabi po nila na posibleng si Senator Chis Escudero ang maging presiding officer. Ano po ba yung talagang papel ng isang presiding officer at kailangan nga ba talaga na isang abogado ang uupo bilang presiding officer?
So mahalaga ito sa pag-unawa natin for the rest of the 90 days nitong proseso na ito. May mga rules na nasa saligang batas or nasa constitution. May mga rules naman na nasa rules or patakaran ng Senado o yung second level. At sa saligang batas kasi natin, ang sinasabi lang naman ay yung Chief Justice magpe-preside siya kung presidente ang ini-impeach. Hindi sinasabi kung sino ang magpe-preside. At kung hindi naman Chief Justice, kung hindi naman presidente ang ini-impeach.
Alright. At ngayon, Professor, nakikita po natin yung pagpasok ng mga senator judges dito sa loob ng plenary. Eto, like you mentioned, titingnan natin kung sila ba ay nakasuot ng kanilang impeachment robes. Ito, suot nila ang kanilang mga robes. At kapansin-pansin rin, Professor, yung pagkakasetup, they're facing the
Yes.
Trial stand, witness stand.
Yes, kamukha niya yung kung paano pumuposisyon ang mga judges sa normal natin na korte. So itong nakarobe sila ngayon, meron kasi yung traditional na understanding na parang nag-iibang anyo sila eh. Hindi sila yung usual na political creatures natin sa Senado. Mas neutral judges ang tingin natin sa kanila ngayon.
Proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Bam Aquino.
Panginoong Diyos, lumalapit po kami sa inyo upang gabayan niyo po kami sa aming tungkulin. Pagkalooban niyo po kami ng malinaw na pag-iisip upang hanapin at makita ang katotohanan na walang kinikilingan. Panginoon, ipaalala niyo po sa amin ang aming kapangyarihang pinagkatiwala ay hindi dapat gamitin para sa sarili kung hindi para lang sa bayan. Naway ang prosesong ito ay maging daan upang mapagtibay ang katarungan at tiwala ng mamamayan. Panginoon, sa gitna ng prosesong ito, sa kabila ng mga magkakaibang pananaw at paninindigan, dalangin namin na magkaisa kaming lahat alang-alang sa katotohanan at katarungan. Pagkalooban niyo po kami ng lakas ng loob na ipaglaban ang tama, ng karunungang kumilala sa katotohanan, at ng pusong laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng inang bayan. Ito po ang aming taimtim na panalangin. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, at ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
The Clerk of Court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Cayetano Alan. Senator Judge Cayetano Pia. Senator Judge De La Rosa. Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Escudero. Senator Judge Estrada. Senator Judge Go. Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Lapid. Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Marcoleta. Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Soto III. Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin. Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi. Senator Judge Villanueva. Senator Judge Villar Camille. Senator Judge Villar Mark. Senator Judge Zubiri. The Senate President.
With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. The court was convened on May 18, 2026. For the record, since then, the court has issued summons and conducted pre-trial proceedings which are all made part of the records of this case. Resolution number 39, or the Rules of Procedure of Impeachment Trials, as amended, shall continue to apply.
Your Honors, we are now ready to hear the statement of the Senate President.
Before we begin, with the court's kind indulgence, I wish to deliver a brief opening statement. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished senator judges, sa araw na ito, binubuksan natin ang pagdinig sa kasong impeachment laban sa pangalawang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, ang kagalang-galang na Sara Zimmerman Duterte, alinsunod sa ating saligang batas. Sa pagtupad natin sa tungkuling ito, malinaw ang panata na ating sinumpaan to do impartial justice according to the Constitution and the laws of the Philippines. Ibig sabihin nito, ang bawat pasya natin ay dapat nakabatay lamang sa saligang batas, sa ating mga batas, sa mga alintuntunin ng hukumang ito, at sa mga ebidensyang ihaharap na walang kinikilingan at walang pinapanigan. Impeachment is a constitutional mechanism that holds the highest public officials of the Republic accountable to the people. We cannot achieve accountability, nor can we faithfully serve justice without the truth. Karapatan ng sambayanan na malaman kung may katotohanan ang mga paratang laban sa pangalawang Pangulo. Tungkulin nating timbangin ang mga ebidensyang ihaharap at tiyakin ang ating magiging pasya ay nakabatay lamang sa batas at sa mga katotohanang mapatutunayan sa paglilitis. Ipagkakaloob ng saligang batas sa Senado ang natatanging kapangyarihang dinggin, litisin at pagpasyan ang lahat ng kaso ng impeachment. Kakibat ito ang pananugutang tiyakin na ang paglilitis ay isinasagawa ng may integridad, kaayusan at buong paggalang sa proseso. Sisiguraduhin natin na magiging maayos, bukas at madaling maunawaan ng ating mga kababayan ang prosesong ito. Pagkakaloban ang magkabilang panig, ang prosekusyon at ang depensa ng sapat at makatarungang pagkakataon upang magharap ng ebidensya, magsuri at magtanong sa mga testigo at mailahad ng buo ang kani-kanilang mga argumento. Sa ganitong paraan, may hiharap sa taong bayan ang malinaw na batayan upang maunawaan ang mga isyong nakapaloob sa Articles of Impeachment. Sa kasabay ng paghahanap sa katotohanan, ang tungkulin natin tiyakin, iginagalang ang mga karapatan ng bawat panig, lalo na ang karapatan ng respondent vice president sa isang patas at makatarungan paglilitis. Due process and fair play must remain paramount at every stage of this trial. Let us be firm in the search for truth. Let us remain faithful to the rules of this court, the rule of law, and above all, the Constitution. Nakatutok ang buong sambayanan. Bawat kilos, salita, at pagpapasyang ating gagawin ay huhubog sa kasaysayan. At ang kasaysayan ang huling huhusga kung tayo ay kumilos ng tapat at nararapat. Nais kong bigyan ng katiyakan ng lahat, lalo na ang ating mga kababayan. Gagampanan ko ang aking tungkulin ng patas at may katapatan. Magalang kong hinihikayat ang bawat senator judge naway ito pa rin natin ang ating tungkulin ng may dangal at pananugatan sa ating konstitusyon upang maging karapat-dapat tayo sa tiwalang ipinagkaloob sa atin ng sambayanang Pilipino. Thank you, distinguished Senator Judges. Pursuant to Rule 2, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of Procedure on Impeachment Trials, as amended, we now proceed to the election of the presiding officer of the impeachment court. Senator Judge Panfilo Lacson is recognized for the election.
Point of order, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Yes, we recognize the gentleman from Taguig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Senate President and Presiding Officer, as the preamble of the Constitution said, imploring the aid of the Almighty God, and as you said yourself, that every stage of this impeachment, we have to make sure na patas, we have to make sure na may due process, we have to make sure that it is fair. It is very clear in the Constitution of the Philippines that the presiding officer is the Senate President. Section 3, Paragraph 6 of Article 11 of the 1987 Constitution, the Senate shall have the sole power to try and decide. All cases of impeachment, when sitting for that purpose, the senator shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the Philippines is on trial, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court shall preside, but shall not vote. No person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of all the members of the Senate. I will go to that other 2/3 inquiry later on because this is another threshold issue, Mr. President. But to further the point of order with the indulgence of Senator Lacson so that we can discuss this intelligently. On the final question of whether impeachment, on the issue of who shall preside, under the Constitution, it may seem that it does not say who should preside. But if you look at the records of the Constitutional Commission, number 40, 26 July 1986, the framers deliberately chose the phrase, sorry, Mr. President. I am referring to Section 6, Article 11, and then Constitutional Commission number 41, 27 July 1986. The presiding officer, Mr. Treñas, Commissioner Davide is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I have some proposed amendments on Section 3, subparagraph 5. The presiding officer, Mr. Treñas, the gentleman may proceed. Mr. Davide, who later became Chief Justice, this is without prejudice to whatever amendments may be accepted by the committee when the Aquino amendments will be taken up. It would consist in adding a new sentence on line 20 before the phrase "no person shall be convicted," inserted the following: all other cases, the President of the Senate shall preside. The presiding officer, what does the committee say? Mr. Munsod, is it not understood that when the President of the Philippines is on trial, it is only time when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court will preside? It is necessary to say that the Senate President shall decide during all the time. Presiding Officer, Mr. Davide, Mr. Presiding Officer, I precisely presented this because we had a distinction when it comes to the Chief Justice Supreme Court. But with that clarification, that in all other cases, it should be the President of the Senate who shall preside, I withdraw my amendment. So it is but elementary, Mr. President, in statutory, especially construction of the Constitution, that the spirit as well as the letter is followed. The spirit of the Constitution is that it is the Senate President who will preside. This is not an ordinary statement, dictum, or it was not a capricious statement in the discussion, precisely because the Senate President is elected by the majority. As an example, when Senator Pimentel did like the vote and did not vote with the majority, he offered to resign. So the point, Mr. President, is this. Number one, institutional integrity. We need to protect the legitimacy of these proceedings. Even with the substitute presiding officer acts fairly, a conviction or acquittal reached under constitutionally defective process would invite judicial challenge and cast doubt on the validity of the entire trial. Do we want to go 30 weeks? If we follow the number of days submitted in the pre-trial, 62 and 30, and 3 days every week, so 30 weeks yon. Then after the 30 weeks, we'll end up in the Supreme Court kasi kune-question natin kung tama ba kung sinong nag-preside. Why is it important? Why can't any of the 24 preside? Remember, under our very rules, hindi ko nababasahin para mas umikli. In our very rules, the presiding officer can decide on the spot, or he can throw it to the body, or he can call a caucus or whatever you call it to be able to decide. And we experienced that during the Corona trial, and that's one reason why everyone acclaimed the late Senate President Enrile, not only because of how he carried it himself, but how the consensus and how he carried it with the minority. Secondly, jurisdiction and regularity. The Senate's jurisdiction over an impeachment trial is constitutional. The exercise of jurisdiction must conform to the Constitution, and the Senate's validity adopted impeachment rules. We cannot say we're following the Constitution, then we will not follow the Constitution. If the Constitution and its framers prescribe who shall preside, who are we to change the Constitution here today? We cannot enlarge or diminish the Constitution arrangement through internal rules or through ad hoc resolution. Lastly, due process. Kailangan malinaw po sa lahat ng partido, both to the prosecution and the defense, kung ano yung korte, kung ano ang two-thirds, kung ano ang charges, kung sino magpre-preside. So kung now, during the first day, we're going to change who's going to preside, and it's against the Constitution, what more changes are we going to do in the next few days? Ano ang limit ng pwede natin palitan sa Constitution at hindi? The authority must come from the Constitution or the governing law, not from the vote of a tribunal. A litigant is entitled to have the case heard by the decision maker, designation by law. The law cannot say that ang mag-hear kay Senator Marcoleta ay Sandigan Bayan, tapos sa Court of Appeals natin siya dadalhin. Hindi pwedeng sabihin sa RTC dapat i-hearing si Juan de la Cruz, tapos sa Sandigan Bayan natin dadalhin. Hindi pwedeng sabihin tatlo sila sa CA, pero in this case, nagbotohan kami, isa lang kaming mag-hearing. Proceedings before a judge or hearing officer who lacks the legal authority are invalid regardless of fairness of the proceedings. A judgment rendered by court without jurisdiction is null and void and may be attacked anytime. It creates no right and produces no effect. It remains basic fact that in law, the choice of the proper forum is crucial, as the decision of a court or tribunal without jurisdiction is a total nullity. A void judgment for want of jurisdiction is no judgment at all. All performed pursuant to it and claims emanating from it have no legal effect. Tan versus Cinco, GR number 213054, June 15, 2016. Penned by Justice Perlas Benabe, First Division. The constitutional authority, Mr. President, is very clear. Now, let's put that aside for a moment. But we're not allowed to do that. But for a moment, let's put that aside. The Constitution is not clear and does not tell us what to do. The rules of the Senate says that any amendment should be presented a day before. And that's why the then minority, when I was Senate President, walked out, because your contention was, when we gave it to the Committee on Rules, kahit mahigit isang araw na at binabalik ng rules, we did not follow the rules. So on the rump session or alleged rump session on June 3, first of all, you did not have a quorum of 13. But let's assume for the sake of argument, I'm not giving you that point. As far as I'm concerned, it's in the Supreme Court, walang quorum on 12. Assuming may quorum on 12, you did not follow the rules. There was not a one-day notice for the rules. And then if you look at the records, this impeachment court adopted the rules on May 18. So that means that it is this impeachment court that now has to adopt any amendment to the rules. We did not debate that amendment to the rule. We cannot now just change the rules. We're here for the opening statements. We're here for the trial. Are we here to change the rules? We're changing the rules here today, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, later on I'll ask permission to talk about yung two-thirds because both the issue of the presiding officer and the issue of what constitutes two-thirds of all members is a threshold issue. Para maintindihan lang po ng lahat, lalo po sa mga kababayan natin na nanonood, Merriam-Webster, simple definition, a threshold issue is a preliminary question, minimum requirement, or foundation condition that must be met or resolved before proceeding to the substantive merits of a case, project, or process. In this initial criteria, if this initial criteria is not satisfied, further action is typically dismissed or halted. I want to avoid that this impeachment trial will be declared null and void. I want to avoid walkouts. I want to avoid any delays, Mr. President. The Senate President is more than capable. He said he is willing. He said he is ready. He has been in many situations in his life that people say you cannot do it, but he has done well. He has studied. So what's the issue? Why do we have to vote for a presiding officer, Mr. President? Why can't we follow the Constitution? So the point of order, Mr. President, is that amending the rules, implementing a null and void rule, and violating the Constitution will endanger this whole hearing, Mr. President. So please rule on the point of order, and I hope that the Senate President, who is more than able, will preside.
Thank you to the gentleman from Taguig. Before I express my views on the matter, let me just put into the record the facts on when we amended Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure on the impeachment trials. On June 3, 2026, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri proposed Senate Resolution number 430, and that was adopted during that time. And then, on the same day, the same resolution was adopted and renumbered to Resolution Number 40. It was published on June 9, 2026, in the Philippine Daily Inquirer, as well as Malaya. During that time, in June 3, when we amended the rules, everyone had the opportunity to express their views regarding the proposed resolution. And since no one objected, we adopted Resolution Number 430 and renumbered it to Resolution Number 40. That is anchored on our Constitution, Article 6, Section 3, Paragraph 8 of the Constitution, that the Congress shall promulgate its rules on impeachment to effectively carry out the purpose of this section. So my view to the
Mr.
good gentleman,
Mr. President,
to the good gentleman,
yeah.
let me just finish, sir. My view is this resolution has been duly approved, and everyone was given an opportunity to discuss that, to object. However, it was no one objected to that resolution, and it was duly approved by the body. So any discussion regarding this resolution should be discussed in plenary when the Senate convenes as a legislative body. In the past precedents, during the ERAP impeachment, November 15, 2020, the body as well approved the rules of impeachment in plenary. During the Corona impeachment, March 23, 2011, once again, Resolution number 39 was adopted in plenary. So any issues pertaining to this resolution should be discussed in plenary when the Senate convenes as a legislative body. So that is the position of the chair and the view of the chair on this matter.
Sir President, first, may I dispute that you used the word fact. It is not a fact that the rules were changed because it is being disputed that first, there was no quorum at that day. Second, if we are going to amend the rules of impeachment for the impeachment trial in plenary under the rules of the Senate, Section 136, second paragraph says, the rules may be amended by means of a motion that should be presented at least one day before its consideration. It was not presented on June 2. So we did not follow our rules. So a rule that was passed that did not follow our rules or amendment that was passed that did not follow our rules is void. You cannot get anything out of it. It is a nullity. So if today we pass a change in our rules and we do not follow our own rules in changing the rules, we cannot follow that rules. Secondly, Mr. President, the impeachment court already adopted our rules. Iba po ang plenary, tama po kayo doon, I agree with you there. Iba po yung impeachment court. So is the impeachment court now hostage or subject to whatever changes the legislative body does and we will not adopt? Then why did we adopt the rules when we took our oath? We adopted it because the impeachment court is not powerless to talk about our rules. But finally, Mr. President, for the sake of argument, just for the sake of argument, wag na natin tignan yung mga amendments. It's against the Constitution. So can the impeachment court disobey the Constitution? If the Constitution says the presiding officer should be the Senate President, can we now say na no, pagbotohan natin kung sino? Because if we say that we can, what next? Will we add to the articles of impeachment? Will we lower the bar of the quantum of evidence needed? Will we say that baliwala na yung pre-trial brief at bahala na si Batman? So, Mr. President, I thought that's why we have the rules. Because when we have the rules, it dictates fair play. And the rule says it is the Senate President who will preside. So if now we're not going to follow the rules, Anong pinag-uusapan natin patas? Anong pinag-uusapan natin due process? Anong pinag-uusapan natin na fairness? It is who we chose as Senate President is a political. So we made our case doon na we would have a more fair. You made your case, you got the majority. Now you got the majority, we will give you all the support, Mr. President. But we have to follow the Constitution. We cannot have a trial where we do not follow the Constitution, Mr. President. I think pinaka-basic po yun. Saan sa Constitution po nakalagay, Mr. President, that ang nakalagay dito po, only in case the President, let me give you a hypothetical. God forbid, God forbid. God forbid may mangyari sa Pangulong Marcos, maging Pangulo ngayon po, si Sara Duterte. My view is tuloy yung impeachment. Pero, ang magpre-preside na yung Chief Justice. O pwede ba tayong magbotohan na wag yung Chief Justice ang wag yung Chief Justice ang mag-preside? So how is it possible that today we're starting out on the wrong foot by arguing who will preside when the Constitution already settled it, Mr. President? So I appeal to my colleagues. There are a lot of accommodations, there are a lot of things, may bigayan talaga dito. May botohan, may caucus, may in-camera discussions, pero pagdating kung sino magpre-preside na malinaw sa konstitusyon, wag na natin pag-awayan yon. The prosecution is here, I think they're ready. The defense is here, I think they're ready. Let's give the Filipino people, a fair trial. Hindi po fair kung pipiliin natin kung sino ang kahit sinong magaling, kahit ako piliin nyo. Hindi ko po tatanggapin yon kasi mali po yon. Hindi po yun ang nakalagay sa Constitution natin. Very, very clear po sa records ng Constitutional Commission. Walang makaka-amend doon. We are not given any latitude on this matter, Mr. President. I appeal to you, Mr. President. This is your Senate presidency.
Thank you. Thank you for that, those views to the good gentleman from Taguig. Kanina po, nabanggit ko ho na in my manifestation as the Senate President, that resolution number 39, or the rules of procedure on impeachment trial, as amended, shall continue to apply. So in other words po, rin-recognize ho nitong impeachment court yung amendments na ginawa ho natin noong June 3. At kagaya ho ng nasabi ko kanina, the humble view of this presiding officer is if there are any discussion on resolution number 43, as adopted as resolution number 40, it should be done in plenary. Because doon ho natin in-amend doon ho natin in-adopt yung impeachment, rules of impeachment, doon rin ho natin in-amendahan. At nabigyan naman po ng oportunidad ang bawat isa para magkomento, magbigay ng pahayag, magbigay ho ng kanilang legal opinion. Pero at that time, wala naman po ang nag-object at inadapt po ng Senado in a legislative body. So the position of the chair, if there are any comments, any legal opinions, any issues, it should be done through the legislative body of the Senate.
Mr. President, there is no conflict, Mr. President. With your permission, Mr. President. There's no conflict. If you want to discuss it, in 3 weeks may session na tayo. So all we have to do today is follow the Constitution. You preside, then pagdating ng plenary, then we can debate whether we are allowed to amend the Constitution or not. Because, Mr. President, that's why I premise this not as a parliamentary inquiry or as a point of information or whatever we may call it. That's why it's a point of order. A higher point of order than the point of order in the rules is a point of order in the Constitution. The Constitution says it is the Senate President who will preside. So are we saying now, Mr. President, that the rules can amend the Constitution? Is that the ruling of the chair?
Before I make my final ruling on this matter, may I recognize the gentleman from Pampanga, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Thank you, Senate President. Mr. President, with all due respect, the Constitution does not provide that the Senate President must preside in cases of impeachment trial. What the Constitution provides is that when the president is undergoing impeachment, going through the trial, is being tried, the Chief Justice must preside. Nowhere in the Constitution, in the provisions on public accountability and impeachment, does it say that the Senate President must preside when the Vice President is under trial or any other impeachable officer. And precisely because of this, and precisely because the Constitution likewise allows Congress, not the impeachment court, Congress, to promulgate its own rules, which is what the Senate did in June 3. We proposed amendments to the rules under our rulemaking power, which, by the way, was subsequently ratified when we convened in a special session on June 17. The June 3 journal was ratified unanimously on June 17 when we had our special session. And in the June 3 minutes and the journal, precisely, we approved the amendments to the rules. This was further ratified on June 17. Therefore, it is considered regular. The presumption of regularity now comes into force. But having said that, Mr. President, the good gentleman from Taguig has brought this matter before the Supreme Court. And we agree with the point earlier raised by the Senate President. This matter should be either discussed in the Senate in plenary as a legislative body, or if he has questions which may in fact turn out to be valid, he has brought this matter before the Supreme Court. And therefore, this impeachment court is not the venue for this debate, Mr. President. If there is anyone who is out of order, with due respect, I think the proper process is the matter is pending before the Supreme Court. There is no temporary restraining order. There was a request for a status quo ante order. It was not granted. And therefore, the presumption of regularity behooves us as an impeachment court to proceed. And finally, Mr. President, allow me to reiterate, the point of order is improper. In fact, the debate on this matter here in the impeachment court is out of order, Mr. President.
Sir
For the
President.
record.
Sir President,
So
before you decide, Mr. President.
the chair has already
Mr.
ruled.
President, before you rule,
The chair has
Senator
already
Pia wants
ruled.
to ask for the floor.
Just
And
2 minutes.
may I respond to
May
Senator
Well,
Pangilinan?
allow the gentleman from Taguig to rebut for 2 minutes, and then we will make the final ruling.
Before I rebut, I'm from Ateneo Law School, and what they taught us there is that you look at the records of the Constitutional Commission, and then pag klaro, klaro. But let's call someone from UP Law to see whether they were taught the same thing. Senator Pia, may I ask that Senator Pia be
We
recognized
recognize the
before I get my
gentlelady
2
from
minutes?
Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's not an Ateneo UP issue, but always happy to stand before our colleagues and share our experience in the UP College of Law. I was prepared to address this to all our members of the bar in the Senate, but since it is Senator Kiko, my schoolmate, my teammate actually in the UP Volleyball Varsity team who stood up, I'll also specifically address it to Senator Kiko. So dear Senator Kiko and our colleagues in the majority, knowing that you have members in the majority that are lawyers, and for those who are not lawyers, you definitely have consultants who are lawyers. Wala naman siguro ni isang senador dito na walang consultant na abogado. Kahit ako abogado, ang dami ko hong staff na abogado din. Why? Because these are legal issues. We need to talk to the experts. Kung pag-uusapan natin ang mental health, physical health ng Vice President, then of course we will not listen to lawyers. We will listen to doctors, di ba? So this is a legal issue. Let's hear what the lawyers have to say. But let me just quote, because I know the Senate President doesn't have time to call on all the lawyers. So if you ask your lawyers in your staff, I'm sure nag-abala sila to look at the constitutional records, to look at the journal. I'm sure. And if they did not, please take your cell phone now and text your staff. What does the constitutional journal, the records of the debate show? Sinabi na po ni Senator Alan Cayetano, you can question him, you can doubt him. Ask your staff. May I ask you, dear colleagues, let's do our job well. The same way when you stand up and you tell me to do my job well and you disagree, I disagree with your point of view, I will listen intently to your point of view. And I'm looking at each one of you because this is our solemn duty. What does the Constitution say? Nakalagay doon, the Chief Justice, pag the President. Silent nga po sa iba. So sabi ng iba, at yan ang sinasabi ng Senate President natin na mukhang pwedeng iba. So we looked at what the constitutional framers said. What did they say? Nagdebate na po sila, colleagues. Nagdidebate tayo dito. Pag sinabi ng sponsor, ito na yung paliwanag, yung nag-i-interpolate at nagbibigay ng amendment, sinasabi niya, okay, yung pala paliwanag mo, okay na ako. No need to amend. Yun at yun din ang sinabi. Let's place ourselves in that position. Because that happens to us every day. Every day, somebody stands up and says, ano ibig sabihin nito? And the sponsor will explain. Pag hindi maliwanag, sasabihin nung nag-i-interpolate or nag-a-amend, ay, papa-amend ko kasi hindi maliwanag or I want to improve it. Pero kung nagkaintindihan naman, okay na. Eh, yun nga yung binasa. Tanungin nyo naman po yung staff nyo. Or let's pause, let's all get a copy. Let's show it. Because this is the foundation of this trial na tama yung nakaupong presiding officer. So that's my first point. Mag-abala naman tayo. Read it yourself, ask your staff to print a copy. In fact, on that note, may I ask Senator Alan's staff to print a copy and give it to all our colleagues. Mabilis lang yan, hindi na yan mapapatagalan. Show it. We can take judicial notice naman po siguro of it. Siguro naman, alam na natin ang ibig sabihin ng judicial notice. You can go to the actual records. Nandito na makakuha naman natin yon kung pagdududahan nyo yung ipapaprint ko. So that's my first point. My second point, Mr. President, is addressed to His Honor. If His Honor will insist that we have to call a regular session, we have to be in session to amend the impeachment rules, eh di tawagan niyo po ang Malacanang. Nagpa-special session naman po siya, di ba, with all due respect, to pass the National Orchid Law. To pass, what else? Ano, tatlo yun eh. Oo nga, yun nga, yung waling-waling as National Orchid, ano pa yung dalawa? No, I know, I'm not questioning it. I'm saying that there was a special session called to pass 3 laws. Naalala ko yung waling-waling because I love it. This is important. O ano pa yung dalawa? Unfortunately, hindi ko na maalala. Dalawang naturalization. Sports-minded po tayo. Love po natin yun. Nagkaroon ba ng laban between now and July para mag-special session tayo para doon? Hindi ko alam. But in any case, ito importante ito, di ba? E di kung pa-i-insist nyo na yung impeachment amendment na yan kailangan gawin ng special session, eh, papatawag tayo ng special session. Mukha namang very supportive naman ang Malacanang sa majority. Di ho ba? Pero I take the position that we are in impeachment court. We are already in impeachment court. Therefore, the amendments must happen here. Medyo common sense din naman po yan. I rest my case. Yun lang po. But as soon as the copies come, I will give it to you. Colleagues, look at it. Huwag tayong majority-minority botohan. Ayusin natin yung pagboboto natin dahil pinapanood tayo, pinapaniwalaan tayo, at umaasa sa atin ang taong bayan. Maraming salamat po.
Once again, it is, again, before the chair rules, let me acknowledge a former Senate President, Senator Tito Soto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tama-tama yung sinabi ng distinguished lady from Taguig. Tanungin daw yung mga legal staff. Binigay nga sa akin ng legal staff po, eksakto nga ito eh. Article 11, Section 6, page 154. Constitution is silent regarding presiding officer of Senate impeachment. However, the Constitution expressly provides that the Chief Justice will preside if President is on trial. O ngayon, yung mga graduate ng Ateneo, tsaka ng mga UP, ito ngayon yung legal maxim. Expressio unius et exclusio alterius. In other words, the express mention of one thing is the exclusion of another. Palagay ko, naintindihan nyo lahat ganyan. Itong akin, sa publiko yung sa akin. Ang sinasabi ng publiko ngayon, nanonood sa atin, dapat you should not resort in too much technicalities kasi ang public interest ang iniisip nila rito. They want to expedite the proceedings. They want the trial, not rules. They're interested in the trial, not rules. In the interest of justice, sabi nga nila, sometimes rules are not sacrosanct. But itong nangyayari ngayon dito, ang publiko ang importante rito. Where does the Constitution emanate from? From the public, from the people of the Republic. So, desisyonan nyo na to, Mr. President, para matapos na.
Sir President, can I have my 2 minutes?
Once again, let me reiterate the position of the chair. My humble position is that this matter should be discussed during plenary when the Senate is convened as a legislative body. And may I ask the gentleman from Taguig if he is objecting to this position?
Yes. I'm objecting that position and will call for a vote. May I explain? I think under the rules I can explain why I'm asking
We'll
for a
call
vote.
for a vote first,
Mr.
and then
President,
we'll allow...
Mr. President, under the rules I can explain why I'm calling for a vote first so that I can convince them to vote for me.
No, under the rules,
When you object,
there's an
Mr.
objection. The vote will proceed without any explanation.
President,
and after
under
that,
the
we will
rules-
allow the gentleman from Taguig to explain his vote.
Mr. President,
So we call for
Mr. President,
a division of the
President.
House. So those who are...
Sir President, Mr. President, when you
Wait,
object,
those-
you're allowed to explain your
Senator-
objection and state
Senator
your
Lacson
objection.
is recognized.
Thank you. Your Honors, pursuant to Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedures on Impeachment Trials, as amended, I move to elect Senator Judge Francis Joseph Guevara Escudero as the presiding officer of this impeachment court.
Objection, Mr. President, and may I allow to...
We proceed
Objection,
to...
Mr. President, I'm allowed to object and I'm allowed to
Yes,
explain
you're
my
allowed to
objection.
object. You're allowed to object, but we will proceed
No, Mr.
with
President.
the division
Mr.
of
President,
the House.
point of
So
order.
those who are,
Point of order,
those who
Mr.
are
President.
in favor of the
Sir
motion
President,
of Senator
you're allowed to
Lacson,
explain para
please-
ma-convince mo nga yung
Please
iba.
raise your hand. We will vote by raising of hands. So those who are in favor of the motion of Senator Lacson electing Senator Chis Escudero as the presiding officer, please raise your hand. The clerk of court is directed to count the votes.
No, in our rules parliamentary procedure.
How many? How many?
Explain my vote, Mr. President.
Hold on. Allow the chair to make a ruling. Those who are against to the motion of Senator Lacson electing Senator Chis Escudero as the presiding officer, please raise your hand. Ilan? The official count is 12 in favor, 8 against. The majority, those who are in favor, has it.
So President,
The
may I
court
explain?
resolves to elect Senator Chis Escudero as presiding officer of the impeachment court. The duly elected presiding officer shall, under the same oath taken on May 18, 2026, immediately assume and exercise all powers, functions, duties, and prerogatives pertaining to or vested in a person presiding over the impeachment trial under the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, as amended, and shall give full effect to the powers inherent to the courts under Rule 135, Section 5 of the Rules of the Court.
Mr. President, may I now explain my vote?
You are allowed to explain your vote. You
Mr.
have 2
President,
minutes.
first of all, we cannot violate the Constitution. We put the whole impeachment trial at risk here. What Senator Tito Soto, former Senate President, what his staff did not tell him is that there is such a thing as procedural due process, and that who presides goes into due process and fairness. The Latin term that he mentioned was for enumerations, that when there are enumerations at hindi kasali doon, in this case, there was a statement that in only one case it would be the Chief Justice, because member of the Constitutional Commission who became Chief Justice, Davide, was going to amend precisely the Constitution to state the Senate President shall preside. But upon explanation by the sponsor that it is understood that it is the Senate President, then it should be the Senate President. And dun sa sinabi ni Senate President Soto that ang gusto ng tao ay mag-umpisa na, precisely, kanina pa dapat tayo nag-umpisa kung nag-preside ang Senate President. Secondly, this is when you have threshold issues, issues that go into due process fairness. If we're going to say that ang gusto ng tao i-convict na lang, then let's just blurt it out. Now, if we're going to say we want a fair trial, let's make sure that every aspect of this trial is fair. So that's why, Mr. President, if you read the rules, the presiding officer shall have the power to make and issue by himself or by the Secretary of the Senate all orders, mandates, writs, authorized by these rules of the Senate, and make and enforce such other regulations, orders, premises that the Senate may authorize or provide. Nandito din, Mr. President, that the Senate President may by himself, or bottom line, Mr. President, pwedeng mag-decide ang Senate President o sa atin. And Mr. President, there are issues that goes into fairness. You know, the AMLA will be a witness here. And I have information that the 20 years AMLA records of Senator Escudero and his credit cards and bank accounts were all opened up in the office of the Senate President, where members of the Blue Ribbon Committee was here. Then we're going to ask him to preside. So there's a problem with, this is my explanation. This is my explanation.
To the gentleman
This is
from
factual
Taguig.
and this is my explanation. So I will stop there.
With all due respect, your statement's already out of order. It has nothing to do with the topic on hand.
No, Mr.
And
President.
the presiding officer will strike off.
It has all to do with this.
Will strike off
It has all to do.
the
I do not,
statements
Mr. President,
pertaining to Senator
Mr.
Escudero.
President, kaibigan ko si
I
Senator
direct the
Escudero.
stenographers to
I
strike
don't
off
doubt
these
him.
statements.
He is the victim here. I'm not doubting him. I'm not doubting he will be fair. I am saying, do we want a fair
suspend
trial
the
or not,
session
Mr.
for a few
President?
minutes to request the presiding officer, Senator Chis Escudero, to ascend the rostrum. Session
Mr.
suspended.
President, on this issue, still on this issue,
Alright, well, Professor, nakita natin. So, on a vote of 12-8, si Senator Chis Escudero has been elected as presiding officer of the impeachment trial. Napakinggan natin, Professor, yung naging argumento ng dalawang panig. Ano po sa tingin nyo ang nananaig? May tama, may mali? Okay lang ba na nag-elect ng ibang presiding officer?
I think yung hindi natin napag-uusapan or hindi napagdebatihan is, well, una, clear talaga in the constitutional text na yung presiding officer tinatakda lang ng saligang batas for trial of a president. So pag Chief Justice, hindi naman o yung Chief Justice yung nagpe-preside doon. No one mentioned in the whole debate that there is a provision in Article 11, Section 3, which says that the Senate shall promulgate its rules of procedure to implement the impeachment provisions. So if yung commitment ng saligang batas natin mismo is, yung Senate and all other things, kayo magde-decide kung paano nyo patatakbuhin yung trial, then the issuance of rules that allow for the selection of a different presiding officer should be above board as long as pumasa siya doon sa proseso ng pagpapasa ng patakaran or rules ng Senado. So I think nakita natin yung tagisan between yung discussions on the constitutional framers. One thing that, and medyo nalungkot ako dun sa UP versus Ateneo, I've been lucky to teach in both schools. And I think the common teaching is that, look at the text first. What does the text say? And only kapag hindi malinaw yung text, that's the only time we look at the framers. And even then, yung framers ng Constitution natin, they are important, but hindi sila yung final word on what the Constitution means. There's an old case, Civil Liberties Union versus Executive Secretary, where they say na yung framers, ang intent na tinitignan natin is actually the intent of the people. Best guess lang yung intent of the framers. So, for all of this, I think above board naman yung patakaran ng Senado to elect the different presiding officer pursuant to the rules that they promulgated.
And this was done sa special session. Okay lang din. Parang katanggap-tanggap na ginagawa yon in a special session.
Yes, I don't think it's a problem. Kasi when the Senate is in special session, it exercises the full breadth of yung legislative power niya. Right? It doesn't become a half Congress lang naman kapag naka-special session siya. And generally, following Senate practice, napapalitan lang talaga ang rules nila kapag naka-session ang Senado. The Senate is not in session supposedly today, di ba? Kasi naka-recess sila and they're doing the trial regardless. So, all of this said, mukhang enough naman, yung threshold to pass that rule change. I think nagkaroon ng clarification na confirm pa yun noong nagkaroon na ng special session. And therefore, I don't think there should be any doubt. And medyo distracting itong point ng presiding officer doon sa larger reason why the Senate is meeting today, which is to hear the opening arguments and yung evidence against the Vice President.
Nabanggit niyo po na it's just a small matter at hand if you're talking about the actual impeachment of the Vice President. Gano'n nga ba kahalaga ang posisyon ng presiding officer? Kasi hindi naman siya, it's not like in a regular court na he's the judge and he will make the sole decision. Tama po ba?
Yes, I think for the last 2 months, we've been over-fixated on the Senate presidency. But yung sa saligang batas natin, all of the powers of the Senate, including the powers of impeachment, are vested on a whole chamber. So it's not just the one person, yung Senate President. Important actually yung individual votes. He gets just one vote like all of his colleagues. So in impeachment, yung importance ng presiding officer is siya kasi yung nagro-rule preliminarily on objections. Ibig sabihin nun, kapag may technical objection doon sa ginagawa ng mga lawyers either of the prosecution or defense, yung unang nagro-rule doon ay yung Senate President. And it's only the rest of the Senate coming in kapag may procedural issue and may nagtawag na, let's vote on this matter. But for 90% of the time, or probably even more, Senate President lang yung nagdidikta. But other than that, it's one vote in relation to impeachment. And I think mas mahalaga, going to Senator Tito Soto's point, yung public, ang hinahanap nila ngayon, ano ba yung sinasabi ng ebidensya? Instead, naipit tayo in more than 1 hour na pinag-aawayan lang kung sino yung presiding officer. Something which was based on a rule change that could have been questioned at a different time.
Hindi sa mismong araw ng trial.
Yes, hindi sa mismong araw ng trial. Kasi questionable in the first place yung power ng Senate to change the rules of the Senate, including the rules on impeachment, at this point. Kasi wala nga sila sa session.
Linawin ko lang, Professor, halimbawa, so during the course of the trial, ang presiding officer, meron siyang naging ruling. Kung hindi naman nagustuhan ng ilang senador, pwede nilang questionin ang ruling.
Yes, nasa rules of procedure ng Senate impeachment or impeachment trials in the Senate na kung hindi sila happy doon sa ruling ng Senate President, any member can call for a vote. And again, majority wins. No? Yung Senate President only gets 1 vote there. So pasok yun dun sa initial natin na pinag-usapan that this is ultimately a political process. At tama yung point actually ni Senator Pia na hindi lang siya majority-minority. We expect our senators to act morally upright, to look at yung important na pinag-aawayan talaga sa kaso na to, which is the substance of the case. But certainly, at the end of the day, boto ang nagdadala, and you saw a 12-8 vote on this issue.
Sabi ni Senator Alan Cayetano kanina, no, nung pinipresenta niya yung kanyang mga argumento na magiging problema kung tatagal lang paglilitis ng 30 weeks or ilang buwan. Tapos, hindi pala na-resolve yung issue ng presiding officer. Tingin niyo po ba magiging problema ito?
I don't think so. I think we have practice precedent to look into this. Noong 2012, si Chief Justice Corona was under impeachment. And one of the things that he questioned were certain Senate orders and certain Senate procedures. He filed a petition with the Supreme Court even before naglabas ng judgment yung impeachment court rather. And when the impeachment court convicted him, the Supreme Court didn't say na we will look into the objections you have raised. It said na tapos na yung laban. Moot na yung kaso and we will move on. So it's a good indication na when it comes to impeachment and its procedure, malaki yung kumpiyansa na binibigay ng Korte Suprema historically doon sa Senado, pag nag-trial na yung Senado. Kasi sa saligang batas natin, malinaw naman yung textual commitment, no? Yung inasa talaga ng text ng Constitution na pagdating sa trial ng isang impeachable officer, yung Senate ay yung may sole power to try.
My vote.
The lady has 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, my explanation includes a reminder to all of you na kung di nyo kasundo si Alan, malamang kasundo nyo ako. So, if sarado ang pag-iisip nyo na si Alan nagpaliwanag, ako naman ang magpapaliwanag, pagbigyan nyo naman ako. But what I'm saying is not new from what Senator Alan Cayetano expressed. And I have here copies of the constitutional verbatim debate on this provision. And as Senator Alan read, sinabi ni Mr. Monsod, is it not understood that when the President of the Philippines is on trial, it is the only time when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court will preside? Is it necessary to say that the Senate President will preside during all other times? Ulitin ko yung tanong, kasi yun ang tanong natin today. Is it necessary to say in the Constitution that the Senate President will preside during all other times? Ang sagot ni Mr. Davide, Mr. Presiding Officer, I precisely presented that because we have a distinction when it comes to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. But with that clarification, that in all other cases, it would be the President of the Senate who will preside, I withdraw the amendment. Kaya clear sa Constitution that in all other cases, the President of the Senate will decide. Wala, hindi ho applicable dito yung excluso unos. Hindi ko na-memorize yan kasi I graduated in 1991 and we took that up in 1987, but the phrase is, pag hindi kasama, excluded. Hindi po applicable yon. With all due respect to our former Senate President, it is the intention of the framers that matter. I will ask the page to help me distribute this among our colleagues. I have also asked our staff to actually copy. I am environmentally friendly, so ayoko sana ng papel. Pero alam ko na hindi po lahat sa atin gumagamit ng digital, ng electronic gadgets, kaya pinapil ko na lang. Pero kailangan ko pakita sa inyo yung mismong nasa journal, yan din yon. Yan din yon, my dear colleagues. Yun lang hiling ko sa inyo, intindihan naman natin yung nandito. Bumoto na. Pero intindihan naman natin kasi this is just the first day. We cannot disregard the Constitution, and I continue, Mr. President. We have enough jurisprudence, more than enough, to explain to us, even in layman's term, what basic legal principles are. And one of the most fundamental principles of constitutional construction states that we give effect to the intents of the framers of the Constitution. With this vote, did we give effect to the intentions of the framers of the Constitution? Sinabi nga Senate President ang magpe-preside. Hindi na siguro napakalaking bagay yon dahil kahit sinong ipalit nyo, maayos naman mga kasama natin sa colleagues. Sa colleagues natin, maayos naman. Di ho yun ang point. The point is, what are we required to follow? That's why may constitution. And I will now state, for the record, a few cases that point out that this is what we are supposed to do. Give effect to the Constitution. Lambino versus Commission election in GR number 174153, the Supreme Court looked explicitly to the Constitutional Commission deliberation to determine the nature of people's initiative. Because the text was debated, the court used the framers' explicit intention. I repeat, the court used the framers' explicit intention revealed in the plenary debates to prevent deceptive or misleading petition processes and establish a stringent full text requirement. So anong ginawa sa kaso? Tiningnan ang intent ng framers of the Constitution. Another case, Calderon versus Carale, GR number 9163. God bless his soul. Si Dean Carale was my dean. And Senator Imis as well. Senator Kikos as well. He was with my father in the University of Michigan. So, pagbigyan niyo na ako a moment of remembering him. In GR number 91636, the court resolved a dispute regarding the President's power to make appointments without confirmation by the Commission appointment. The court examined the historical and textual context of Article 7, Section 16 of the 1987 Constitution, noting that the clear and express intent of its framers was to exclude presidential appointments from confirmation except for those expressly mentioned. So, balik ko sa kasong to. What was the clear intention? That the Senate President presides. That is the clear intention. Dear colleagues, umpisa pa lang. I beg all of you, makinig naman tayo. Masumunod naman tayo kung ano yung sinasabing trabaho natin. The Constitution, the intention of the framers, and then the clear construct. O another case, Gold Creek Mining Corporation versus Rodriguez. This is a very old case. So yung mga binanggit sa inyo, bago-bago pa yun dahil si Dean Carale, buhay pa naman as of the pandemic. So 2,000 plus. Ito, 66 Philippines, 259. So for lawyers and law students, pag sinabing Philippines, pag yan yung ni-record, alam mo ng 50s, 1940s, something like that. Justice Jose Abad Santos articulated the definitive rule. The fundamental principle of construction is to give effect to the intent of the framers of the organic law and of the people adopting it. Dear colleagues, I can stand here and read more cases to all of us. We have law students. We have freshmen law students, we have fresh graduate, we have bar reviewees listening to us. Tapos tayo pa lang, hindi natin mabigyan pahalaga ang very clear legal principles. Pati ang prosecution and defense nakikinig. Sana po, huwag niyong abalahin yung oras namin. Bigyan niyo naman kami ng maliwanag na mga arguments ninyo because we are willing to listen. Pero colleagues, patunayan naman natin that we are willing to listen. Hindi yung pagpasok natin, nag-prejudge na tayo. Kasi sad to say, mukhang ganon. I tell you, there will be times I probably will not vote with the minority because I believe tama yung sinasabi ng majority. Sana po, yun ang pakita natin sa taong bayan. So, hindi ko naabalahin yung time dahil kakaupo pa lang ng bagong presiding officer, pero ang dami pang kaso that says, look at the intent of the framers of the Constitution. And today, we disregarded the intent of the framers of the Constitution. Magandang hapon po, gaya ng pag-uumpisa ng hearing na ito.
We know the remarks of Senator P in connection with their explanation of vote. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Soto?
I'd like to explain my vote also, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed, and he has 2 minutes.
I have
Kindly be
one line.
mindful of the timer.
I have one line to say. That's the reason I voted in favor. Because the minutes of the Constitutional Commission are merely research source.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Padilla?
Ginoong,
Will the gentleman explain his vote?
opo.
The gentleman may proceed. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Maraming salamat po. Ginoong punong tagapamahala. Mga mahal kong kasama, sa loob po ng 4 na taon na ako po ay ibinoto ng ating mga kababayan at nagsilbing senador, ako po ay naging tagapangulo ng komite ng Constitutional Amendments. At tuwing meron pong pagdinig, ang lagi po naming pinapatawag ay yung mga sumulat ng konstitusyon. Bilang sila po ang nakakaalam kung ano ang puso, ang diwa ng konstitusyon. Malinaw po na kung meron tayong pakikinggan, yung creator. Hindi po ba? Tayo naman po lahat ay naniniwala sa Panginoong Diyos, kaya tayo po ay naniniwala sa salitang creator, tagapaglikha. At ang lumikha po ng konstitusyon ay itong mga taong nabanggit sa ipinamahagi ng ating mahal na Senadora Cayetano. Malinaw po dito. Nasabi na po sa English ito. Mainam po ay sabihin po natin sa Tagalog upang mas maintindihan po ng ating mga kababayan. Bingi po ako ng tulong sa Google kasi legal terms po ito. Hindi naman po ako nagtapos sa UP, hindi rin po ako nagtapos sa Ateneo, nagtapos po ako ng criminology at UP rin sa University of Prison. Ang sabi po dito, sa Tagalog po Ginoong Presiding Officer, eksakto ko itong hinihain dahil nagkaroon tayo ng pagkakaiba pagdating sa punong maestrado ng Korte Suprema. Ngunit sa paglilinaw na iyon, na sa lahat ng ibang mga kaso ay ang Pangulo ng Senado ang mamumuno. Kaya binabawi ko ang nasabing susug. Ang nagsabi po nito ay ang dating Justice Davide. Ngayon, mga mahal kong kasama, at sa ating po mga taga-subaybay, ang batas po ay precise. Hindi po ito pwedeng iba-ibahin o baluktutin. Kung ano ang sinabi lalo ng saligang batas, ay sana po ay panghawakan natin. Ngayon, sa loob po ng 4 na taong ko dito, lagi pong sinasabi yung tradisyon. Minsan, yung rules na yan, nawawala yan Ilang beses na ho ako naguluhan dito dahil, teka, sundin natin yung tradisyon kaysa yung rules. 2 beses na po nagkaroon ng impeachment. Yung unang impeachment, ang nag-preside ay yung Chief Justice, yung kay Pangulong Estrada. Yung sumunod po, nandito na po ako nun. Ang nag-preside ay ang mahal na Bicolanong kaibigan ko, Senador Chis Escudero. Yun po kasi yung nasasabi sa saligang batas at tradisyon. Yun na po yung nangyari. Ngayon, gusto ko pong tanungin yung mga kasama ko sa majority. Personal na tanong po ito. Nung hinihikayat po akong sumama sa majority, isa lang ang sinabi ko. Kung si Senator Chis Escudero, ang kababayan kong Bicolano, ang gagawin yung Senate President, lilipat ako sa inyo. Ang hindi ko maintindihan, bakit ngayon pinipilit natin na ang ating presiding officer si Chis Escudero. Ba't hindi natin siya ginawang Senate President nun? Yun lang po ang tanong ko. Maraming salamat.
The remarks of the gentleman is noted. Senator Marcos, what is your pleasure, ma'am? The lady may do so. You have 2 minutes, ma'am. Kindly be mindful of the clock.
Yes, thank you very much. Ang sabi sa atin nung bata tayo, kapag mali ang umpisa, mali na ang lahat na susunod. Ayoko naman magkamali sa umpisa pa lamang na napakahalagang paglilitis na ito. Unang-una, paulit-ulit na nating sinaad na ang ating saligang batas ay hindi maaring baluktutin. At napakaklaro nito. At ang sinasabi ng ating Constitution of 1987, Article 11, Section 3, Number 6, all other impeachable officers ang sinasabi, carving out therefore the exception that proves that rule, that the Chief Justice is the single exemption, and otherwise the presiding officer should be the Senate President. It is the exception that proves the rule. Palibasa na uso ang Latin, may kabaliktaran din sa kinote ni Senator Soto, expressio unius est exclusio alterius. Palibhasa, hindi naman in-exempt, ibig sabihin na laging dapat ang Senate President ang presiding officer. Ikalawa, nakita naman natin ang mga debate, ang listahan ng mga sinabi at paliwanag nung dating Chief Justice natin, si Mr. Davide, nung panahon, nung convention. Contextual reading and the thorough debate do not allow for any interpretation whatsoever. And we should abide by that. Ikatlo, yung kaduda-dudang quorum nung June 3 na pinapaliwanag ng aming minority leader na hanggang ngayon nakatenga pa rin. Kung tutuusin, nung sinasabing na amyenda, yung Supreme Court petition ay pending pa. Kaya hindi karapat-dapat na yon ang sundan. Ikalima, it's not the impeachment court but the Senate that amended the rules. Kaya para sa akin, napakaraming dahilan. Huwag sana nating sayangin itong napakahalagang responsibilidad natin at huwag mag-umpisa sa mali itong paglilitis. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Duly noted and entered into the records. The pleasure of Senator Legarda. Senator Judge Legarda, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Where the Constitution is
The
silent,
lady will explain her vote or make a manifestation.
it's a manifestation. Which,
The lady may proceed with
which
her
seems like an
manifestation. She has 2
explanation of
minutes.
vote. Thank you. Where the Constitution is silent, the intent of the framers should guide the choice of the presiding officer. Any departure from the traditional arrangement must be approached with caution, as it may place the validity and the legitimacy of the entire impeachment in doubt. Mr. Presiding Officer, I also respectfully place on record that there is a pending challenge before the Supreme Court involving the June 3rd Senate proceedings, including the authority of the body then that adopted Senate Resolution number 430. This manifestation is made to place on record that we are not yielding our position in the pending case and is without prejudice to the final determination of the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. The presiding officer would like to make a statement. Sa mga ginagalangan kong kapwa Senator Judge, sa ating mga minamahal na kababayan, sa mga partido sa kaso na kabinbin ngayon sa Senado, isa pong maganda at pinagpalang hapon sa ating lahat. Sa araw na ito, muling gagampanan ng Senado ang isa sa mga pinakasagradong tungkuling iniatas ng saligang batas. Ang pag-upo natin bilang isang impeachment court para litisin at husgahan ang pangalawang Pangulo. Kinikilala ng ating saligang batas na may mga opisyal na may hawak ng kapangyarihan at pananagutan na napakabigat. Para sa kanila lamang itinakda ang impeachment bilang tanging paraan para sila ay panagutin. Article 11, Section 2 of the Constitution enumerates these officials: the President, the Vice President, the members of the Supreme Court, members of the Constitutional Commissions, and the Ombudsman. They are not ordinary public officers. According to the late former Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile, they hold, quote, the highest and most sensitive offices of government. They may be removed from office only upon conviction for offenses of the highest constitutional gravity: culpable violation of the Constitution, treason, bribery, graft and corruption, other high crimes, or betrayal of the public trust. Impeachment is a means to preserve constitutional government through the removal and disqualification, if so warranted, of an unfit official from a position of public trust. 5 opisyal pa lamang ang na-impeach ng Kamara de Representantes sa ating kasaysayan sa ilalim ng 1987 Constitution. Una, si dating Pangulong Joseph Estrada noong 2001 na ang paglilitis ay naungusan ng mga pangyayaring humantong sa EDSA 2. Ikalawa, si Ombudsman Mercy Gutierrez noong 2011 na nagbitiw bago pa man mabuksan ang kanyang paglilitis ng Senado. Ikatlo, si Chief Justice Renato Corona noong 2011 din na nilitis na patunayang nagkasala at inalis sa tungkulin ng impeachment court bilang punong mahistrado. Ikaapat, si dating COMELEC Chairman Andres Bautista noong 2017 bagamat nagbitiw siya sa pwesto bago pa man mapadala ang articles of impeachment sa Senado. At ikalima, si Vice President Sara Duterte noong 2025. Subalit ang nasabing articles of impeachment ay idineklara ng Korte Supremang null and void ab initio kung kaya't ito ay inarchive ng Senado. Siya ay muling na-impeach sa kasalukuyang taon at ngayon naharap sa paglilitis na ito. Ipinakikita lamang na maikling talaan ito na ang impeachment ay hindi isang pangkaraniwang kaganapan. Turing nga ng Korte Suprema, quote, "It is the most difficult and cumbersome mode of removing a public officer from office." Subalit, ang paglilitis na ito hindi lamang hindi pangkaraniwan, ito ay tunay na bukod tangi. Bakit? Una, si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte ang kauna-unahang opisyal na 2 beses na na-impeach ng mababang kapulungan. Pangalawa, siya ang kauna-unahang Vice Presidente na haharap sa paglilitis ng isang impeachment court at pangalawang opisyal lamang na halal ng sambayanan na sasailalim sa prosesong ito. Pangatlo, siya ay hinahalal ng may pinakamalaking mandatong pinagkaloob ng sambayanang Pilipino sa sinumang kandidato sa ating kasaysayan. Mahigit 32 milyon o 61% ng kabuuang boto para sa ikalawang Pangulo. Pang-apat, ang articles of impeachment laban sa kanya ay inendorso ng 277 na miyembro na kumakatawan sa ating mga mamamayan mula sa iba't ibang distrito at sektor at ng ating bansa, na katumbas ay mahigit 80% ng kabuuan ng Kamara de Representantes. Terminating an elected mandate before the end of its term is among the most drastic acts our constitutional democracy can undertake. This is why the trial must be guided with prudence, tempered by caution, and marked with unquestionable impartiality. We must avoid even the appearance of impropriety and observe the cold neutrality of an impartial judge at all times. May I therefore caution my fellow senator judges, the prosecutors, the respondent, and their respective counsels and witnesses to refrain from making any comments and disclosures to the public pertaining to the merits of this trial as mandated by the impeachment rules itself. Let us heed the words of the Supreme Court that said, "Impeachment is not a chance to settle political scores. It is not a stage for political theater or personal attacks, because when the focus shifts to the person rather than the alleged wrongdoing, the process loses its integrity." As presiding officer, I shall do my part to uphold the fairness and integrity of this process and shall see it through to its proper conclusion. At this point, I would like to thank my colleagues for their trust and confidence. I did not seek nor did I ask for this responsibility, but neither will I shirk from fulfilling this duty without fear or favor. This now brings me to the threshold questions that will guide the conduct of this trial and the rulings of the chair. First, what is the number of votes needed to convict the respondent? Second, what is the quantum of proof required to sustain a judgment of conviction or acquittal in these proceedings? Third, how strictly or liberally will this court apply the rules in resolving questions of procedure and evidence? On the first issue, the Constitution provides that no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of all the members of the Senate. With 24 members of the Senate, a literal interpretation of this means that conviction requires the affirmative vote of at least 16 senator judges. This literal interpretation finds direct support in the 2000 case of Bayan versus Zamora, which concerned the Senate's compliance with the 2/3 vote required to concur in a treaty. Despite having only 23 incumbent senators at that time, then Senator Gloria Macapagal Arroyo was elected as vice president. Therefore, there were only 23 senators. The court held the charter provides that the Senate shall be composed of 24 senators. Without a tinge of doubt, 2/3 of the figure, or not less than 16 members, is an unquestionable compliance with the requisite number of votes mentioned in Section 21 of Article 7. It behooves, therefore, all of us to observe the same fidelity with the Constitution in this trial, which affects not only the mere ratification of a treaty, but more so affects the substantial rights of the respondent, as well as the sovereign will of the people as expressed in the overwhelming mandate given to her. This is the prevailing law today. Whether we agree with it or not, we must abide by it. However, those who disagree are not without recourse, because this is without prejudice to the right of any party who holds a different view to seek judicial relief. And should the Supreme Court, who possesses the sole authority to interpret the Constitution by virtue of its power of judicial review, render a different ruling on this question other than what the chair has stated, this court and this representation shall faithfully abide by that ruling of the Supreme Court. On the question of quantum of proof, given that impeachment is a sui generis constitutional proceedings, the standards of proof that govern administrative, civil, and criminal proceedings do not apply. However, this does not mean that senator judges shall rely solely on their conscience in deciding this case. No less than the Supreme Court also said that, quote, decisions regarding whether to acquit or convict must be based upon clear charges supported by sufficiently clear and convincing evidence. Furthermore, let me be clear that the burden of proof in these proceedings rests upon the prosecution. It does not and will not shift. The respondent is afforded the presumption of innocence and has no obligation to disprove the charges against her. Finally, we turn to the application of the rules of court in these proceedings. Rule 1, Section 6 of the Rules of Courts provide that the rules shall be liberally construed in order to promote their objective of securing a just, speedy, and inexpensive disposition of every action and proceeding. We are also guided by the Supreme Court's Bench Book for Trial Judges, which reflects a long-standing principle of adjudication. In case of honest doubt about the admissibility of evidence, it is a better policy to rule in favor of admission and let the senator judges decide whether to give it little or no weight when deciding upon the case in the final outcome. But let me be clear. A liberal construction of the rules is not a license to ambush the opposing party, bypass due process, or introduce unverified evidence that would prejudice the fair and orderly conduct of this trial. Accordingly, consistent with the demands of due process, fair play, and the orderly administration of justice, the chair will construe the rules liberally so that, number one, the prosecutors may be able to adequately present their case, that the respondent may be able to rigorously test it. Number three, that the senator judges may be able to weigh the evidence for themselves. And fourth, so that the Filipino people may hear the whole and impartial truth regarding the allegations against the Vice President. Let us remember what our oaths requires us, to do impartial justice according to the Constitution and the laws. Hindi po tayo nandito upang itaguyod ang anumang pampolitikal na adyenda. Hindi tayo narito upang paglingkuran ang kagustuhan ng alinmang panig. Narito tayo upang alamin ang katotohanan at sa pamamagitan nito, mapairal ang hustisyang walang kinikilingan. Ang tungkulin natin bilang mga hukom ay hindi maaaring talikuran. Sa gitna nito, batid ko ang mga problemang kinakaharap ng ating bayan na patuloy natin dapat pa ring pagtuunan ng buong pansin at hanapan ng solusyon. Tayo ay mga senador bago tayo umupo bilang mga hukom at mananatili tayong mga senador na patuloy na magsusumikap na tugunan ang mga pangailangan ng ating mga kababayan bilang Senado at hindi mababago ito. Kaya't aking hiling at dalangin na huwag sana malunod ang diwa ng pagkakaisang nagbigay sa atin gaano mang katindi ang mga debate at pagtatalo sa hukumang ito. Dahil anuman ang magiging kalabasan ng paglilitis na ito, laging kinakailangan ang Senadong nagkakaisa. Dalangin ko po na sana pagkalubad tayo ng katatagan, karunungan, pagpapakumbaba at pag-unawa upang magampanan nating lahat ang ating tungkulin bilang mga hukom. Pagpalain na po lahat sana tayo ng poong may kapal. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon po.
Sir Presiding Officer.
Before we continue, Chair would like to make of record that Senator Joel Villanueva will insert his explanation of vote into the records. If there are no objections, Chair dispenses with the reading of the minutes of the Journal of the May 18 Proceedings, 2026, and consider the same as approved. On the motion? There being no objection, Journal is hereby approved. Senator Cayetano?
Mr. President, let me thank you and just make the manifestation that this representation believes that it is a threshold issue, the number of senators to convict, and two-thirds, the logical, fair, that would give justice to the Constitution 16. So I thank you for that statement. And as you mentioned, it is a statement of the court, not only of the presiding justice, because napaka-importante na sa umpisa pa lang, alam na ng prosecution at alam na ng depensa kung ilan. Having said that, Mr. President, as to the issue of the presiding officer, not to take up more time, I'd like to register a continuing objection, but instead of giving my arguments, may I submit it in writing, with basically saying that violation of the Constitution is not a technicality. But if our dear colleagues will allow, we will just submit it in writing, Mr. President. Whoever wants to join.
The continuing objection of the gentleman is noted, and he may so submit his extended written explanation in writing for the record. Senator Cayetano?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few administrative matters with your indulgence, dear colleagues.
The lady may proceed.
Thank you. I read that we have rules for our resource panel and also our prosecution and defense that no drinks and food allowed. May I respectfully request that they be allowed to have water. It's a basic human right naman siguro na makainom ng tubig. I read something. I'm just saying, I saw it in the rules. So I'm making clear because knowing them, they will follow our rules, and I think it's not right to not allow drinks. And then, there may be some who are pre-diabetic or diabetic and need to eat something. So, if they have to have crackers or whatever it is that they need to have, I think we should allow them to do that, Mr. President. Sama-sama ko na yung rules ko, ha. And then they should also be allowed to have a bathroom break. I don't want them to also, may ibang klaseng sakit naman yung hindi nakakapunta sa banyo, so may they automatically be allowed. I think they're responsible enough to, they're a whole team. There's like a dozen of them here. And then finally, sitting is the new smoking. May we also allow them without them having to ask for permission to stand up, stand in the back, and to stretch their legs, because it is not healthy to be sitting down for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I think our hearings will go on for a long time. So that's my humble submission for the health and wellness of our prosecution and defense panel. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted, and we will discuss the matter with the parties. Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may be likewise allowed to submit a written explanation of my vote, particularly on the matter of referring to the Constitutional Commission when the debates of the Constitutional Commission, Mr. President, where I believe there is a contrary opinion, which the Supreme Court, in fact, ruled in previous rulings, the Chavez case, Mr. President, for the records.
Noted, the gentleman may do so. If there are no other matters, we now proceed to trial. The clerk of court will please call the case before this impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances for the prosecution.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. We are 11 House prosecutors and 15 private prosecutors. I am Representative Jervil Jinky Pitrix Luistro, appearing for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
May we get the names of the other panel of prosecutors as well as the counsel for prosecutors one by one for the record?
Good afternoon, if you're honest, please. We have already submitted the names of the public and private prosecutors who have formally entered their appearance. Ako po si Representative Jose Manuel I. Diokno, magalang pong humaharap sa Senate Impeachment Court. Ready po.
Noted.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Representative Laila De Lima from the Mamamayang Liberal or ML party list, respectfully appearing as public prosecutor. We're ready.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I am Congressman Joel Chua, respectfully appearing for the public prosecutor representing the 3rd District of Manila.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Arlene Kakabagaw from Dinagat Islands, representing the public prosecutor, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Representative Lawrence Rivera Defensor from the 3rd District of Iloilo, respectfully appearing as public prosecutor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Representative Jonathan Keith Flores of the 2nd District of Bukidnon as public prosecutor, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Representative Isabel Maria Jorge Zamora from the Lone District of San Juan City as public prosecutor.
Good afternoon, Representative Terry Don of Bicol Saro Party List. We are ready, Your Honor. Maraming salamat po.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Representative Ramon Rodrigo L. Gutierrez of One Ready Party List, respectfully entering appearance for the public prosecution.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Representative Lordan Swan of the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro City, respectfully appearing for the prosecution.
For the record and for the information of our prosecutors, the term used in our rules for the public prosecutors, as you so mentioned, should be panel of prosecutors of the House of Representatives, and insofar as I've been hearing the term private prosecutors, the private lawyers will be referred to as counsel for the prosecutors. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Lorna. Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Lorna Pataho Kapunan, counsel for the prosecutors, under the control and supervision of the panel of prosecutors from the House.
Magandang hapon. Ako po si Attorney Amando Virgil D. Ligutan ng Sapayan Lim Alvarez and Ligutan Law Offices or sa Legal Law from Cebu City. We are under the direct control and supervision of our honorable prosecutors from the House of Representatives. Ready, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am May Sancho Divina Gracia of the Co and Divina Gracia Law Offices, and I am respectfully entering my appearance as counsel for the prosecutors.
Your Honors, good afternoon. I'm Attorney Lino Chris Patao Kapunan, respectfully appearing as counsel for the prosecutors, acting under the direct control and supervision of the panel of prosecutors of the House of Representatives.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Attorney Sonia Castillo, private prosecutor
under direct control and supervision of the public prosecutors. We are ready, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Attorney Dina Melissa Lorenzo Singyan, for counsel for the prosecutors. We are ready, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Marford T. Fua, appearing as counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Good afternoon. We are ready, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Attorney Erwin G. Matib, respectfully appearing as counsel for the prosecutors. We are ready.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Justine Lamarca, respectfully entering my appearance as counsel for the prosecutors. We are ready, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. With respect, James Brian Ibrahim Ali of Pecca Barlow, formerly Ponce Enrile Reyes and Manalastas, appearing as counsel for the prosecutors. We're ready to proceed today, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Reynaldo Robles of the law firm of Chan Robles and Associates, appearing as counsel for the prosecutors under the control and supervision of the public prosecutors. Ready, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Bettina Nepomuceno Zamora, respectfully appearing as counsel for prosecutors. We are ready.
May it please the Court, Attorney Duterte, appearing as counsel and under the control and supervision of the House panel of prosecutors.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Attorney Benjamin Sigua Tolosa Jr., respectfully appearing as counsel for the prosecutors, acting under the direct control and supervision. The prosecution is ready, Your Honors.
No other entry of appearances? That's it? How many in all, Representative Luistro? 11 on the part of the House insofar as the panel of prosecutors is concerned, and
We understand, Your Honor, that only 13 private prosecutors entered their appearance today. Nevertheless, Your Honor, as manifested by the Honorable Jokno, a written entry of appearance has been filed already with the Honorable Impeachment Court.
nevertheless, as they appear or will be participating in the trial, kindly inform them to enter their formal appearance during the trial.
Your Honor, the entire 15 private prosecutors have filed already their written entry of appearance with the Impeachment Court. The articles of impeachment will be presented by 4 separate teams, Your Honor, and that explains why the House prosecutors or the panel of prosecutors are joined by 15 private prosecutors, Your Honor.
Noted. Thank you, ma'am. Senator Cayetano, what is the pleasure of the lady from Taguig?
Yes, Mr. President, I just have a question for the prosecution panel. I understand that there is no requirement for the members of the House who form part of the prosecution to be lawyers. But may I know if they are all lawyers, and if some are not, may we know who are not lawyers? Thank you.
Your Honor, all the 11 House prosecutors are members of the legal profession.
Does that satisfy the senator judge?
Yes, I was just curious, Mr. President, because it's not a requirement, so I was just curious if, in fact, they are lawyers. Thank you.
Duly noted. The response of the lead prosecutor is duly noted.
Your Honor, may I just enter a correction to the earlier manifestation?
The lady may proceed.
Instead of 13, 14 private prosecutors are able to enter their appearance today. Nonetheless, all the 15 have filed their written entry of appearance with the impeachment court, Your Honor.
Noted. Appearances for the respondent.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Sheila Sison, respectfully appearing for Vice President Sara Duterte. With the permission of the court, my co-counsel will enter their respective appearances.
You may proceed.
Gregorio Y. Narvasa II.
Christine R. Ferrer for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Michael Wesley Poa for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Carlo Joaquin T. Narvasa for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Mark C. Vinluan for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Justin Nicole B. Goulart for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Lyndon Miguel C. Bacuel for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Ralph Borja Bodota for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Roberto Narvasa Batungbakal for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. David Ronel M. Gully VII for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Carl Reyes G. Oroseo for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Clarlene Radok for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Francesca Marie V. Flores for the Vice President.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Miguel Carlos Alvar Fernandez for the Vice President.
Chair notes the entry of appearance of the counsels for respondent Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte, and Chair likewise notes that the Vice President is not physically present but represented more than adequately by her counsels who entered their appearance. On May 19, 2026, the court, pursuant to Rule 7 of our rules, issued the summons to Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte to answer to the articles of impeachment. On May 20, 2026, the Sergeant at Arms served the summons on the Vice President and made a return of service under oath before the Secretary of the Senate. Let the return be entered at large into the records pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure on Impeachment Trials. So ordered. Likewise, the court received pleadings, comments, manifestations filed by the parties. All such pleadings, comments, manifestations, and requests filed by the parties, as well as all issuances and orders of the clerk, as well as the clerk of court, made through the presiding officer, are hereby deemed read into the records of the case. So ordered. At this juncture, the chair would like to direct the parties to prepare for their opening statements. We will start with the prosecution. May I know from the prosecution who will deliver the opening statement, and from the respondent who will deliver the opening statement? Under our rules, only one lawyer shall deliver the opening statement for either side. I presume, Representative Luistro, you will deliver for the prosecution and for the on the part of the respondent?
I will deliver the opening statement for the defense, Your Honor.
Representative Luistro from the panel of prosecutors of the House of Representatives is now recognized to deliver her opening statement for the prosecution. You may proceed, ma'am, and you have 15 minutes.
Your Honor, before I proceed, the prosecution respectfully moves for the reading of the 4 articles of impeachment and the entry of the corresponding answer or plea for each article of impeachment, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is consistent to the Senate rules on impeachment, particularly Rule 7, Your Honor, the last paragraph of which mentions about failure to appear, failure of the lawyer to appear, and failure to file answer. There should be an entry of plea of not guilty. Likewise, Your Honor, under Rule 9 of the Senate Rule of an Impeachment, which says that the person impeached shall then be called to appear and answer the articles of impeachment against him or her. In this rule, Your Honor, it was likewise provided that the name of the person appearing in behalf of the respondent should be entered into the record. And by the answer, Your Honor, it is humbly believed that it pertains to the particular plea of whether guilty or not guilty of the respondent, Your Honor. Likewise, Your Honor, under Rule 21, Your Honor, the trial of all the articles of impeachment shall be completed before the senators vote on the final question of whether or not the impeachment is sustained. It is gleaned from this rules, Your Honor, that the senators will be voting on a per-article basis, Your Honor. And that is why it is the humble submission of the prosecution that there should be reading of the article and entry of the particular plea per article, Your Honor. This likewise, Your Honor, manifests our complete adherence to the mandate of the Constitution sa pagbasa po ng mga artikulo ng impeachment at pagpapasok ng sagot ng respondent, maipakita po natin sa sambayanang Pilipino ang ating pagsunod sa mandato ng Konstitusyon. Likewise, Your Honor, it upholds due process not only of the respondent but also of the Filipino people. Sa pagbasa po ng mga artikulo ng impeachment, she will be informed of the nature of the accusation against her bago pa po siya sumagot whether she is guilty or not guilty, Your Honor. Likewise, Your Honor, ang 4 na artikulo po ng impeachment ay nakabase sa iba't ibang alegasyon ng facts at iba't ibang nature of accusation or cause of action, Your Honor. And with that, Your Honor, it is perceived that there is a possibility that the plea of the respondent to each and every article will be different from one another, Your Honor. And lastly, Your Honor, this is consistent with the Senate rules on impeachment because the senator judges, the honorable senator judges, Your Honor, will be voting on a per-article basis after the conclusion of the trial of this impeachment case, Your Honor.
The chair will respond. Unless the counsel for respondent would like to say something about the motion of the distinguished lead prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor, may I comment?
The lead may proceed.
Before the presiding officer can rule on the motion or request of the lead prosecutor. But before I give my comment, may I just clarify if the lead prosecutor is now making a motion to arraign the respondent accused.
Your Honor, whether this is arraignment or otherwise, the motion of the prosecution is very much consistent with the Senate rules on impeachment.
I think the question, Your Honor, is very simple.
As I have
It's
mentioned,
answerable
Your
by
Honor,
yes or no, Your Honor.
Rule 7,
Is the lead prosecutor,
Rule 9,
is the lead
Let
prosecutor
this not be a debate between the
requesting
counsels.
for the respondent accused to
Counsel
be
for
arraigned, Your Honor?
respondent, kindly make your comments and avoid asking questions from the counsel for the prosecutor. We will recognize the counsel for respondent for her comments on the motion and the manifestations made by the lead prosecutor for the House. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I have a standing question to the lead prosecutor, and I would like to ask her for the legal basis for requiring the respondent to be arraigned today. Because, Your Honor, I note that in her request earlier and manifestations given for the respondent to be arraigned today, she cited Rule 7, Rule 9, and Rule 21. However, in Rule 7, it very clearly states that if the person impeached after service shall fail to appear either in person or by counsel on the day so fixed, or appearing shall fail to file his answer to such articles of impeachment, the trial shall proceed nevertheless as upon a plea of not guilty. Well, this rule is clear. It does not talk about any arraignment. And if we take a look at this sentence, everything here has been satisfied. The respondent accused is here, has attended through counsel. She may not be in person, but the notice given to the defense is that she may appear through counsel. Second thing is that the respondent accused was also able to file her answer. And so Rule 7 does not support the request of the lead prosecutor that the respondent accused be arraigned today. Now, on the matter of Article 9, counsel also say that the person impeached shall then be called to appear and answer the articles of impeachment against him or her. And if he or she appears, or any person for him or her, the appearance shall be recorded, stating particularly if by himself or by agent or counsel, naming the person appearing in the capacity in which or he appears. If he or she does not appear, either personally or by agent or counsel, the same shall be recorded. And for all intents and purposes, respondent is present today through counsel. There is also nothing in Rule 9 that requires the reading of a 23-page articles of impeachment, which will be a waste of judicial time. Now, finally, under Rule 21, Your Honor, may I just correct the manifestation earlier by counsel, because it would seem to me, unless a reading of the transcript would say that I'm mistaken, but I seem to have heard the lead prosecutor claim that the voting on the articles of impeachment will be per article. Well, that's true, but the first sentence of Rule 21 says, the trial of all the articles of impeachment shall first be completed before the senators vote on the final question on whether or not the impeachment is sustained. Now, honestly, I do not see how Rule 21 is related to the motion now being requested or propounded by the lead prosecutor. And at any rate, Your Honor, given that the respondent is represented by her counsel today, and this is consistent, her appearance is consistent with the notice given and in accordance with the rules on rules of procedure of this court, then we can enter her plea on her behalf.
The arguments of the parties are duly noted. Chair will now make its ruling. The articles of impeachment were deemed read and spread into the records when it was referred by the Senate to the Committee on Justice for the proper issuance of summons. And a plea of not guilty will only be entered in accordance with our rules in behalf of the Vice President if she does not file an answer. But in this case, she has filed an answer and in fact has appeared through counsel. Insofar as the reading of the articles of impeachment is concerned, it will be done at the final resolution of this case when it is put to a vote by the senator judges, where each article of impeachment will be read before a vote shall be taken thereon. For those reasons, the motion is denied, and the lead prosecutor, Representative Luistro, may proceed with her opening statement. Kindly be mindful of the clock, and before recognizing you, ma'am, may I remind the counsels for the parties to kindly address the chair with respect to anything and everything they want or wish to say before the court, and not to address each other. The lady may proceed. Representative Luistro, you are recognized, and you have 15 minutes for your opening remarks.
We thank the court, Your Honor.
Mr. Presiding Officer, the Honorable Cheese Escudero, the Honorable Senate President, Honorable Win Gatchalian, sa atin pong mga kagalang-galang na Senator Judges, mga minamahal na kababayan, sa loob ng bulwagan o sa labas man, mga nakatutok sa telebisyon, sa cellphone o sa radyo, sa ang sulok man ng mundo, kayo naroroon. Maraming Pilipino ang nagtatanong ngayon, bakit mahalaga ang paglilitis na ito? Ano ang kaugnayan nito sa buhay ng ordinaryong Pilipino? Lubos po naming nauunawaan ang mga tanong na yan. Sa katunayan, may isang driver na nagtatanong, Paano sasapat ang kita sa pasada upang mapakain niya ang kanyang pamilya? May isang OFW na nagtatanong, hanggang kailan kailangan lumayo upang mapaaral niya ang kanyang mga anak? May isang guro na nagtatanong, paano pagkakasyahin ang kanyang sahod sa dami ng utang na hinuhulugan? May isang manggagawa na nagtatanong, hanggang kailan magtitiis sa pansamantalang trabaho at kakarampot na sweldo? Sa unang tingin, maaring sabihin na malayo sa buhay nila ang paglilitis na ito. Ngunit hindi. Hindi po. Sapagkat ang usapin ngayon ay patungkol sa isang bagay na pag-aari nilang lahat. Ang kanilang pera, ang kanilang tiwala, ang kanilang karapatan na maningil ng pananagutan mula sa mga pinuno na kanilang pinagkatiwalaan. Kapag ang isang empleyado ay nagkamali ng paggamit ng pera ng kumpanya, siya ay pinagpapaliwanag. Kapag ang isang barangay treasurer hindi maipaliwanag ang nawawalang pondo, siya ay iniimbestigahan. Kapag ang isang principal ay naglustay ng pera ng bayan, kahit 5,000 lang yan, siya ay pinaparusahan. Natural lamang na magtanong ang sambayanan kung ang ordinaryong Pilipino ay pinapanagot. Bakit hindi ang pinakamakapangyarihan na opisyal ng pamahalaan? Ito ang dahilan kung bakit mahalaga ang paglilitis na ito. Hindi upang usigin ang isang tao, hindi upang maghiganti sa kalaban, hindi upang manalo sa politika, kundi upang sagutin ang isang tanong na napakahalaga sa kinabukasan ng ating republika. May saysay pa ba ang pananagutan sa ating bansa? Sapagkat ang kasong ito ay higit at lampas sa sino mang opisyal. Higit at lampas sa anumang partido. Higit at lampas sa alinmang administrasyon. Your Honors, the framers of the Constitution understood that there may come a day when extraordinary power would be entrusted to extraordinary office. They also understood that there may come a day when trust would be broken. And that is why they gave the House of Representatives the power to impeach and the Senate the duty to judge, not to punish political opponents, not to settle political scores, but to protect the republic itself. That is why the Constitution declares public office is a public trust. Ang kapangyarihan ay hindi pag-aari ng sino mang opisyal. Hiram lamang ito sa taong bayan. At ito ang dahilan kung bakit naririto tayo ngayon. Your Honors, the prosecution will present exactly what the Constitution requires. Evidence. Hindi chismis. Hindi haka-haka. Hindi propaganda. At lalong hindi SOCMED narrative. Evidence. Official records. Financial documents. Government reports. Video recording, statements under oath, independent findings of institutions created by law. Mga dokumento na hindi bumoboto. Mga records na walang partido. Mga katotohanan na walang kulay pampolitika. Sa unang tingin, maaring magmukhang magkakahiwalay ang 4 articles of impeachment. Confidential fund, unexplained wealth, bribery and corruption, threat against constitutional order. But these are not 4 separate stories. These are 4 chapters of the same story. Story about power exercised without accountability. Story about public trust betrayed. Story about public office that stopped answering to the public. On the first article of impeachment, the evidence will show that more than 612 million pesos in confidential fund entrusted to the office of the Vice President and the Department of Education were disbursed, transferred, and liquidated under circumstances that cannot withstand scrutiny. 612 million pesos. Hindi ito pera ng gobyerno. Pera ito ng sambayanan. Pera ng manggagawa. Pera ng magsasaka. Pera ng OFW. Pera ng guro. Pera ng bawat Pilipino na nagbabayad ng buwis at nagtitiwala na gagamitin ito ng tama. The evidence will show liquidation reports supported by questionable documents. The evidence will show acknowledgement receipts bearing names government records could not verify. Names that transformed accountability into a mockery. Pananagutan na naging kalokohan. Names that insulted the intelligence of the Filipino people. Mary Grace Piatos, Milky Sikuya, Kokoy Villamin. On the second article of impeachment, the evidence will show financial transactions involving billions of pesos associated with the respondent and her husband. Billions. Hindi milyon, bilyon. At habang milyon-milyong Pilipino ang nagtratrabaho at nag-iipon buong buhay upang magkaroon ng sariling bahay, makapagpaaral ng mga anak, magkaroon ng kaunting seguridad para sa pamilya. Aba, bilyon-bilyong piso ang dumaan sa mga bank accounts na hindi maipaliwanag ng maayos. This article is not about wealth. This is about accountability. This is about explanation. If wealth was lawfully acquired, where is the lawful explanation? If transactions were proper, where is the complete accounting? If numbers truly add up, then why do they refuse to reconcile? On the third article of impeachment, the evidence will show bribery, graft, and corruption through the distribution of cash payments and monetary gifts to officials under the supervision of the respondent. This article is not simply about envelopes. This is about institution. This is about whether loyalty was purchased rather than earned. Government cannot function if loyalty is purchased instead of earned. Kapag nabibili ang katapatan, nawawala ang integridad. At kapag nabibili ang opisyal, nabubudol ang bayan. Perhaps the greatest tragedy is where the conduct allegedly occurred. In the Department of Education. Tama po sa DepEd. The institution entrusted with teaching future generations honesty, responsibility, integrity. On the fourth article of impeachment, the evidence will show culpable violation of the Constitution, high crime, betrayal of public trust through conduct that threatens constitutional order. Among all allegations before this court, none strikes more directly at the heart of constitutional order than this one. Ito na po ang pinakamatindi. And unlike in many cases, which depends upon competing accounts, this evidence come substantially from the respondents' own recorded public statements. The court will see them. The court will hear them. The court will judge them. Public officials may disagree. We may criticize one another. They may compete fiercely for power. That is democracy. But democracy ends when violence begins. Sa kasaysayan ng ating republika, walang vice presidente na may kaibigan na hitman. Ngayon lang. Walang vice presidente na nagpapapatay ng Pangulo. Ngayon lang. Walang vice presidente na handang magpapatay para lamang makaupo sa pwesto. Ngayon lang. The Constitution provides many means on how to resolve political conflict. Election, legislation, public debate, judicial review, and even impeachment. But it does not permit threats. It does not permit violence. It does not permit people entrusted with power to place themselves above constitutional restraints. Your Honors, at the center of this case lies a simple question, perhaps the most important to any republic. When the people entrust power to a public official, does the public official remain accountable to the people, or do the people become accountable to the public official? The Constitution's answer is very clear. Power belongs to the people. Public office is merely borrowed. And every borrowed power carries with it the obligation to account for its use. If a barangay treasurer must account for public fund, then so must the vice president. If an ordinary public servant can be investigated, then so can the highest officials of the government. If ordinary citizen is expected to obey the rules, then surely those who govern them must obey them first. Otherwise, what lessons do we teach our children? That there is law for the powerful and another for everyone else? That accountability exists only for the weak? That public office grants immunity against accountability? Your Honors, this is not the republic envisioned by the Constitution. This is not the republic deserved by the Filipino people. Therefore, the prosecution asks only this: look at the evidence. Listen to the witnesses. Examine the records. Follow the evidence wherever it leads. Judge this case not by politics, not by popularity, not by fear, not by loyalty. Judge this case by the Constitution. Judge this case by the evidence. Years from now, future generations will not remember today's political alliances. They will not remember today's headlines. They will not remember today's slogans. What they will remember is when accountability was tested, the institutions of the Republic stood firm. They will remember only one thing: what this court did when the Constitution called. Future generations will not ask how powerful the respondent was. They will not ask how loud the political debate became. But they will ask one thing: When the Constitution called, did the Republic answer? Your Honors, this is that moment. This is the moment the Constitution anticipated. This is the moment when accountability must mean exactly what it says. This is the moment when public office must truly remain a public trust. This is the moment when the Republic must demonstrate that laws are applied equally to the powerful and the powerless alike. At matapos marinig ang mga saksi, matapos masuri ang mga dokumento, matapos matimbang lahat ng ebidensya, ang prosekusyon ay naniniwala at naninindigan. Isa lamang ang maliwanag na konklusyon. Ang tiwalang ipinagkaloob ay nilabag. Ang kapangyarihang ipinahiram ay inabuso. At ang konstitusyon mismo ang humihingi ng pananagutan. Amid the clarity of the mandate of the Constitution, political noise continues. Political squabbles continues. Political division continues. Please, let me conclude. Salus populi est suprema lex. The welfare of the people is the supreme law. Thank you, Your Honor.
The opening remarks of the prosecution through the lead counsel is duly noted. Opening remarks for the respondent. Counsel for respondent has 15 minutes, and we will give you the same latitude we gave counsel for the prosecution for an additional 3 minutes, should you so need it. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honors, fellow Filipinos, good afternoon. As we begin today the impeachment trial of the Vice President, and in the days ahead, this court will undertake its constitutional task of receiving and weighing the parties' evidence, and ultimately to decide whether these pieces of evidence justify either a judgment of conviction or acquittal, guided only by its members' conscience and their solemn oath to do impartial justice. The present undertaking of this court, therefore, not only carries the weight of the Constitution, but also the imprint of our nation's history, because the Filipino people have shown that they never forget. We, as a nation, never forget. But why is the act of remembering important? What does it matter to our history and to ordinary Filipinos? Because in this trial, the prosecution proposes that we unseat the Vice President elected to office by more than 32 million Filipino people, more than the number of votes cast for the sitting president, and much greater than any of the votes secured by each of the members of the House of Representatives who now are here to prosecute her and seek to undo this people's choice. Sa makatwid, ang malinaw na layunin sa likod ng mga paratang na ito ay ang pagpapatalsik sa isang vice-presidenteng inihalal ng mahigit 32 milyong Pilipino at bunga ng kanilang malayang pagpapasya. Whatever one's political persuasion is, the reality is that the prosecution now comes before this court to remove a vice president chosen by an overwhelming number of the electorate. You all have heard the prosecution say repeatedly that this is because they seek accountability, that the people have a right to hold their leaders accountable. This is not a matter of debate. Indeed, the people have a right to demand accountability from their leaders. What we have yet to hear from the prosecution, however, is this. When the Constitution declared under Section 1, Article 11, that public office is a public trust, and that public officers and employees must at all times be accountable to the people, serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency, act with patriotism and justice, and lead modest lives, the Constitution does not only speak to the Vice President. It also demands the same standards from the prosecutors. Being public officers themselves, the public prosecutors and the members of the House of Representatives are also held to the same constitutional standard. And so we must remember what history tells us. This is not the first time that members of the House of Representatives have attempted to remove the Vice President, and in a manner not compliant with the Constitution. In a July 25, 2025 decision, the Supreme Court unanimously declared in Duterte versus House of Representatives, GR numbers 278353 and 278359, that the impeachment proceedings in the House of Representatives were tainted with grave abuse of discretion, rendering the articles of impeachment that the House transmitted last year to the Senate as void ab initio. Early this year, the Supreme Court unanimously denied with finality the House of Representatives' motion for reconsideration of that decision, with a reminder that while impeachment is a powerful democratic process to call out corruption and grave abuse, impeachment can be abused, and that impeachment should never be abused to maintain the hegemonic dominance of greed by shaming those who occupy high government positions into preventing them from doing what they were sworn to do. But perhaps the most enduring reminder of the Supreme Court that we must not forget in the entire course of this trial is that, in the words of the court, the rule of law that does justice is our lodestar, and that justice includes accountability. Justice includes fairness. Without fairness, there is abuse. This fairness is what our democracy is all about. It is in light of these reminders that we draw attention to certain fundamental legal principles that we think we must not forget throughout this trial. Mga batayang prinsipyo na dapat nating tandaan sa buong panahon ng paglilitis na ito, anuman ang ating kulay o politika. If we are to be true and honest to our proclaimed values, such as the pursuit of accountability, justice, and integrity in our system of government, then we must remain possessed of an unyielding resolve to ensure that the trial and judgment in this case are done in accordance with the command of the Constitution, the majesty of the law, and the discipline required by the rules. Otherwise, those who stand in sanctimonious judgment of the Vice President will send a clear message that the law can be bent when it suits the convenience of the powerful, and that justice can be sacrificed at the altar of partisan interests. Mahalagang tandaan ang mahigpit na paalala ng ating Korte Suprema. Impeachment is not a purely political proceeding. It is primarily a legal, political, and constitutional mechanism. Ibig sabihin, kailangang naayon sa batas at konstitusyon ang anumang proseso nito. According to the Constitution, it is the Senate that shall have the sole power to try and decide all cases of impeachment. This power is not shared. The Constitution gives no other body, department, tribunal, agency, or a mere committee of any of these institutions the power to try an impeachment case. The House merely initiates, the Senate tries. Yet, we have seen the Committee on Justice conduct what its chairperson, the lead prosecutor in this case, described as a mini trial, which, as we all had witnessed, became a vast fishing expedition of alleged evidence that were not even part of the impeachment complaints under its consideration, and which the respondent accused was made to answer. In that mini trial, we saw how the purported pieces of evidence were curated to construct a narrative against the Vice President even before this case reaches trial. The articles of impeachment presented before this court as an exercise of the House's power to initiate impeachment cases are therefore, in sober truth, the product of an impermissible intrusion of clear constitutional boundaries. Over the course of the impeachment trial, the prosecution will attempt to convince this court and the court of public opinion that the allegations in the articles of impeachment are supported by materials they obtained during their mini trial and that evidence exists to sustain a judgment of conviction. They will claim that the notices of suspension and disallowance issued by the COA and the COA decision denying the Vice President's appeal of that disallowance support their accusations, with the release of that decision by the COA conveniently timed and coinciding with the committee hearings. They will claim that the certifications of the PSA confirm their allegation that recipients of the confidential funds do not exist, even though they listed one Mary Grace Piatos in their pre-trial brief as among their witnesses, or that the liquidation of the confidential funds in a span of 11 days was allegedly swift as to invite suspicion. The prosecution will assert that the supposed NBI findings of similar signatures across a number of acknowledgement receipts submitted to the COA are supportive of their conclusion that the disbursements of the confidential funds were irregular. What the prosecution avoided informing the public so far are these: that it was the then Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, Amena Pangandaman, who issued a memorandum for the President through Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin on October 18, 2022, recommending the approval of the Office of the Vice President's request for confidential funds. That the Office of the President did in fact approve that recommendation of the DBM through a memorandum from the Executive Secretary dated November 28, 2022, and signed by the former Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin by order of the President. That on December 13, 2022, the DBM issued a special allotment order number SARO-BMB-C-22-001-2004, signed by former Secretary Amena Pangandaman, to cover the request of financial assistance, subsidy, and confidential funds of the OVP that, notwithstanding the impending end of the fiscal year, the confidential funds were nonetheless released to the OVP on December 20, 2022, under this documented approval process. That the COA decision is far from being final, that there is a pending motion for reconsideration of that decision that, assuming arguendo, the COA denies that MR today, or while this trial is ongoing, as could plausibly happen under the circumstances, the respondent accused still has legal remedies available under the law and rules and can file a petition to question the validity of any forthcoming resolution of the COA on the MR under Rule 64 via petition for certiorari under Rule 65 of the Rules of Court, and more importantly, that nothing in the notice of disallowance or COA decision states any findings of supposed misuse of confidential funds as confirmed by Attorney Gloria Camora when she was asked on this point during the committee hearing on April 14, 2026. Across all other articles, the prosecution will lay a landscape of what it deems to be their evidence in support of their speculations and conclusions. We are not strangers to all these accusations, precisely because this was not the first time these narratives were foisted into the minds of the general public. We have heard the same tales and stories of these accusations since 2024, when the House conducted its Quadcom hearings and most recently the mini trial of its Committee on Justice. But what we must not forget amid all these accusations is the fundamental legal principle that the burden of proof never shifts. The burden of proof never shifts. He who accuses must prove his allegations with evidence that meets not only the degree of proof required, but also meets the evidentiary standards of admissibility, credibility, relevance, materiality, and competence. We therefore should not lose sight of the core principle that the burden of proof is on the prosecution, and unless it discharges that burden, the accused need not even offer evidence on her behalf, and she will be entitled to an acquittal. This is the law then. This is the law now. And the underlying principle for this burden of proof is simple. Under our Constitution, every accused is presumed innocent until proven otherwise. An accused has in her favor the presumption of innocence, which the Bill of Rights guarantees. This also brings to fore the reality that, in the words of the Supreme Court in People versus Pagal, the individual citizen is but a speck of particular molecule vis-a-vis the vast and overwhelming powers of government, and his only guarantee against oppression and tyranny are his fundamental liberties under the Bill of Rights, which shield him in times of need. Sa madaling salita, kinikilala ng ating saligang batas na sa bawat paglilitis, ang isang individual ay nahaharap sa malalim at napakalaking makinarya ng buong Estado. At ang tanging sandigan lamang niya laban sa anumang pang-aabuso ng kapangyarihan ay ang kanyang mga batayang karapatan sa ilalim ng ating konstitusyon. Kaya't mahalagang linawin na sa gitna ng pagtatangkang ikondisyon ang kaisipan ng mamamayang Pilipino at sa gitna ng walang humpay na komentaryo sa mga pampublikong espasyo, wala pang maituturing na anumang ebidensya o alegasyon na napapatunayan ng prosekusyon sa simpleng dahilan na ang bawat ebidensya ay kailangang dumaan muna sa paglilitis at pagsusuri ng korteng may tanging kapangyarihan sa ilalim ng ating saligang batas. Higit sa lahat, ang anumang paglilitis ay kailangang naayon sa itinatakda ng ating batas at konstitusyon at hindi lamang sa kagustuhan ng iilang may hawak ng kapangyarihan. One might ask, why is it important that we must not forget these basic principles? The ruling of the Supreme Court tells us why. The Bill of Rights applies to the entire impeachment process because inasmuch as our court recognizes that impeachment is a political process, it reminds us that it is not a purely political process, but a legal and constitutional mechanism. Thus, if we are to uphold the rule of law, serve justice, and invoke the accountability mechanism, then this court and we as a people must guarantee that all efforts to hold our leaders accountable must be done right. This we must not forget. I thank the court and the public for the privilege of your time. May God bless our country.
Opening statement of the counsel for respondent is duly noted and entered into the records. The court will now proceed to dispose of some of the incidents that were brought up during the pre-trial conference, as well as other pending matters and motions. First, on the sequence of the presentation of the articles of impeachment. The pretrial order stated that the prosecution has a free hand to determine the sequence of the presentation of the articles of impeachment. However, respondent will be similarly accorded the same right insofar as the presentation of their evidence and witnesses in chief is concerned. May we now learn from the panel of prosecutors rather, what will be the sequence of presentation of the articles of impeachment that they intend to pursue? Attorney Jokno is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first article we will be presenting will be Article 4 on grave threats. Second will be confidential funds, Article 1. Third, bribery, that is Article 3. And the fourth is unexplained wealth, Your Honors. That's Article 4.
No, two. Two.
I'm sorry, Article 2. I stand corrected.
So the sequence of presentation shall be Article 4, Article 1, Article 3, and then Article 2.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
So I presume that beginning tomorrow, once we issue the subpoena for your first set of witnesses, you shall begin with Article 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, Chair rules that the respondents have the same and equal privilege of presenting its case as it so desires when it's time to present its evidence in chief shall come. What is the pleasure of the counsel for respondent?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I ask if the prosecution is ready to present its first witness today because the defense is ready today, Your Honor?
Duly noted. We will get to that later.
If
Next
Your
item
Honor,
in the
please.
agenda.
If Your Honor, please.
Yes,
I
Representative
have just
Jokno.
noticed that Your Honor had already directed the counsel for the defense not to propound questions to the prosecution. This is already the second time that she's doing that. She appears to be assuming or arrogating the powers of the court, because as I understand the rules, it's only the court that can propound questions to the counsels.
Your Honor, may I comment?
The lady may comment.
I
Counsel
take
for respondent may
exception to
comment.
that. Yes, Your Honor. I take exception to that manifestation of the good counsel. In fact, the record would show, and if we can run the transcript back, my question was addressed to the presiding officer, Your Honor.
Let us move forward, gentleman and lady. Next item for us to dispense with, the witness disclosure rule. The prosecution proposed a 3-day witness disclosure rule. The respondents proposed a 5-day witness disclosure rule. But I understand the prosecution is amenable to the 5-day witness disclosure rule. Would that be
Yes,
correct,
Your Honor.
Representative Jokno?
We are amenable to the 5-day disclosure rule.
Chair therefore rules that insofar as disclosure to both to either party of a witness to be presented, not mentioned in the pre-trial order and or briefs of the parties shall be for 5 days. This is subject also to the chair's reminder that at the end of every week, that would be a Wednesday while we are on recess, we will ask the party presenting their case in chief to enumerate the witnesses they intend to present for the following week with the corresponding motion for the request of issuance of subpoena to be submitted the day before or on Tuesday, so that we can act on it before the last day of the week so that the subpoena can be properly issued in due course and in due time. So ordered. On the examination of a witness by more than one counsel as propounded or proposed by the prosecution, the rules of the Senate are clear. Article 15 of the Rules on Impeachment states, witnesses shall be examined by one person on behalf of the party producing them and then cross-examined by one person on the other side. Court therefore rules that as a rule, only one person shall present a witness. However, in the exigency of the delivery and administration of justice, and under certain exceptions, the court may allow more than one counsel to examine and or propound questions to a witness. To cite an example, just for the sake of the record, if, for example, the panel of prosecutor disagrees with how the counsel for prosecutor is handling the case, the panel of prosecutors or one of them can take over, and that is but proper and should be allowed and will therefore be considered as an exemption to that rule. And other similar exigencies will be allowed in order to afford the orderly administration of justice and of these proceedings. So ordered. Insofar as the BIR box is concerned, what is the pleasure of? Insofar as the BIR box is concerned, this box was turned over to the Senate as part of the documents, including the articles of impeachment. However, the court is not yet in custodia legis of this box, given that there is no lawful order issued by the court for this box to be turned over to the Senate. More so that it is not yet offered in evidence, not even as of yet marked. The chair therefore orders that the BIR box closed, sealed, and as it is received, be sent back to the BIR or the Bureau of Internal Revenue without prejudice to any action that the court may take if a motion will be filed by either party for the issuance of a subpoena, and we shall await action, if any, by the BIR Commissioner should that time come. So ordered. Now, insofar as the subpoena requested by the prosecution for the two NBI agents, may I request the Clerk of Court to kindly read the motion for the issuance of subpoena ad testificandum.
The prosecution, to the undersigned public prosecutors, respectfully requests the issuance of subpoenas ad testificandum, directing the following witnesses to appear and testify before the Honorable Impeachment Court on July 6, July 7, and July 8, 2026 at 2 p.m. As their testimonies are material, relevant, and necessary to establish the allegations under Article 4 of the Articles of Impeachment, as well as matters necessarily incidental thereto, and for purposes of the identification and authentication of other evidence before the Impeachment Court. Number 1, Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, Regional Director, National Bureau of Investigation. Number 2, John Mark Kalilong, Senior Agent, National Bureau of Investigation. Respectfully submitted, Quezon City for Pasay City, July 1, 2026.
We are not in receipt of any reservation or objection on the part of the respondent, counsel for respondent rather. However, Chair would like to ask the prosecutors, do you only request for a subpoena ad testificandum or a subpoena duces tecum as well?
If I understand the record, Your Honor, please to say subpoena both for ad testificandum and duces tecum.
The motion filed
Your
by the
Honor.
prosecutors is only for a subpoena ad testificandum. That's why the Chair is clarifying.
Your Honor.
I stand corrected, if Your Honor, please. It's just
Counsel
for ad
Correspondent?
testificandum.
Counsel for respondent?
If I may, Your Honor, just to set
Please
the record
proceed.
straight, the presiding officer earlier inquired mentioned that the court is not in receipt of any objection from the respondent. But just to set the record straight, the respondent has not received any copy of the request for subpoena being mentioned today, Your Honor. What we received, Your Honor, was a manifestation containing the list of the witnesses of the prosecution for July 6, 7, and 8, Your Honor. And so it would be impossible for the defense or the respondent to object or to even comment on a request that we were not served with any copy with.
The two witnesses against whom a subpoena has been requested by the prosecution were mentioned in the pre-trial brief of the prosecution and was not commented on by the respondents in their pre-trial brief. But if you do have any objections now, the court would be more than glad, or reservations, the court would be more than glad to hear it before ruling on the motion for the issuance of a subpoena
That's
on these
fine.
two NBI agents.
At this point, Your Honor, that's fine. We'll just place on record our objections as the testimonial evidence is presented.
Duly noted. Chair hereby orders that the subpoena ad testificandum and duces tecum be issued to the aforementioned two NBI agents contained in the motion filed by the counsel for the prosecutors. Although by nature subpoena is ex parte, we would Chair would instruct the Clerk of Court to kindly upload all of the filings of all of the parties to the website for the information not only of the senator judges, but also of the parties and their counsels. The Chair earlier, counsel for respondent said that witnesses for the succeeding week shall be manifested in open court on the last day of the trial, in this case by Wednesday, insofar as the next week's trial is concerned. So ordered. Now, insofar as the request for subpoena for bank records and AMLC records, Chair recognizes the Clerk of Court to kindly read and spread into the records the request for the issuance of subpoena, both, I believe, ad testificandum and duces tecum, or just duces tecum, for the aforementioned documents. The Clerk of Court may proceed.
Request for issuance of subpoena duces tecum. The prosecution respectfully requests the issuance of a subpoena duces tecum to the branch manager of the following banks: BPI Julia Vargas Branch, BPI Green Hills EDSA Branch, Philippine Savings Bank Wilson Branch, BDO Unibank Inc. Davao CM Recto Branch, Metrobank Davao Ecoland Branch, BDO Unibank Davao Rizal Branch, Security Bank Bicutan Branch, Land Bank San Pedro Branch, Philippine Savings Bank Davao MADR Branch, requiring him or her or his or her authorized representative to submit to the clerk of the impeachment court on or before 24 June 2026 at 9 a.m. the certified true copies of all records, documents, books, papers, electronic data, communications, and information in the possession, custody, or control of the bank relating to any account, deposit, investment, trust, loan, safety deposit, or other financial transactions maintained, opened, closed, controlled, beneficially owned, or jointly held by Sara Z. Duterte and/or Manasseh R. Carpio, whether individually, jointly with each other, jointly with any other person, or through any authorized representative, nominee, attorney-in-fact, or signatory for the period January 1, 2007 to December 31, 2025, including but not limited to: number 1, records identifying account numbers, account types, know your customer documents such as but not limited to customer information forms and signature cards. Number 2, monthly bank statements, average daily balances per calendar year, year-end balances from January 1, 2007 to December 31, 2025. Number 3, all account and transaction records, ledgers, and journals and similar instruments from January 1, 2007 to December 31, 2025. And number 4, all other relevant bank documents. Request for subpoena juris tecum to the Anti-Money Laundering Council, to Honorable Eli M. Remolona Jr., Chairman, AMLC, to Attorney Ronel U. Benaventura, Executive Director, AMLC, requiring him or her or his or her authorized representative to submit to the clerk of the impeachment court on or before 24 June 2026 at 9 a.m. original or certified true copies of the following: number 1, all reports of covert transactions and suspicious transactions filed by banks and all other financial institutions and covered persons required to submit covert transaction reports and suspicious transaction reports to the AMLC involving Sara Duterte Carpio and/or Manasseh R. Carpio, covering the period of 2006 to 2025. Number 2, any and all investigation reports or related reports or documents prepared by the AMLC, covert transactions or suspicious transactions. Number 3, electronic copies including Microsoft Excel files, database extracts, or machine-readable formats of AMLC CTRs and STRs for the period 2007 to 2025 involving Sara Duterte Carpio and/or Manasseh R. Carpio, respectfully submitted, Quezon City for Pasay City, June 18, 2026.
Your Honor, may I comment?
If Your Honor, please, before the defense makes a comment, just to obviate the proceedings and to facilitate the hearing today, if I may.
The chair has not recognized anyone yet.
May I be recognized, Your Honor?
Yes, the counsel for prosecutor.
If Your Honor, please. The subpoena request that was just read by the clerk of court pertains to a request that the prosecution filed in early June, where we had requested that the documents specified be brought to the Honorable Court on June 24. Since that date has passed and no subpoena has been issued, we had refiled just this afternoon a subpoena reiterating the same requests. And in the interest of justice and to allow the defense to comment or if they want object to the request that we filed this afternoon, perhaps if I may suggest, if Your Honor, please, that we provide the copy to the defense, give them a period of time to submit their opposition or objection, and as well the same period of time to the prosecution to reply. before the Honorable Court rules on this
Counsel,
request.
is the motion for subpoena ducis tecum and/or ad testificandum that you filed today exactly the same as what you filed before?
No, Your Honor. It contains the same documents that we had requested earlier, but there were some additional documents that were also mentioned in the request we filed this afternoon.
So you asked for additional documents and
Yes,
information?
Your Honor.
What does counsel for respondent say?
Your Honor, before I give my comment on the request for subpoena, I thank the good counsel for offering to provide us a copy of the request for subpoena, but we would also ask that we be provided with the June 2026 copies of the request for subpoena, as well as the new one that the counsel mentioned today. But just for the record, it would seem to me that the request for subpoena covers documents involving years from 2006 up to 2025. And again, just for the record, this would seem to violate the Duterte versus HOR ruling, which very clearly states that the impeachment must be only for those acts or omissions within the impeachable years and terms and office of the official. But nonetheless, Your Honor, just so we're able to fully ventilate whatever objections or comments that we may have on this request, and considering that for today and in the disclosure made by the prosecution, they will begin with Article 4, and all these documents seem to pertain to Article 2, then we will ask for 10 days to file our comment on this request for subpoena, Your Honor. From today, Your
Chair
Honor.
hereby directs that all motions for the issuance of subpoena ad testificandum, subpoena ducis tecum filed by either parties be furnished to opposing party and/or counsel before filing it before this court in order to provide full disclosure and fairness. But instead of 5 days, counsel, Chair is giving both parties 5 days to submit their respective memoranda and/or position insofar as it is concerned. We will afford the parties time to argue their position before the court so that the senator judges can hear your position in addition to your extended written memoranda insofar as this crucial issue of issuance of a subpoena ducis tecum ad testificandum on certain bank records and AMLC records, which the chair will schedule, giving ample notice to the parties in due time. Is that okay with both sides?
Just for clarity,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Yes, counsel for respondent.
May I ask that the period, if the period for the parties to submit, or the respondent to submit its comment, her comment on the request for subpoena would be 5 days from today, Your Honor?
From today, but you can submit it on Monday since it lands on a Saturday.
Second, Your Honor, the presiding officer mentioned that we also must submit a memorandum or position paper on this, Your Honor?
If you so desire, or you simply can argue it in open court,
Okay,
but you may want to submit an extended written memorandum on the matter for the easy reading of the senator judges pertaining to this issue.
Last, Your Honor, will the court also schedule an oral argument on the respective positions of the parties?
Yes, Chair will do that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this would not be on Monday, Your Honor.
No, that will not be on Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If Your Honor,
Counsel
please.
for prosecutor?
Yes. May I be allowed to make a counter manifestation, just a brief one with respect to the statement of the defense counsel regarding the application of the case of Duterte versus House of Representatives.
The gentleman may proceed briefly.
Your Honor, the decision and the resolution of the Supreme Court in that case did not say that any preterm evidence is inadmissible. There is no statement like that at all in the entire decision and the resolution. What the Supreme Court said, and I quote, was very simple. The basis of any charge must be for impeachable acts or omissions committed in relation to their office and during the current term of the impeachable officer. All of the articles in this particular case pertain to impeachable acts committed by the Vice President during her term as an impeachable officer, including unexplained wealth. If I may just be allowed 1 minute, Your Honor, to explain that. The
1 minute.
unexplained wealth, Your Honor, that is amassed prior to the term of a vice president is relevant and material to her being an impeachable officer because wealth of the magnitude of millions or billions ay meron pa rin pong pakinabang po yan ang vice president kahit hanggang ngayon. It's very clear that when a local government official, for example, who later becomes a national official, amasses hundreds of millions, if not billions of pesos, then that benefit continues today. Second, if Your Honor, please, integrity, hindi po pwedeng biyakin po yan na kesa dati ay hindi po ganon at ngayon may integridad. It's very clear that integrity is a continuing requirement of fitness for office. Thank you, Your Honor.
Duly noted and entered into the records.
May I
As a-
respond? Just very briefly, Your Honor. I
Council
won't take
Correspondent,
much time of the impeachment
as
court.
a rejoinder to the statements and manifestation of Representative Jogna, briefly.
Thank you, Your
Madam,
Honor.
You may proceed.
I think the good counsel has already stated precisely the reason for our position. We maintain our belief that the Duterte versus HOR ruling precludes any of these trawling incursion, again, on private records of so many individuals and so many entities when nothing in the articles of impeachment point to any specific allegations as to the relevancy of all these documents, Your Honor. But nonetheless, we will include all our position and as well as our objections on the request made today with respect to these documents. And what it would seem to the defense would be another 2.0 version of a fishing expedition. May I also, Your Honor, just to clarify also the period given to us to comment on the request for subpoena.
Sir, sige na, sir. Sige na, sige na.
Yari naman. Yari naman. Sabi ko sa inyo eh. Dito ka ako pinas. Tumurak sa akin. Kayo din masakaya. Sabi ko sa inyo. Dandanan mga parasama. Kita mo, doble na yung camera mo. Huwag na kayong bumalik. Parehas lang naman tayo. Buhat mo to, Tol. Buhat mo to, Tol. Nasa sulok eh. Para sa isang video lang. Makakuha naman kayo niya para magbigayan lang.
Ya, pasó un montón ya. Pasó un montón.
Sa sundo mo na para mapistuan. Siri ko nagka-camera. Okay.
nakita kayong beses ko? May nakita na kayong beses ko? Puro sa akin. Asan? Ilan? May nakita kayong beses ko?
Meron. Philippine Security.
Walang galawang.
PSG meron pa.
Diyan ang pwesto, diyan ang pwesto.
PSG meron. Philippine Security Guard.
Pwede ito sila. Guys, buti naman nandun na yung ano. Okay na to. Wala pong lalapit dito ha. Please lang po. Kapitado pa tayo ha. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Opo, kasi makakagkabo na ka. Hindi ko makausap to. Yan na.
Sino? Si Henry? Si Kulambo. Siya yung nagkakapantay na sa pagkain. Si Kulambo ba na ano? Sa kanya pinaano eh. Baya eh.
Mamaya pa darating si Roger eh.
Mamaya pa ba yan?
Mamaya pa konti yun. Uy, parang lunchtime pa yung tumabi si Roger. Takot yun ito.
Nagka-cover ako dun sa ano, sa crossing ka. Ayaw mamigay ng pagkain.
Si Roger? Binibigyan niya, kilala niya lang doon sa sa Congress.
Sabi, ko lang pagkain eh.
Pare-parehas. Ano na lang. Meron pala nagpasa ng ano, marami. Try mo pa kaya magpasa? Yan na, bungar mo na. Bungar, ito na. Pag nakita ko. Bakit dumuha ba? Baka stand yung hindi. Ito eh. Ito. Ito na, Dam. Ito na, si Kuya Leo. Ay. Dam, ito na.
Alas 11 pa lang. Hindi ibig sabihin na may advance party, andito na ng alas 11. Ito na, alas 2 darating yun.
Hindi akit daw kay SBG. nga po, ano eh. Dapat dito nang ma-park yun eh. Bakit dito sila pumunta? Hindi, baka doon naman yun. Bababa? Dito pa ba yun? Hindi, doon yun. Hindi naman mag-register yun. Oh, ito na. Pagkain natin. Kargahan kita ng petrol ng halong tubig. Tumabi ka kasi, dito lang ako hahawin. Tumuturo ah. Nakatali. Nakatali. Tulad ni SP Soto. Siya lang naman Tangina ko kahapon 10,000. Papalipad ako ng jowa yun. So, hindi talaga makikita. Sabi ko naman, kukuha ko yung pagdating ng sasakyan.
Oh, yung sasakyan, yung mga tagalabas na kukuha na.
Dito na ako ah. Para na kayo dito. Yours! Doon na kayo, dito na ako. Doon na kayo, dito na ako. Dito ka na. Oo. Akin na yung sasakyan. DPWH parking. Hello. Malay mo magay.
Papasok doon sa loob ng sasakyan. So baka mag-elevator o may stairs. Gets mo? O papasok sa parking. Ngayon, pagpapakasakali mo, right? Tapos, ngayon, wala ka namang ganap doon sa taas. Pag siyempre,
Sige. Hindi mo kaya yun. Road bike yun.
ha? Road bike. RP. Kasi RP nakakabang na.
Bike yun. Maria.
Oo.
Nakakabike yan.
Hello, ma'am. Dito sa sa labas. Dito ba pala yun? Oo.
Nakakabike yan.
Ano talaga dito yun?
Wala na. Wala na.
Baka lumipat sa loob.
Kita-triathlon nga yan. Oo. Tingnan mo yun. Tingnan mo yun si Marian Enriquez. Yes po. Yes. Dito na sa lobby. Dito raw darang si VP. Yes po. Okay. Kasi ano lang to kasi ang pinakamagiging ko lang dito, pagpasok dito sa parking ng okay lang. Okay, sige. Okay, sige. Okay na. Sige, okay.
Ikaw ka lang para makarecord kami. Down mo na ako. Medyo matagal pa rin. Pag nagpara sa mo na lang sarili na lang please. Sa may mark.
Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Ito na si Ma'am, oh.
Kay Ma'am Luisa.
Dahan, Ma'am. Yun, oh.
Darating. Ano? Atin siya?
Hindi natin alam kung atin kasi baka dito lang. William, eh paano kung magkaka-audio naka...
Ma'am, sino yun sa DPWH? Kaming dalawa. Hindi na ako nung bumagi. Walahin po ko na kami. Boss, makapit na. Boss. Jay, dapat.
I know.
Yo. Hindi mo kayo. 25.
Maganda yun. Doon ka na sa amnesty. Kasi pagdating ng tapos dito, baho. Dito ay
Tagal, maglulubat na ako.
ito, naka-live to eh. Live ba yan? Naka-standby sa BP.
Ito yung ex mo yan. Ex mo. Yung cellphone number mo to, sabi lumapit sa akin, sabi ko, ano yung tumawag?
Tatanong. Baka nandito sa attorney ko.
Oh, Sep. Mas maglakad mainit, bibilad ka pa dyan. Matanda ka na, pabilad-bilad ka pa dyan.
Hindi, kinuha ko yung jacket.
Wala rin si Bibi sana.
Oo nga, habang na nga yun.
Doon ka na sa loob, doon ka na dito. Mainit dito.
Ito. Chicken. Hindi, akin din. Ay! Saan ba mapasok siya dyan? Saan ba mapasok?
Hindi pa ano. Mainit na kalabas dito ako na.
It's a matter of Pambira man na rin yung putong airport lang. Time na. Dito. dito eh. May hangin pa kahit pa paano. Marunong talaga ikaw. Wala si Kevin sa'yo. Sundutin mo yung pitidyoan. Wala si Kevin sa'yo. Doon lang. Cookie mo mabaho. Sa pula. Yan. Talaga? Laking ban. Laking ban. Wala eh. No. Wala bata yan. Ilang yan pinuwanan mo. Inaabangan na naman. Lapit ko lang. Ang COVID na ito. Hindi naman nagpapabuti sa namin. Edwin. Okay lang nagkakasara ka ito. Hindi siya Jollibee, hindi siya ano. Tanak yung gano'n. Ang merienda. Kasalanan din. Grabe mga pagkari. Diba, pati almusal pinapakaw.
Ma-convict ang respondent.
The Constitution provides that no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of all the members of the Senate. With 24 members of the Senate, a literal interpretation of this means that conviction requires the affirmative vote of at least 16 senator judges.
Git Escudero, sakaling maglabas ng pasya ang Korte Suprema na iba sa kanyang sinabi, masusunod ang pasya ng Korte Suprema.
I think you saw after si Senator Cayetano tried to put it on record na it's the decision of the court na 16. I don't think legally that is the case right now in the sense that it can be brought up again. It still depends na how yung trial will go on, and are there additional arrests that will be made? Are there senators who cannot participate?
Ang minority senators naman, hindi pa rin isinusuko ang dapat anilang pagsali ni na Senador Estrada at Marcoleta sa impeachment court. Baka raw pwede itong hingin sa Sandigang Bayan. Walang nag-object sa mga senator judge mula sa mayorya. Pero para kay Senador Raffy Tulfo, pwede kung manonood lang naman sa TV.
Ang hinihingi po namin ay makapunta po sila dito bilang observer. Hindi lang po basta monitor.
Ipinag-utos naman ni Presiding Officer Escudero sa Secretariat na i-upload online lahat ng dokumento, memo at ebidensya sa kaso para sa transparency.
If a evidence presented is a fruit of the poisonous tree, will we upload that?
Insofar as documentary evidence is concerned, it will only be admitted, and if at all admitted by the court and published once formal offer has been made. Until such time, we will not publish any documentary evidence even after being identified by a witness, because it is the formal offer that will determine its admission by the court.
Sandra Aguinaldo nagbabalita para sa GMA News.
Para kay Vice President Sara Duterte, hindi mahalaga ang opinyon ng isang presidente sa impeachment proceedings. Sinabi ito ng bise kasunod ng pahayag ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos na mas mainam kung dadalo ang bise sa impeachment trial para mas madaling sagutin ang mga akusasyon. Ayon kay Duterte, karapatan ng respondent na ma-represent ng abogado at ang desisyon na personal na tumistigo ay bahagi raw ng legal strategy at constitutional rights. Hindi naman daw nakakabawas ng accountability o transparency ang hindi pagsipot sa impeachment trial. Dagdag ng bise, sa lahat ng pagkakataon, mas mainam anya para sa mga pampublikong opisyal na itago na lang ang mga personal na opinyon. Kung sasagot man sa mga issue, dapat anyang magbase sa batas, pulisiya at ebidensya. Update tayo kay Senadora Nati Marcoleta na dinala kahapon sa PNP General Hospital kasunod ng kanyang pagkakaaresto. May ulat on the spot si June Veneracion. June?
Rafi, patuloy pa rin ang monitoring sa lagay ni Senador Rodante Marcoleta dito sa PNP General Hospital. Sabi ng isang PNP doctor, sa lagay ni Marcoleta ay masasabing hindi pa siya fit to stand trial sa ngayon. Nakararanas pa rin daw ng pananakit ng dibdib at batok ang senador matapos maaresto kahapon dahil sa kasong plunder. Fluctuating pa rin daw ang blood pressure ni Marcoleta, sabi ni Police Lieutenant Colonel Benali Bayani, ang Chief ng Internal Medicine Department ng PNP General Hospital. Naglalaro raw ang kanyang BP sa 130 to 140 over 80 to 100. Hinihintay pa rin ang resulta ng mga lab test. Sumailalim na raw ang senador sa ECG, 2D echo, chest at cervical spine x-ray at blood chem. Sa kondisyon ni Marcoleta, hindi pa raw siya fit to stand trial at baka tumagal pa nga ng 2 araw ang kanyang medical evaluation sa PNP General Hospital. Kinumpirma naman ni Lieutenant Colonel Bayani na bumisita kaninang umaga si Vice President Sara Duterte. Tumagal daw ito ng 1 oras mula 7:30 a.m. hanggang 8:30 a.m. Ilang latest mula rito sa Kamkrame, balik si Rafi.
Maraming salamat, June Veneracion.
Tuesday latest! Dinagsa ng fans ni You're My Favorite song star Heath Hornales ang live ticket selling para sa kanyang upcoming concert na Hits Time this July. Mismong ang Sparkle artist ang nagbenta sa ticketing booth ng venue sa Quezon City. Nakabonding at nakaselfie ng fan si Heath. Highlight din ng ticket selling ang pagdating ng isang supporter na naka-Captain Serenade costume na role ng aktor sa Kapuso series. Chika ni Heath, grateful siya sa overflowing love and support ng fans. Dapat daw abangan ang surprise guest sa kanyang concert.
I feel so thankful and blessed po sa Lord. I'm super happy na ang dami pong blessings na dumarating at ang dami rin pong taong sumusuporta po sa amin.
Sa kabila ng kanyang busy schedule, naglaan ng time si Heath sa kanyang new hobby na mini GP motorcycle training. Tila achievement unlocked yan sa young actor na isinare ang kanyang progress sa IG. Kasama niya sa training ang co-sparkle at co-actor niya sa You're My Favorite Song na si GMA. And speaking of You're My Favorite Song, may upcoming fan meet ang cast sa August 1. Sa July 15 naman ang sales ng tickets. Samahan at makipag-bonding kina Marco Masa, Clifford, Heath Hornales, Caprice Cayetano at iba pang cast members. See you there mga kapuso!
Susunod! Halos 25 million pesos na halaga ng mga alahas natangay sa isang tindahan sa Cavite. Ilang Pilipino sa Guam, kabilang sa mga nasalanta ng Super Typhoon Bavi na nasa Pacific Ocean. Busog ka sa balita dito sa Balitang Hali. Huli kam sa General Mariano Alvarez Cavite ang pang-hold up ng 6 na lalaki sa isang jewelry shop. Aabot sa 25 million pesos na halaga ng alahas ang natangay. Balitang hatid ni EJ Gomez.
Isang lalaking nakasombrero at nakasuot ng puting t-shirt ang pumasok sa isang jewelry store sa Barangay San Gabriel, General Mariano Alvarez Cavite nitong Lunes ng umaga. Tila sinilip niya ang mga nakadisplay na alahas. Kinausap din niya ang isang staff. Ilang saglit pa, binuksan na ng lalaki ang pintuan at tinawag ang mga kasama niya. 5 lalaki pa ang pumasok sa tindahan ng alahas at nagdeklara ng hold up. Ang naunang lalaki nanutok ng baril. Pinasok nila ang isang gate kung saan nakapwesto ang 2 empleyado. Yumuko at umupo na lang ang mga staff ng jewelry shop habang nililimas ng mga lalaki ang mga alahas. Dali-dali nilang isinilid ang mga ito sa mga bag. Nakuha rin nila ang ilang cash. Maya-maya, isa-isang lumabas ang mga lalaki sa binasag nilang glass door. Saka tumakas sakay ng motorsiklo. Ayon sa empleyado ng jewelry shop, aabot sa 25 million pesos ang halaga ng mga ninakaw na alahas. Nasa 1 million pesos naman daw ang natangay na pera.
Nagtanong-tanong pa siya para siyang bibili, parang customer po talaga yung dating niya. Tapos ang lalaki daw po ng alahas na suot. Tapos may dalawa po dun sa mga suspect po natin na may dalang baril. Tinutukan po yung mga kasamahan ko po. Tapos sabi po niya, kung ayaw nilang madamay, dumapa sila. Kaya po wala na po talagang nagawa yung mga kasamahan namin kasi sa takot din po.
Narinig ko po nagsisigawan na may hold upper na po. Pagdating ko po, basag na yung salamin. At ayon po doon sa mga saksi, ilang lalakihan daw po pumasok sa loob at paglabas, binaril at tinigyakan yung pinto ng para po sila makalabas.
Rumisponde rin ang pulisya. Ayon sa GMA Municipal Police Station, naplakahan na ang mga ginamit na motorsiklo ng mga salarin. Inaalam pa ang pagkakakilanlan nila. Patuloy ang backtracking at manhunt operation.
Sa mga suspect po, sana po sumuko na kayo dahil kitang-kita po kayo sa CCTV.
Handa po kami magpabuya ng 100,000 po kung sino man makapagturo sa mga taong ito.
EJ Gomez, nagbabalita para sa GMA News.
Patay sa saksak ang isang babae sa Toledo, Cebu. Ayon sa kapatid ng biktima, mismong live-in partner ng babae ang nanaksak nitong Sabado ng gabi. Bago ang krimen, nakikipaghiwalay na raw ang biktima sa suspect. Nagbanta man ang suspect na papatayin niya ang kinakasama kung itutuloy ito. Naaresto rin naman ang suspect kinabukasan. Tumanggi siyang magbigay ng pahayag. Sa kulungan ng bagsak ng 3 tulak umano ng iligal na droga sa buy-bust operation sa Cabanatuan, Nueva Ecija. Ayon sa pulisya, nahulihan ng mga suspect ng halos 700,000 pisong halaga ng shabu. May na-recover din na ilang pirasong tig 1,000 peso budol money. Ang mga naaresto ay kabilang sa itinuturing na high-value individual ng pulisya. Walang pahayag ang mga suspect. Tagtad ng saksak ang isang lalaki nang matagpuan sa loob ng isang closed van sa Tondo, Maynila. Arestado ang suspect na katrabaho ng biktima. Balita hatid ni Jomer Apresto.
Duguan at wala ng buhay nang matagpuan ng kanyang mga katrabaho ang pahinanteng si alias Hener habang nasa loob ng isang closed van sa Tondo, Maynila nitong Sabado ng umaga. Ang biktima may mga saksak sa iba't ibang bahagi ng katawan ayon sa barangay. Natuklasan daw ng caretaker ng bodega ang bangkay ni Hener dahil sa mga dugo na umagos mula sa sasakyan kung saan daw madalas nagpapahinga ang biktima. Sa inisyal na investigasyon ng pulisya, Biyernes ng gabi nang huling nakitang buhay ang biktima.
Actually, nagiinuman itong mga to. Tapos, nung mga bandang alas 9, pumalig na itong biktima natin kasama ibang kainuman. After mag-dinner, tumuloy na itong biktima natin kung saan siya natutulog. Kung saan nga doon sa may close pa na yan.
Sabi ng barangay, hagip sana sa CCTV ng bodega ang aktual na pananaksak pero sinira daw ito noong gabi na ginawa ang krimen.
Talagang sinadya daw yung para magawa yung krimen na yan.
Sa malayong kuha ng CCTV sa loob ng bodega, may kitang isang lalaking pasuray-suray na naglalakad. Hindi na siya nahagip sa mga sumunod na eksena pero may kitang pagbukas ng pinto ng closed van. Maya-maya, maririnig na ang mga sigaw ng biktima. Makalipas ang ilang minuto, may kita ang suspect na lumabas sa gate ng bodega at nagbike paalis. Kinabukasan, bumalik siya at pumasok sa trabaho. Nakauwi pa raw siya bago natukoy ng mga otoridad na suspect siya sa krimen. Hinuli siya ng mga tauhan ng Manila Police District sa kanyang bahay sa Barangay 128 nitong linggo ng hapon. Sabi ng pulisya, may kinalaman sa trabaho ang pinag-awayan ng dalawa ilang buwan na ang nakalilipas. Sa patuloy na pagsasaliksik ng mga otoridad, dito napag-alaman na dati na palang nasangkot ang suspect sa kaparehong insidente ng pananaksak.
Accordingly, meron na rin itong same incident na nagawa sa probinsya ng Guimaras. Pero ito naman subject for validation. No? Kung pagtutugmain natin yung information na yun, itong suspect, pag may nakakaaway, nagtatanim. Kasi same story din sa nangyari ngayon na nakaaway niya to. So nagtanim siya ng galit.
Nasa kustodiya na ng MPD Custodial Facility ang suspect na nahaharap sa reklamong murder. Sinusubukan pa namin siyang makuhanan ng pahayag. Gayun din ang may-ari ng bodega kung saan nagtatrabaho ang suspect at ang biktima. Jomer Apresto nagbabalita para sa GMA News.
Sa round of 16 natapos ang Wimbledon 2026 campaign ni Pinay tennis player Alex Ayala. Hindi siya naka-advance sa quarterfinals matapos matalo ng world number 17 at Olympic gold medalist na si Jasmine Paulini. Equalized ang match-up sa first two sets, 6-4 at 4-6, na naig naman ng pambato ng Italy sa deciding set sa score na 6-3. Sa kanyang exit sa Wimbledon, nakatanggap ng standing ovation si Ayala. Kabilang sa mga sumuporta sa kanya sa center court ang kanyang pamilya at ilang Pilipino. Nanood din sa laban ng tennis legend na si Roger Federer. Dito sa bansa, tinutukan din ang bawat hampas at palo ni Ayala. Hindi mananalo, proud pa rin daw sila sa historic achievements ni Ayala sa Wimbledon. Congrats and thank you, Alex! Rumampa ang ilang sparkle stars sa runway ng isang fashion show sa Parañaque. Kabilang sa mga nag-showcase sa mga obra ng featured Asian designers, sina TJ Marquez, Shovie Walter at Tyrone Tan. Chika ni TJ, he's very happy and grateful sa opportunity na makasama ang ramp models. Full of excitement naman si Shovie na first time mag-fashion show. Si Mr. Chinatown Philippines 2025 Tyrone, feeling fulfilled at tila nabalik ang spark sa modeling after his pageant. Nag-slay rin sa runway ang sparkle beauty queens na sina Alitea Ambrosio, Rain Hillary at MJ Cabo. Pati na si Miss Grand International All-Stars 2026 Top 5 finalist, Gazini Ganados. Produced ang event ni Miss Chinatown Philippines 2025 Iza Uy. Chika ni Gazina at Iza, bukod sa fashion shows, busy rin sila sa isang project with a master cutter and Code Grey cast member Ring. Susunod, ang much-awaited guesting ng P-pop girl group na G22 sa Kapuso musical drama series na Born to Shine. Busog ka sa balita dito sa Balitang Hani.
I think the argument here is merong digital online harms that exist in the online world. And it wouldn't be solved if tatanggalin mo lang yung minors. Imagine all the harms experienced by minors and the youth.
Malakas na hangin at pag-ulan ang naranasan sa labas ng paliparan sa Tamuning, Guam sa kasagsagan ng paggagupit ng Super Typhoon Bavi. Ang ilang puno halos lipa rin. Ganyan din ang lakas ng hangin na nararanasan sa lungsod ng Apotgan, maging sa Coastal District na Tumon. Ayon kay Youth Cooper Roberto Bobby Solis, humina rin kalaunan ng ulan pero malakas pa rin ang hangin. Pinayuhan na ng mga otoridad ang mga residente sa Guam na manatili sa bahay habang nakataas pa ang emergency condition doon. Walang naiulat na sugatan o nasawi dahil sa masamang panahon. Mamayang gabi o bukas ng umaga, inaasahang papasok sa Philippine Area of Responsibility ang Super Typhoon Daddy na papangalan ng Bagyong Inday. Mga kapuso, mag-ingat sa mga nakakatransaksyon para huwag maging biktima ng scam. Sa Balete, Aklan, arestado ang 3 Iranian national na inirereklamo ng pambubudol. Ayon sa pulisya, umabot sa 10 negosyante mula sa iba't ibang bayan sa probinsya ang kanilang nabiktima. Depensa ng mga suspect, nagkaroon lang umano ng hindi pagkakaunawaan sa pagitan nila at ng mga negosyante. Desididong magsampa ng reklamo ang mga biktima. Sa ngayon, hindi pa tiyak kung magkano ang kabuuang halaga na nakuha sa mga biktima dahil iniimbentaryo pa. Muling tinalakay ng Department of Energy ang isinusulong nitong pag-amyenda sa Oil Deregulation Law para mapalawak ang kapangyarihan ng gobyerno sa panahon ng krisis. Balitang hatid ni Darlene Kai.
Ayon sa Department of Energy, mas mababa na sa $85 per barrel ang average ng Dubai crude oil sa nakaraang linggo. Pero di agad mararamdaman sa mga gasolinahan.
It will take time. It won't happen in just 1 week or 2 weeks. It might take time, a few weeks pa siguro, a few months. But I think the worst is over.
Nakabase raw kasi ang retail prices ng langis sa MOPS o Mean of Platts Singapore o yung daily average ng aktwal na bentahan sa merkado.
Meron kasing tawag na lag time bago dumating yung crude oil, bago maidala sa refinery, bago maging ma-process at bago maibenta bilang produkto. 1-2 months yung lag time na yan.
Muling napag-usapan ng 1998 Oil Deregulation Law na ayon sa Energy Department ay iminungkahi na nila sa Senado at Kamara na baguhin. Kabilang sa ipinalalagay nila ay ang pagpapalawak sa kapangyarihan ng gobyerno na makialam sa presyo ng langis sa panahon ng krisis kahit wala pang Energy Emergency Declaration.
We have a proposal that expands it and makes it more systematic in the sense na there are some cases that you do not need energy emergency declaration by the president, but if some circumstances are present, make it more practical, no? Practical and responsive.
Pero paglilinaw ni Garin, market competition pa rin ang iiral na pulisiya sa presyo ng langis sa kanilang proposal. Kabilang din sa proposal ang pagtatatag ng National Fuel Reserve na hindi bababa sa pang-60 araw na supply, pati ang pagtataas ng required na inventory ng oil companies sa 30 araw imbis na 15 lang.
The theory is that babagsak yung presyo kung may competition ang mga oil companies.
Darlene Kai, nagbabalita para sa GMA News.
Libo-libong litro ng langis ang tumagas mula sa isang pabrika sa Balagtas, Bulacan. Kita pa sa video ang pagtagas ng langis papunta sa drainage canal ng Barangay Santol. Ayon sa Balagtas MDRRMO, hanggang 7,700 liters ang natapong langis. Umabot din ito sa isang sapa sa lugar na ikinamatay ng ilang isda. Inirereklamo naman ng mga residente ang matinding amoy na dulot ng oil spill. Namahagi na roon ang Balagtas LGU ng face mask para sa mga residente. Ipinatawag na rin daw nila ang may-ari ng pabrika na sinubukan ng GMA News na kunan ng pahayag pero tumangging magsalita.
Susunod na, karakter ni Anton Benzon sa Kamao may crossover scene sa seryeng Born to Shine. Magbabalik agad ang Balitang Hali.
Kaugnay sa mga nangyari sa Day 1 ng impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte at mga aasahan sa pagpapatuloy nito ngayong araw, kausapin natin si Impeachment Court Spokesperson Attorney Reginald Tongol. Magandang umaga at welcome po sa Balitang Hali.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo at sa inyong mga manonood.
Opo, ano pong assessment nyo sa unang araw ng impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte?
Ang assessment po natin, very successful, very efficient, and very fast po. Napakaganda po ng mga nangyaring mga proceedings. Both parties were very cooperative and were very participative as well. And the senator judges also came to the floor ready. Pati po yung ating secretariat na-anticipate po lahat ng pwedeng mangyari. Kaya po mabilis lamang po yung mga proceedings yesterday.
Meron po ba tayong impormasyon kung dadalo na si Vice President Duterte ngayong Day 2?
So far, wala pong ganong pasabi sa Senate Secretariat, Branch Clerk of Court. At hindi naman po natin ini-expect na mag-physical appearance pa po ang ating Vice Presidente dahil ang pinaka-importante po sana na nag-physical appearance po siya ay nung unang araw po. Pero dahil yun na-decide na po nila ng depensa, sinabi po ng lead defense counsel na their appearance will already suffice. At dahil representative naman po sila ni Vice President Sara Duterte, at iniisip po natin na yun na rin po yung magiging palisiya po nila in the next coming days po at hindi na rin po papaatinin ang respondent na si VP Sara.
Balikan ko lang po yung naging eleksyon kay Senator Judge Escudero bilang presiding officer. Magkakaroon pa po ba ng question ito or talagang na-resolve ba na ito?
I think it was already resolved amicably by a vote of 12-8, voting in favor of the election of the presiding officer Escudero kahapon po. At sa mga collegial natin, Supreme Court, kahit mga Board of Directors sa mga corporation at Senado po at House of Representatives, ganun po sila mag-settle ng mga motion at mga objections po through a vote of the majority. So far po, the vote stands and the presiding officer is validly and legally sitting as the presiding officer po for the impeachment trial of VP Sara.
Tanungin ko lang po ulit, natanong ko na kanina kung pupunta si VP Duterte sa Senate, sinagot niyo na po yan. Pero may impormasyon kasi kami na baka dumating ang VP. Meron ba kayong ganong impormasyon?
So far po, yung mga ganyan po, masasanay po tayo sa mga ganyan, sa mga feelers po na ganyan. Pero kung pagbabasehan po natin ang mga aksyon ni VP Sara, lagi po siyang through counsel lamang nagpapahatid ng kanyang mga depensa. So, kung may pagkakaiba po sa mangyayari today po, yun po will be welcome event para sa atin, pero we are not really hoping, our hopes are not that high para po umattend ang ating Vice Presidente dahil na rin po sa hindi naman po kailangan din siya umattend.
Isa rin po sa mga inabangan sa Day 1 yung conviction threshold kung saan 16 votes yung kailangan para makonvict, inanunsyo yan ng presiding officer. Mababago pa po ba ito?
Tama po yan, no? Kahapon po, ang motivasyon lamang po ng ating presiding officer is to put it on the record po sa kanyang opening statement. It wasn't a definitive ruling at that time. It was just part of his opening statement to factually state po sa ating mga kababayan na meron na pong standing rule regarding that matter, which is the Bayan versus Zamora according to the Supreme Court. However, nung tumayo po si Senator Judge Cayetano, bigla niya pong tinanong if that is a definitive ruling, and I think the presiding officer answered yes, it is now a ruling because you asked, and anyone who wants to question it can go to the Supreme Court. Now it becomes a justiciable issue for any party po to go to the Supreme Court and seek any remedies po.
At bagaman naibalik na po sa BIR yung selyadong kahon kahapon na naglalaman ng tax records ni Vice President Duterte at yung kanyang mister, posible pa po bang magamit yung dokumento bilang ebidensya? Sino pong magpapatawag nito kung sakasakali?
linawin po natin, no, yung box po na sinasabing naglalaman ng mga income tax returns ng respondent Duterte, nandun daw po sa loob. Walang nakakasiguro kung nandun po talaga yun, kung yun po talaga yung laman ng box. Basta ang binalik po yung buong box at kung anong pa man po yung laman nun. Dahil po wala pong custodial legis ang ating impeachment court, hindi po nakuha yon through valid legal processes such as a subpoena duces tecum o kaya naman po warrant for search and seizure. Kaya po ang remedy po ng gustong maghain ng mga ebidensyang ganun po ay magpasubpoena po ng BIR at yun po ang ginawa naman ng prosecution kahapon. Nag-submit po sila ng written request to issue a subpoena to the BIR Commissioner to produce the income tax returns of both the Vice President Sara Duterte and her husband Mans Carpio. So, because of that, pag sumagot po ang BIR, yung mga dokumento na dadalhin po sa korte, yun po yung magkakaroon ng sinasabi natin custodial legis. At yun na po yung official na tatanggaping mga dokumento para maging ebidensya sa trial.
Okay, abangan po natin ang day 2 nitong impeachment trial. Maraming salamat po sa oras na binahagi nyo sa Balitang Hali.
Maraming salamat din po sa inyo.
Yan po si impeachment spokesperson Attorney Reginald Tongol. Nag-return of warrant na sa Sandigan Bayan ang isa pang kapwa-akusado ni Senador Dante Marcoleta sa kasong plunder na si Aristotle Viray. At may ulat on the spot si Maki Pulido. Maki?
Nakakaalis siya nga ng Sandigan Bayan itong si Aristotle Viray matapos ma-issue ng 3rd Division ng Sandigan Bayan ang commitment order. Dito inutos ng korte na ikulong siya sa BJMP Quezon City Male Dormitory sa Payatas. Kada alas 7 ng umaga dumating dito si Viray para sa return of warrant. Unang prinoseso ito sa opisina ng Clerk of Court ng 3rd Division. Pagkatapos ikat siya sa sala ng korte para sa mismong return of warrant kasi dito humarap sa return of warrant si Assistant Justice Carl Miranda, siya ang chairperson ng 3rd Division. Sa pagka-arresto ni Viray, lahat na ng mga kapwa ni Senator Dante Marcoleta sa kasong plunder ay arrested na. Samantala, halos isang oras na wala ng korte dito sa Sandigan Bayan, may generator, kaya may ilang ilaw na nakabukas. Pero napilitang mag-recess ang 6th Division kung saan may hearing ang flood control case na kinasasangkutan naman ni dating Congressman Zaldico. Kathy?
Maki, ngayon at dadalhin na sa New Quezon City Jail itong akusado. Meron ba tayong impormasyon kung magkakasama sila? Itong magkakasama sa plunder case?
Ay, can you say that again? Pakiulit, Rafi.
Kung meron lang tayong impormasyon, Maki, kung magkakasama sa selda, itong mga akusado sa New Quezon City Jail, kung sakaling pag dinala na itong pangatlo.
Oo, wala pa tayong information dyan kung nasa isang selda sila. Basta ang alam lang natin, based on the commitment order, lahat ng mga accused dito sa plunder case, katulad ni dating Senator Bong Revilla at pati si Senator Jingoy Estrada, lahat sila ay nandito sa male dormitory sa Payatas. At ang sinasabi nga, sakaling ang bumalik dito sa Sandigan Bayan, dito si Senator Marcoleta, mula dyan sa PNP Hospital, ay ang commitment order din for Senator Marcoleta na nag-aabang sa kanya ay para rin sa Quezon City Male Dormitory. Rafi.
Okay, maraming salamat, Maki Pulido.
Mas magiging exciting pa ang hapon dahil mapapanood ang dalawang bida ng GMA Afternoon Prime Series na Kamao sa Born to Shine. Magtatagpo si Makmak na bida ng Kamao at P-pop girl group na Yumi sa Born to Shine. Surreal moment yan para sa Sparkle Stars si Zephanie at Anton Vinzon. Mapapanood din sa Born to Shine si Therese Mavar na si Jolly naman sa Kamao.
Sobrang naninibago po kami ni Anton kasi first time po namin na bumisita sa isa pang teleserye.
Hindi ko po inaasahan na magkaka-crossover po kami. And sabi ko nga kay Zeph, sana magkaroon rin tayo. And wini-wish niya rin. And ayun, natupad po namin yung nangyari.
Na-surprise ako pero siguro nandun yung mas kinikilig na feeling na makakasama ko pa rin siya sa work, sa show na to.
Speaking of Born to Shine, may panibagong P-pop idols na mag-guest sa series. Yan ang 3-member girl group na G22 na tinaguri ang P-pop Female Alphas. Sila na ang ikatlong P-pop group na nag-guest sa series after ng Vision at BGYO. Ano kaya ang magiging papel nila sa journey ng Yumi? Subaybayan ang Born to Shine 2:30 p.m. sa GMA Afternoon Prime.
Yan ang maiinit na balita ngayong tanghali. Rafi Timo po.
Kasama niyo rin po ako, Aubrey Carampel.
Mga kapuso, tutukan niyo po ang special coverage ng GMA News sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte simula 1:45 ngayong hapon dito sa GTV.
Mapapanood din po yan via live streaming sa GMA News Facebook page at sa YouTube.
Ito po ang GMA News, walang kinikilingan, walang pinoprotektahan. Noon at ngayon, serbisyong totoo.
Ang real-time na balita, mapapanood rin sa GMA News Live Stream.
Aktual na pag-alis si Senador Bato de la Rosa sa Senado ng madaling araw ng May 14.
Para sa taong bayang gutom sa balita.
Kayo ba? Pwede rin na sumama na walang gulo.
The motion is approved by unanimous vote.
Bubusugin namin kayo sa bawat live stream. Kaya mag-subscribe at follow na sa aming YouTube channel, Facebook page. Dahil ang bawat Pilipino may karapatan sa napapanahong balita.
Sa kasaysayan ng bansa, 5 opisyal pa lang ang na-impeach ng House of Representatives. Kapag na-impeach, haharap ang opisyal sa impeachment trial sa Senado. Sa yugtong ito, magsisilbing hukuman ang Senado upang litisin ang kaso batay sa Articles of Impeachment na ipinadala ng Kamara. Ang ilang impeachment proceedings hindi na iwasang mabalot ng tensyon at kontrobersiya. Sa ilang pagkakataon nga, tumaas ang tensyon at nauwi pa sa pag-walk out. Ano nga ba ang ilan sa mga impeachment proceedings na tumatak sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas?
Report of the Committee on Justice to the House on the verified complaint for impeachment against His Excellency President Joseph Ejercito Estrada. In case the verified complaint of the members of the House, the same shall constitute the articles of impeachment and trial by the Senate shall forthwith proceed. Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a point of order.
Halo-halong emosyon ang nakita sa Kamara sa pagbabasa pa lang sa plenaryo ng Articles of Impeachment laban kay dating Pangulong Joseph Estrada. Mayroong mga natuwa at mayroon din namang mga tumutol. Si Estrada ang kauna-unahang presidente ng Pilipinas na na-impeach ng Kamara, kaugnay umano ng kaso ng bribery at korupsyon at natuloy sa Senate impeachment trial. Isa sa pinakamahalagang testigo ng prosecution.
Kasi nakalive siya dyan, nakalive.
Jojo, kaya ako talaga, gusto ko sa puso na. At kikilso, kailangan ko yung ating kikilso.
Tanongin mo siya kung may nag-violate si Mayan.
That I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing, that I'm responding in the hallway, because we want, in fairness to the Senate, they just want everything to be orderly, and I really thank the Senate for helping us with that. No? But as to the question, I think the question is kung darating si VP, has been reported this morning. Yes, I can confirm na darating si Vice President Sara Duterte in a few minutes, but she will only be here for a meeting with the defense team. No, meron kaming napag-usapan na magkikita kami today dito sa holding room ng defense team para mapag-usapan ng ilang bagay-bagay, no? But she will not be attending the hearing or the scheduled hearing this afternoon. She has engagements din po kasi. That's why she's here in Manila, and she will have to proceed to her engagements after our meeting. Sana po klaro po yun sa atin lahat. Gusto rin po niya na ihayag ko yun sa inyo, no? Para malinaw sa lahat kung bakit siya nandito today.
Sir, may chance ba na magpa-interview din siya sa atin?
I don't know. Baka hindi na siguro, because as you know, the defense is very, very mindful pagdating sa rules on impeachment, no? And while of course I presume all of you would like to interview her also, she's here for a very quick meeting with us, and then after she really has to proceed to her other engagements as Vice President. So baka hindi na siguro, and because nga as I mentioned, we're very mindful with talking about the merits of the case, and alam ko naman hindi nyo rin may iwasan na matanong siya doon. I think the defense would rather, no, na yung mga tanong natin, mga briefings natin would be after each trial day na lang siguro. I would always allot at least 10 to 15 minutes after trial date, no matter how late it ends, para naman po mapagbigyan kayo sa mga updates, because I'm sure you'll need that also.
Sir, bakit po important for the Vice President to conduct the meeting here when it could have been done elsewhere?
Because the Vice President has always been the type of person, no, that will adjust to the convenience nung ka-meeting niya. And because the defense, as you know, is here, because meron kaming 2 p.m. hearing, patuloy ang trial natin dito, syempre minarapat na niya na dito na lang kami magkita para nang sa ganun, hindi kami yung ma-inconvenience. You know, yan ang talagang, yan naman talaga ang naging character ng Vice President kahit nung una ko siyang nakatrabaho sa DepEd. She's always very conscious about kung yung convenience ng kausap niya.
Attorney, napanood po ba ni Vice President Sara yung trial kahapon? What was her initial reaction?
Hindi namin napag-usapan kung napanood niya live, o kasi meron din siyang talagang she was into the planning nga talaga yesterday, no, for the incoming super typhoon. She was trying to prepare everything for the response of the OVP at pagbibigay ng serbisyo. But of course, we were giving her updates throughout the day. I was talking to her last night. So wala naman siyang alam naman niya kasi na, I mean, she trusts that we know what we're doing, hindi ba? And first of all, yesterday was just the first day of trial. Kumbaga, preliminary pa lang po tayo. So tingnan na lang natin sa mga susunod na araw. Like today, for example, meron nang i-represent na witness, as I understand it, from the prosecution. So ano lang po, hintayin lang po natin siguro yung mga developments sa trial.
Sir, hindi po ba, of course, ngayon yung second day, the presentation of witnesses, hindi po ba dahil nag-decide na po si BP Sara dahil nga ito yung second day na yung presentation ng witnesses, kaya po siya nag-decide na ngayon na po siya dumating sa Senate at mag-meet po kayo sa inyo?
Hindi po. Ito pong meeting ay napag-usapan na po talaga namin. Scheduled po ito. Nagkaroon lang talaga siya ng time sa kanyang engagements para makausap rin, no, at kumustahin rin ang defense team. But we're in constant communication naman with her, so itong meeting did have to happen on the second day, first day, third day, kasi every day naman po, in-update naman po natin ang ating Vice Presidente. She's very much involved. Sorry, isa-isa lang po.
Sir, what
Isa-isa
is
lang
the
po.
nature of her engagements after that? And how important are they that she couldn't just face the trial after?
Opo. Well, ako naman, I'm not from OVP anymore, so I don't have to answer that. But the thing here is, it's important because it's her duties as the Vice President. No? Ito impeachment, alam naman natin na itong impeachment ay isang bagay na kailangan sagutin at ginagawa naman natin yon. But at the same time, the Vice President has to go on and do her job as a Vice President.
So, hindi niya iniiwasan ng impeachment trial. Dadalo po siya sa tamang panahon. Hindi niya iniiwasan ng impeachment trial.
Yes, hindi po. Kaya nga po kami nandito mga abogado niya. Kung umiwas po kami, baka hindi na kami lumahok dito sa Senado. No? But,
Personal po ba siyang dadalo?
Sumasagot pa
ano po, sir?
Personal po ba siyang dadalo sa impeachment trial?
Ang parati natin sinasabi dyan, sir, is kung kinakailangan, and that will be upon advice of counsel.
Pero wala pang schedule kung dadalo siya.
Wala pa po tayong pinag-uusapan.
Thank you po. Thank you so much po. Salamat.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Wait. Thank you so much po.
Okay, dito pa ganun. Dito kami. One side.
Ron, nakain yung camera mo. Ron. Wala, pakalimit. Si Ron. Opo. Si Ron, kakabal mo kasi nakasama yung arrival. Meron ako. Rafi, narinig mo sa studio, narinig mo. Studio, narinig mo. Studio, narinig mo. Lapit na dyan, studio, camera, Rico, camera, 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 Rico, camera, Rico, camera, Rico, camera, Rico. Camera, Rico, camera, Rico. Nakita mo ko dyan, Rick? Camera, Rico. Okay, may audio ko. May audio ko. Camera ba? Audio 5, 4, 3. 5, 5, 5. 1.
Okay, 5. Ready? Konti lang. Establish lang. Establish. 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 Game. Anytime. Okay na. Roll. Okay. So, ngayon ay nakaantabay tayo dito sa Senate at anytime ay inaasahan natin si Vice President Sara Duterte. Kinonfirm na ng kanyang abogado, yung lead counsel niya, na si Attorney Michael Powa, na indeed ay dadating ang pangalawang Pangulo. Pero sinabi rin ni Vice President Duterte sa ating kapwa reporter na si Marisol Abduraman, nandito lamang siya para makipagpulong sa defense team at baka hindi siya dumalo sa mismong pagdinig ng Senate Impeachment Court na nakaschedule ng alas 2. So sa ngayon ay nakaantabay ang buong pwersa ng GMA News dito sa pagdating ni Vice President Duterte at kanina ay nagpasabi rin itong si Attorney Powa na yung mga nagko-cover ng defense team ay kung maaari ay pumunta sa kanilang holding room para sa isang press conference. So inaasahan natin dito na kapag dumating na itong si Vice President Duterte ay didiretso siya doon sa holding room ng defense dito sa second floor ng Senado at nakaschedule yung press conference ng kanyang kampo. So again, confirmed by Attorney Powa na darating anytime itong si Vice President Duterte. She also confirmed that sa ating reporter na si Marisol Abduraman, and then nakahanda na yung defense team para sa isang press conference. So patuloy nating inaantabayanan ang pagdating ng Pangulo sa ikalawang araw ng Senate impeachment trial.
O daldal lang ako. Ano date lang? Okay, dito na. Ibaba ko ito, kailangan ng video. Ay, ano to? Rico, tingnan ko nito. Pang phone ko. Ha? Tingnan mo nito. Huwag mong itataas yan, ha? Ay, wala. Hi, Vice!
VP, are you attending your trial, ma'am?
Ma'am, are you prepared to slug it out?
VP,
Ma'am, are you prepared to slug it out? Ma'am! Rico, game. Okay na, okay na.
Boss, aapin mo yung ano?
Natin na dumating itong si Vice President Sara Duterte kasama ang kanyang mga abogado. If you can follow, pwede ba tayong pumaklas? Parang hindi na. Okay, so dito tayo. Dumating siya dito kasama ng kanyang mga abogado at sabi nga ni Attorney Powa ay makikipagpulong ang itong si Vice President Duterte sa kanyang mga abogado dito sa Senado mismo. No? So, tinry natin, although bawal yung ambush interview dito sa setup.
Okay. Just two sentences, one sentence, and then no questions. Yeah, I know. Sadly, no? Sad. Siya ang may kasalanan. Sabi niya no questions daw.
Ma'am, overruled.
Yes. So, my statement is, in this bloodbath and bludgeoning, I will be blooded but unbowed. Maraming salamat.
Ma'am, kamusta kayo, ma'am? Ma'am, kamusta kayo, ma'am? Anong comment nyo na optics lang? Ma'am. Medyo nagkakagulo lamang dito sa harap ng defense room to no? So tingnan lang natin. Okay, tingnan natin kasi dapat bawal mag-ambush interview dito, but we'll see kung kaya natin na okay.
Hindi yung gagawin dito.
Sige lang. Doon na tayo. Sa may elevator tayo dito. Oh, so hindi ano no? Okay. Sige, okay. So, tingnan natin kung nagbibigay ng pahayag. Okay, nagkakagulo na. Sandali lang ha. So, hindi makapasok dito sa defense room. I think she came from the press briefing room. Itong si Vice President Duterte. And she's papasok siya na. Okay. So, yung pintuan na nakikita nyo sa kaliwa, yan yung defense holding room. So I think nagkakaroon ng problema sa pagpasok ng itong si Vice President Duterte. Alright, okay, nakapasok na. Okay, I think. Okay, so yun yung nangyari, no? So, okay, hold on. Glenda!
Everyone, balik na tayo kasi nakapasok na si Bibi.
Okay, so yung konting commotion, ang nangyari dyan ay galing sa press briefing room, no? Si Vice President Duterte. Tapos kakanto ka kasi para umasok ka sa holding room. So right now, si Vice President Duterte ay nasa holding room ng defense team at kung saan sabi ng kanyang abogado at mismo ni Vice President ay magpupulong sila sa pangalawang araw ng impeachment trial. Tinanong si Vice kung a-attend siya ng impeachment trial ng alas 2 yung schedule, no? Pero ang sabi niya ay sa meeting lamang siya dadalo. Pero tingnan natin kung hanggang anong oras mananatili itong si Vice President Duterte. But right now, yung nasa kaliwa na nakikita nyo, yun yung defense room na ngayon ay bantay sarado na ng Senate security. So, ganyan ang sitwasyon. May mga kwadra, may mga stanchions, no? Para as much as possible, kung kaya, ay ma-streamline yung mga media na sobrang dami na nakaabang. Okay. So, pasok lang tayo din sa stanchion para tayo So, nasa loob lang yun. Nasa loob lang sila. For the hearing room. Okay tayo? So, wait lang. higpit yung seguridad dito. Today yung schedule no ng impeachment trial ay nasa Article 4 tayo syempre. Yung threats made against the President, the First Lady, and then the House Speaker. So, if matuloy, yung schedule will be dalawang agents ng NBI. We'll see. Si Attorney Rene Co ng prosecution, kanina na-ambush interview siya. Sinabihan siya na darating si Vice today. Sabi niya maganda daw yun para maipaliwanag yung kanyang panig. No? We did try to ask si Vice kung handa siyang makipagbakbakan na hanggang dulo dito sa impeachment trial, but she declined to answer. Kaya dumiretso na siya dun sa press conference. So, ito yung sitwasyon dito. Mahigpit ang seguridad, as understandably so. Dumating siya just a couple of minutes ago. No? Tingnan natin kung hanggang ilang oras or minuto siya dito sa Senate. So this is at the second floor ng Senate, and dito lang yung same din ng session hall for the hearing later. So tingnan muna natin yung sitwasyon dito. Yes. Okay na ako. Okay, so yan muna ang mga pinakahuling sitwasyon, balita dito sa Senate. Dumating si Vice President Duterte para sa isang meeting kasama ang kanyang defense team at hindi pa masabi kung didiretso siya sa pag-attend ng ikalawang araw ng Senate Impeachment Court. Pero ang paunang sabi ng Vice Presidente ay para lamang siya makapagtulong sa kanyang mga abogado dito sa Senado. Alas 2, inaasahan magsisimula ang ikalawang araw ng pagdinig ng Senate Impeachment Court laban sa Vice Presidente. Si Joseph Morong ng GMA News.
Ano na?
Ma'am, kamusta po opening statement?
So, yes. Okay. Okay. Just two sentences, one sentence, and then no questions. Yeah, I know. Sadly, no? Sad. Siya ang may kasalanan. Sabi niya no questions daw.
Ma'am, over.
Yes. So my statement is in this bloodbath and bludgeoning, I will be blooded but unbowed. Maraming salamat.
Ma'am, kamusta kayo, ma'am? Galit siya, kamusta kayo, ma'am? Anong comment nyo na optics lang? Hindi ka ba naibig kanina? She did not this bloodbath and bloodshed, I will be granted. Municipal niya sa Attorney Man. Salamat na. Pero mataas na sila sa salamat. Salamat na tayo. I will not be blood. I will in this bloodbath and bloodshed. In this bloodbath and bloodshed, I will not be. I'll be blood.
Again.
Unbowed.
Unbowed. Again. Bow, as in bowed.
In this bloodbath and bloodshed, I will be bloody.
Ang sabi ng hindi nagdudugo ang ilong, ang inula.
Sorry to my pwede ko one question po.
Oo. Thank you for that wonderful.
Nakita na.
Thank you for that wonderful question.
Nagtulungan sila sa mga.
Dapat mabilis ka na.
Send ko sa'yo, ina-upload ko lang yung video. Hindi ka na-aalas. Diyan ka na.
Yan yung holding area for the defense. Yung 16 na abogado. Yan yung holding area. For counsel, ito yung holding area for the media covering the defense.
Basically the same. Basically the same questions na we raise in investigation sa kanila. Kasi kasama ko sa mga patawag ng doon sa video, doon sa press Glenda.
Basta bahala kayo.
pero sinasabi ng kanyang mga abogado na bahagi po ito ng kanyang legal strategy. So, mga kapuso, nakabang pa rin po tayo rito at magbibigay pa tayo ng mga karagdagang balita. Unti-unti nagsisidatingan na yung mga dadalo sa impeachment trial. So kahapon din po mga kapuso ay sinabi ni Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano, hiniling niya na sana raw ay hilingin sa Sandigan Bayan na padaluhin sa impeachment trial court sina Senador Jinggoy Estrada at Senador Dante Marcoleta. Dahil since nag-judge naman ang, kumbaga nag-desisyon ang presiding judge na gawing 16 o yung threshold for conviction is 16 votes na siyang 2/3 ng 24 senators ay sana raw papuntahin na lang, padaluhin na lang dahil otherwise kung hindi rin naman daw sila makakarating ay parang considered as ma-acquit din daw yung Vice President. May ganito pong pahayag si Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano. Although, ang sabi naman po ni Senator Judge Raffy Tulfo ay mag-monitor na lang daw sa TV. Alright, so marami pa pong mga preliminary legal issues na hindi pa po nare-resolba. At bahagi na po ito ng tatalakayin sa impeachment trial court, no? At again, mga kapuso, sa mga kaka-tune in lang po dito sa ating channel, ay narito na po sa Senado si Vice President Sara Duterte. 12:19 po natin siya nakita dito sa second floor at nagbigay siya ng maikling pahayag. At pagkatapos po nito ay agad siyang dumiretso dito sa Senator Tanyada Room. Alright, so ang situation ngayon mga kapuso ay patuloy pa rin pong nakaabang dito po sa Senator Tanyada Room, ang holding room ng defense, ang mga media dahil nandyan po sa loob ng kwartong yan si Vice President Sara Duterte. At inaabangan po natin kung siya po ay dadalo, haharap ba sa impeachment trial court. Nauna na pong sinabi ng kanyang mga abogado na bahagi ng kanilang legal strategy kung dadalo ba si Vice President Sara Duterte, pero hindi naman po required ang kanyang pagharap daw sa impeachment court sa ngayon. Ito po ay sinabi nila na padadaluhin lang ang Vice President pagkakailanganin na. Pero ngayon, ikalawang araw pa lang po ng impeachment trial ay nakita na po natin na humarap dito si Vice President Sara Duterte. May impormasyon po na nagsabi na hindi po siya dadalo, hindi po siya harap sa mismong impeachment trial. At naririto lamang po siya para makipag-usap, makipag-meeting sa kanyang defense team. So, at yan na nga po ang nangyayari no, sa mga sandali pong ito. Yan po ang ginagawa po ng Vice President sa loob ng kwarto pong ito. Itong holding room ng defense dito sa Tanyada Room. Alright. So, mga kapuso, again, sa araw po na ito, inaasahan pong haharap sa witness stand ang dalawang sinapina na ahente ng NBI. Meron din impormasyon na harap din po ang isa sa mga tauhan ng Office of the Senate Sergeant at Arms. So ngayon po makikita na rin po natin ang talagang pagsisimula na ng trial. Dahil kahapon, bagamat unang araw ng impeachment trial, ay puro procedural matters yung ating nasaksihan. Nakapag halal ng presiding judge, Senator Cheese Escudero, 12-8 ang boto. And other matters like yung contentious BIR box na pagdesisyonan na ibalik muna sa BIR at isasabina na lang kapag kinakailangan. At sabi ng prosekusyon, ipapasabina nila ito. Ang threshold for conviction ay na-desisyonan na rin. 16 votes ang kailangan para ma-convict ang Vice Presidente. At ito ay 2/3 ng 24. Other contentious issues, merong sinasabi ang depensa na hindi po dapat payagan yung mga private prosecutors na sila yung mag-try. Pero ang sinasabi ang sabi ng depensa, nakakalito, it will be chaotic. It will lead to a chaotic proceeding. Pero ang sinasabi naman po ng prosekusyon, kailangan po ito dahil maraming mga complicated na mga issues like public finance, banking, na kailangan daw ng expertise ng mga abogado. So yan lamang ay ilan sa mga hinihintay na mabigyan ng solusyon. Of course, mga kapuso, kahapon nagsimula, so 1 day down, 91 days to go. Dahil ang hiniling ay 92 days for the entire impeachment trial. So patuloy pa rin tayong nakaabang dito. Bantay sarado po ang Senator Tañada room, ang holding room ng Defense Council. Mga defense councils, no? So, ito po, nakikita pa rin po ninyo yung sitwasyon dito sa Senado. Patuloy na nakaabang ang mga media. Alright. So, mga kapuso, magbabalik po tayo dito pa rin sa Senado for additional information. Again, para sa mga kaka-tune in lamang, ang sinabi po ng Vice Presidente, essentially, dito sa impeachment trial na ito, she may be bloodied, but she will remain unbowed. Ayan, mga kapuso, yan po ang pinakasariwang sitwasyon dito pa rin po sa Senado. Mariz Umali, GMA News.
sa ating articles of impeachment.
Kunti-kunti lang, short. Cellphone po, cellphone po.
Ano yung sagot niya sa ibig
Bibigyan, konti lang, bibigyan.
Pero tayo, ang kailangan evidensya. Let's put this back on the back on the
Dagdagan ko lang muna yung sinabi ni Kong Rene, no, na napakahalaga na yung araw na ito dahil ito yung umpisa ng paglalatag ng ating mga ebidensya. Remember, ang trabaho, ang ating prosecution panel's constitutional duty is to present this evidence and make sure that there is clarity, maliwanag ang pagkakalatag nito, pati ang mga witnesses nang sa ganun, makamit natin yung sinasabi nating katotohanan. Yan ang napaka-importante for today's
Today
we subpoenaed already 2 witnesses from the NBI. It was announced yesterday in the court. So ngayon we expect that these 2 gentlemen will appear and deliver their testimony.
The public is not interested in the status quo. The public is interested in her answer to the evidence. So sa atin, gusto natin, she appears at the trial properly, hindi lang mag-consult with the defense, pero harapin yung charges na yun, gaya ng sinabi niya, at syempre, gaya ng hinihingi ng tao ba.
Ganun din ang ating pananaw. Napaka-importante na masagot itong mga allegations.
Cellphone po, cellphone.
Ito na yung pagkakataon. Gaya nga ng sinasabi, matagal na nating hinihintay ito. This has been the issue for the last 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the perfect time and opportunity for our Vice President to respond to these questions para mawala po yung mga haka-haka at yung mga chismis na kumakalat tungkol dito sa mga usapin ng impeachment. Thank you.
May paalala kayo na tayo lang sila.
Asan si Brian?
Ayun na boss, pinakuha ko na yun.
Naka-charger ako. Sasaksak ko muna yung charger dyan.
Like, same daw.
Dali mo yung traffic fire. Doon tayo. Makikigulo tayo dito.
Yan na lang, para hindi, pag lumabas sa space. Okay.
Andre boss.
Ako na.
Ayan. Dito siya. Ito kay Kiro.
Tol, pabukas na ilaw dyan.
Hoy, Rod. Hoy.
Opo.
Painom ka. Hindi ka painom.
Basta kaya.
Sabi ko pa naka-chair sa inyo eh. Sige. Mag-consult pa lang dapat eh kung anong mga...
Ano to? Tatanong lang din kami.
Sir, masyadong maraming tao to. Ano po yun?
Pwede bang idiretso na natin doon sa para lang hindi magulo yung yung video. Pwede bang mag-opening statement? Game na ba? Just game na ba? Mag-game na.
Inaayos lang po yung live saglit. Hingi po tayo ng cue kay Direk. Wait lang. Wait lang po.
Okay.
Game na ba?
Are we good?
Hello, testing. Okay naman. Kung baka po gusto nyo i-test.
Hello?
Okay. Sige, magandang...
Magandang hapon po, July 7, 2026, ikalawang araw na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ako po si PR Kanghel at nakatutok pa rin ang buong puwersa ng GMA News para sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Mga kapuso, nakatakdang mag-press ko ngayon ang House Prosecution Panel at sisilipin po natin ang nagaganap doon ngayon live.
Former Representative Ace Barbers na advisor and spokesperson din po sa House Panel of Prosecutors. Maikling update lang. Today ay araw ng ebidensya. Kung kahapon ay merong mga preliminaries na inayos ng dalawang panig, ngayong araw ang unang pagbabaybay natin ng mga witnesses, testimonies, and evidence for the articles of impeachment, and in particular the fourth article of impeachment, which is about the threats of VP Sara of death, of assassination to high-ranking government officials, no, and their families, so the President, the Speaker or former Speaker, and the First Lady. So for us today, it is a time to strike a blow against impunity. Hindi natin hahayaang manggaling ang ganitong kultura, lalo na sa namumuno sa ating bansa. Threats to kill are not covered by the freedom of expression. This freedom is limited where the rights of others are threatened. Kaya hindi po valid exercise of freedom of expression ang threats sa right to life. We'd just like to clarify that. And the culture of impunity has no place in governance. We must not let it go unchecked by delaying the impeachment trial further. And VP Sara's threats to assassinate are unprecedented not only in our history, but in the status of governments in the world today. It must not be normalized. Kahit pa at lalong-lalo kung sa simpleng mamamayan itong nakadirekta, dapat may accountability si VP Sara. And the bottom line is that the VP is an elected and accountable official, wala sa job description, ang mag-joke sa harap ng mga journalists na magpapatay ng tao. Hindi ito ang gusto nating ituro sa ating kabataan. So I now pass the mic for Ace Barbers, Kong Ace Barbers, for his statement.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Magandang hapon po at magandang tanghali pala sa ating mga kaibigan sa media at sa lahat po ng mga kababayan nating nanonood. Tama ang sinabi ni Attorney Rene that today is the day of the evidence. No? Papakita dito ang ating ebidensya na matagal na po nating hinihintay. Dito siguro magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na makita ng ating taong bayan kung ano ang kahalagahan nung grave threats na nangyari dito na ginawa ng ating pangalawang Pangulo. I am also in support of the statement made by Congresswoman Rene na ang paglalatag po ng ebidensya ay isang napaka-importante at napakahalagang aspeto ng ating paglilitis. At dito dapat nakasubaybay ang ating mga kababayan dahil ito pong paglalatag ng mga ebidensya at paghahanay ng ating mga witnesses ay paraan para mapatunayan o maipalabas natin ang katotohanan sa likod ng usapin ng grave threats o itong sinasabi nating betrayal of public trust. Napakahalaga na makilahok ang ating mga kababayan sa pamamagitan ng pagnood at pag-participate in all social media platforms tungkol dito sa usaping ito. And we encourage everybody, lahat ng ating mga kababayan na kung maaari ay kayo po ay magpahayag ng inyong opinion after nating makita ang ebidensyang ilalatag ng prosecution.
To the two spokespersons, your reaction to Vice President Duterte's statement earlier that in this bloodbath and bloodshedding, she will be bloody but unbound.
So si Congresswoman Rene has a good point that she raised earlier.
So the public is not interested in that status update. The public is interested in evidence. The public is interested in her answers to the long-standing questions 2 years nang tinatanong ng taong bayan. Sana po, inaasahan din natin na andito po si VP Sara Duterte para po sagutin ang mga tanong na ito, humarap sa paglilitis, sa hearing mamaya, at kasama din po noon, hindi na po ma-confuse yung publiko doon sa matagal na nating tinatanong kay VP Sara. And siguro sa akin, we heard that she will be here to confer with her team today. We just like to say that judging by the performance of the defense team yesterday, I too would like to confer with my team. So we'll see kung ano pong maging results ng consultation today. But the House has been long ready para depensahan at i-argue yung mga articles of impeachment.
Yeah, dagdagan ko lang na yung attendance of the Vice President is not accountability. Hindi po ito yung ang accountability po ay lalabas kapag nasagot itong mga aligasyon na o mga paratang na isinaad dun sa ating articles of impeachment. And this is, again, I'd like to emphasize that this is the perfect time for the Vice President to answer all these allegations. This is the perfect timing and the perfect forum for all these issues to be answered.
Siguro, dagdag ko na lang, though we missed her yesterday, we hope and we're still opening to VP Sara that she is here every day for the rest of the trial until matapos po yung hearing dates.
Hello. Sir, question po. Sorry. Sir, may, on the statement lang po of the Vice President, she mentioned about being bloodied and that being unbound at the end of this. Do you see her as the victim in this process?
I think that phrase was taken from the Invictus, kung di ako nagkakamali, And of course, it's her right to issue that kind of a statement. Perhaps that's the way she feels, Pero again, it will not be an answer to all the allegations being thrown at her. So ngayon, ang pagkakataon, pag nandyan ang ebidensya, tingnan ang ebidensya, suriin ang ebidensya, pakinggan natin itong ebidensya at dyan ho ang magiging basihan ng ating mga hukom o ng ating mga senator judges pagdating ng panahon.
Dadagdag lang din po. Para po malinaw, ang biktima dito ay ang taong bayan.
Ang biktima ay ang mga hindi nabigyan ng sapat na serbisyo, sana nabigyan ng mas maraming classrooms, ng scholarships, ng serbisyong pang-edukasyon, o kaya naman pang-kalusugan, na sana napunta doon ang pera, but instead it went to the confidential and intelligence funds. Up until now, hindi pa rin nasasagot kung nasaan siya. Up until now, hindi natin na-account for kung bakit may unexplained wealth in the billions na lumabas-pasok sa accounts ni VP Sara. And we're here today and magpo-proceed to hanggang matapos para malaman at syempre magbigay hustisya sa mga biktima na ang taong bayan. So, bagamat yun, mas nasa tail end pa ng procedures, no, or sa yung unexplained wealth today, ang gusto natin maharap, wala na pong kultura ng karahasan dapat sa pamamahala.
Yung follow-up lang regarding to sa sinabi mo na kung ikaw rin si VP Sara, gusto rin mong kausapin ng mga abogado na dahil sa performance kahapon, tingin mo palpak yung performance kahapon ng mga abogado? Or parang natalo sila dun sa araw na yun?
Two things ang nanote natin sa opening statement ng defense. One, wala pong full stop claim that VP Sara is innocent. Yun ang hinahanap natin sa kahit anong opening statement ng ating defense. No? At ikalawa, hindi rin po in-address yung article of impeachment on the death threats. Na yun po ang sasalang today. So, sa atin na unang sasalang yung napakabigat na press conference na yon, glaring na pagkukulang yung naging opening statement ng defense, and baka nga wise for VP Sara to confer with the defense team today on that matter. Ma'am, you said ang biktima dito ay taong bayan. Bali, are you saying na napapabiktima? Again?
Sabi niyo kasi kanina, ang biktima rito ay yung taong bayan. So, dun sa statement niya po ba, are you saying na parang nagpapabiktima po sila?
To clarify, ang sinabi po ni Kong Ace ay it could be a reference to the Invictus. But sa atin, in response to the question, kung meron mang biktima dito sa sitwasyon, ito po ay ang mamamayan na hanggang ngayon ay nagtatanong kung nasan yung pera na ginasta sa confidential and intelligence funds at parang ginost. Kasi it's been years and up until now, we don't have a response. We hope that this trial is the avenue for that response.
It appears na pag-meet lang si VP sa kanyang counsel, pero hindi po siya dadalo sa dadalo sa trial. Ano po yung may imply nito, especially kung ang gagawin po niya, kunwari lang pupunta po siya dito, lagi, pero hindi siya dadalo sa trial but to meet with her counsel?
Well, bilang counsel ng ating pangalawang Pangulo, karapatan niya na pasyalan, kausapin, kamustahin, at of course, moral booster din no, sa kanyang team. But that will not answer any of the allegations being thrown at her. Ang importante nga, kaya nga nakafocus tayo ngayong araw na ito, itong day 2 ay trial na mismo na kung saan ay meron na pong mga testimonya na manggagaling sa ating mga witnesses. And this is very important kasi dito na ho nag-uumpisa yung pagpapalabas ng katotohanan. And there will be a series of witnesses that will come out and substantiate yung claims doon sa nakasaad o nakasulat dito sa articles of impeachment na ito. Itong article number 4, no? Number 4. So, yes, karapatan po niya yan. Gaya din po ng ating prosecution panel na maya't maya ay kinakausap natin at binibigyan natin ng moral booster nang sa ganun maging inspired din sila, no? And this is now getting to be inspirational, so to speak, no? Nakikita natin yung ating dalawang panig, no? Ay talagang nag-aaral, pinaghahandaan, at ang maganda nito doon na nagtatagisan ng kanilang mga talino pagdating na ng trial. That's why one big major development from yesterday is the fact that umpisa na ang trial. Natuloy ang paglilitis. Yun ang pinaka-importante.
Siguro dagdag ko lang din po. Baka mabitin yung mamamayan na makita araw-araw si VP na dumadalo pero hindi po makita siya during the trial proper.
But nonetheless, that is her right. And what matters right now is the evidence. And we'd like continuously na matanong, asan po ba yung counter-evidence, asan po yung counter-narrative ni VP Sara doon sa articles of impeachment. Yun po kasi yung finlag natin, nakita natin na kulang doon sa pre-trial submissions or even yung petitions at the Supreme Court level from VP Sara. No? Continuously, it is about technicalities and not the evidence. Para sa atin, kailangan po ng mamamayan marinig ang ebidensya, makita ito, at pati na rin ang sagot, ang depensa ni VP beyond technicalities. So yun po yung makakapagbigay kapayapaan sa ating lahat, makakapagbigay closure para po hindi na hanging question sa atin kung saan napunta yung pera na to, and even kung ano pong pamumuno at klase ng pamumuno yung may pananakot sa ibang tao.
Last question na lang po. Today, in-expect po ba na uulit-ulitin yung video na nag-viral nga po na yung kanyang di umano'y pagbabanta sa Pangulo? And tingin niyo po ba mas makabubuti, total nandito na rin po si VP Sara, kung siya na po mismo yung magpaliwanag ng video po na yun, at ba't niyo po nasabi yan?
The video must be shown so that it can be established to be part of the record of the impeachment trial process. So kung ano man po yung kailangang ipakita para ma-admit siya into evidence, yun po yung gagawin ng impeachment court and yung dalawang panig ngayong araw. So gusto rin natin marinig yung testimony ng NBI agents na kung babasahin lang natin sa House Committee on Justice, can testify as to the authenticity of that video. So yun po yung kailangan nating makita, ano yung pag-authenticate nito, and of course, anong ibig sabihin nito sa articles of impeachment at yung arguments doon.
Itong impeachment process na ito is not about a personality. It's not even about the Vice President. It is about the constitutional process and the accountability mechanism na nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. Ito ay dapat mapaliwanag, maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. Na hindi ito politika. Wala pong politika dito. This is just the process where the Constitution mandates the lower house to initiate the impeachment process and mandates the Senate to render a judgment after a trial. So ito ay nakita natin buhay na buhay, nakikita natin na gumagana itong prosesong ito na nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. Kaya dapat tayo ay maging participant sa success nitong prosesong ito.
Sir, good afternoon. Ann Soberano po of Bombo Radio. Sir, sinasabi kanina na posibleng ilabas yung video na nagbabanta si VP Sara. Today po ba haharap sa impeachment court ang dalawang agent ng NBI?
Yung video na to, which is not only public record but easily accessible to the net, nonetheless ay kailangang baybayin para mapasok sa record ng impeachment court. So maaasahan siguro natin na makita yung ilang bahagi nito o kung ano mang kailangan ng impeachment court para ma-admit ito into evidence. So meron din tayong ino-observe as per the rules of the Senate Impeachment Court na may one witness per day. So bagamat may dalawang nasabpina na, isa lang po yung sasalang today, maasahan natin na yung isa pa ay sasalang bukas.
Sila rin ang magpapatunay na itong mga videos na ino-offer as evidence dito sa impeachment court ay hindi spliced, hindi manipulated, wala hong technical na ginawa o pagmamaniubra dito sa ebidensyang ito. And this is very material kasi itong video ito ay nagpapakita na merong ginawang threats, merong ginawang binitawan na mga salita na hindi karapat-dapat, that is also a violation of our certain laws. So ito ang isa sa mga ebidensyang tinutulak ng prosecution panel.
Sir, for the record, ilang witnesses po ang ipipresenta ngayong araw ng prosecution? Well, supposedly one, dahil nga po sa one witness per day rule. Pero kung babalikan natin bukas, may dalawa ng nasampina. Inaasahan natin na sila po yung unang sasalang this Tuesday, today, and Wednesday. At siguro abangan na lang po natin yung trial mismo para po makita kung sino yung sasalang today.
Tsaka dagdagan ko lang din na dalawa itong sinampina today, no? Kung meron naman sigurong oras, no? After matapos yung isa, with of course the permission of the court, kung papayagan na meron pang isa na pwedeng maisalang as a witness, siguro palagay ko magiging flexible naman. I hope, no? I hope that they become flexible if there will be enough time, no, to present this other witness. Kasi isang nga lang po ang napayagan.
Okay, on that note, thank you very much. Meron pang schedule si Kong Rene. Pasensya na muna.
Okay, good na po. Thank you.
Mga kapuso, yan po ang isinagawang press conference ng House Prosecution Panel kung saan iginiit po nila na ngayong araw na ito ay ang una nilang ipipresenta ay unang tatalakayin ay ang Article 4 sa impeachment trial. Ito po yung tumatalakay sa grave threat at ito po yung sinasabi nila na ang inaasahan nila ay magkakaroon sila ng testigo para patotohanan ang video na inilabas noon ni Vice President Sara Duterte kung saan siya po ay naglabas ng babala at nagsabing gusto niya sana papatayin, no, ang Pangulo, First Lady at Sinoy House Speaker Martin Romualdez at sinabi niyang may kinontrata siyang papatayin sila kung siya daw ay papatayin. So yan po ang iginiit nila. Sabi rin po nila na ang hiling po nila, no, sana ay talagang busisiin ang ebidensyang kanilang ipipresenta sa araw na ito at yun ang kanilang inaasahan. At umaasa rin sila na papasok mismo at mag-a-appear, no, sa impeachment court si Vice President Sara Duterte na kanina po ay dumating, no, sa Senado at nagbigay ng isang pahayag lamang sa kanyang sa mga mamamahayag na nakaabang sa kanya. At pasado alas 12 po yan ng tanghali nang dumating siya sa Senado. Si Vice President Sara Duterte ay dumating at naroon daw para makipagpulong sa kanyang mga abogado. Ayon kay Attorney Michael Poa, na miyembro ng defense team ng Vice Presidente, matagal nang nakatakda ang pulong. Pero hindi raw dadalo ang Vice Presidente sa impeachment trial ngayong araw. Nagbigay ng pahayag si Vice President Duterte pero hindi na sumagot ng mga tanong sa payo ng kanyang mga abogado. Pakinggan po natin.
My statement is, in this bloodbath and bludgeoning, I will be blooded but unbowed. Maraming salamat.
At ngayon po makibalita tayo kay Joseph Moro mula sa Senado. Joseph, magandang hapon sa iyo.
Hi Pia, Day 2 tayo ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte at nandito pa rin tayo sa hallway sa labas lamang ng defense team na kwarto. Okay, so just as an outlook advancer, kinonfirm nitong si prosecutor congressman at saka lead advisor ng prosecution team na si Congressman Ace Robert Barbers na dalawang testigo galing sa National Bureau of Investigation ang ihaharap nila sa ikalawang araw ng pagdinig ng Senate Impeachment Court sa impeachment laban kay Vice President Duterte. Ito ay sila Attorney Jeremy Lotok, Regional Director ng NBI, at si John Mark Kalilong, Senior Agent ng National Bureau of Investigation. Expected na sila yung testigo ng prosecution tungkol dun sa video ng press conference itong si Vice President Duterte noong November 23, 2024 kung saan sinabi allegedly ng pangalawang Pangulo yung kanyang pagbabanta laban sa Pangulo, sa First Lady at kay dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Kung kakayanin, yung pangatlong witness ng prosecution ay itong si Captain Belinda Bello, Executive Director, Legislative Security Bureau. So ang kailangan nating abangan, Pia, Article 4, yan yung assassination threat at saka inciting to sedition against the government. So
kung ang pagbabasehan natin ay yung naging articles of impeachment, ang sinasabi ng prosecution dyan ay may pattern itong si Vice President Duterte ng pananalita laban sa Pangulo at sa gobyerno. At kahapon ang sabi nitong si lead prosecutor Jervil Luistro, yung Article 4 strikes at the heart of constitutional order kasi ay tinitira yung head of government na itong si President Bongbong Marcos. Pero ang tugon naman ng kampo ni Vice President Duterte sa kanilang answer na isinumite sa Senate Impeachment Court, yan po ay freedom of expression lamang. Yan ay constitutional right ni Vice President Duterte para magpahayag ng kanyang disgusto sa pagpapalakad ng Marcos administration. Ayon din sa answer niya sa Senate Impeachment Court, wala namang napatunayan, walang pruweba ang prosecution na nagkontrata nga o nangontrata nga si Vice President Duterte ng isang assassin para laban kay Pangulong Marcos at dalawang iba pa. So yan yung focus, magpipresenta yung prosecution and then magkakaroon ng pagkakataon, Pia, as you know, na magkaroon ng cross-examination itong defense para naman matest yung credibility ng testigo. So I think yung prosecution naghahanda na sila dito, nasa kaliwa lang natin siya. So Pia, outlook natin, Article 4, 2 witnesses, NBI, kung kakayanin, kung mabilis lang, baka magtatlo tayo, but that's our outlook. Just on the comment nitong si lead prosecutor Jervil Luistro, kasi sinabi ni Vice President Duterte dito na bagaman nandito siya sa Senate para makipagpulong sa kanyang mga abogado, ay hindi siya a-attend sa ikalawang araw. Ang tugon dyan nitong si Congressman Luistro ay constitutional duty niya na humarap dito sa Senate Impeachment Court. Bagaman, prerogative and according to the hearing yesterday, pinapayagan naman ng rules ng mga counsel na lamang ng Vice Presidente ang humarap on her behalf. But doon sa interview natin kay Attorney Pawa kahapon, depende sa magiging daloy ng pagdinig sa mga susunod na araw. Kung kailangang ilabas itong si Vice President Duterte sa trial, ay pwede nilang abusuhan, pero depende pa rin yan sa kanyang magiging desisyon, Pia.
Joseph, so sa mga sandaling ito ba, si Vice President Sara Duterte ay nariyan pa rin sa Senado at alam ba natin kung siya ba ay magmo-monitor ng proceedings from the Senate itself?
Okay, may bine-verify pa lang tayo na impormasyon na maaaring nakalabas na itong si Vice President Duterte, but we're waiting for official sources kung kumpirmado nga na... Sir, nakalabas na? Okay. So sinabi ng OSAA na nakalabas na itong si Vice President Duterte dito sa defense room. No? So wala na siya dito sa Senate kasi mag-alas 2 na rin naman. No? So kailangan maghanda ng defense panel para sa pagpasok sa Senate Impeachment Court. What's your second question? I can't quite remember it.
Actually, yun pa lang yung tanong ko, no, kung magmo-monitor siya sana from the Senate, but sabi mo nga, nakalabas na siya ng Senate. Pero, may
monitor.
isa pa. Oo. Pero Joseph, panghuli na lang, pahabol na lang. Kasi kahapon parang hindi pa malinaw, no, kung dalawang miyembro ba ng depensa ang papayagan for cross-examination. Mas malinaw na ba ngayon? Alam na ba natin kung ilan sa kanila ang pwedeng mag-cross-examine?
Kahapon ang pinag-usapan ay kasi may issue naman kasi dyan, Pia, ay yung public prosecutor at saka private prosecutor, no? So parang ang issue dyan is sino bang magli-lead ng presentation. So dapat public prosecutor yan kasi sila naman yung nag-ain. And yung private prosecutors are there only to advise and to help administratively. So ang napag-usapan kahapon, ang lead would be on the side of the prosecution, dapat public prosecutor. Ang magsasalita, makikita natin magsasalita, maglalawas ng ebidensya, assist na lang yung private prosecutor. On the part of the defense, Pia, hindi naman nagkaroon, sa mga na-cover natin na impeachment, ang kailangan mo lang naman dyan, isang lead na defense lawyer. Dati nun kay si Justice Cuevas, no? At meron lang mga lalapit doon sa testigo para magbigay ng mga documents. But basically, isa lang yung nag-lead on the part of the defense sa cross-examination. Hindi pwedeng lahat na lang ay nagtatanong doon sa testigo, halimbawa ng prosecution, kasi medyo magulo yun. So isang lead for both prosecution
and defense. Pia.
Alright, Joseph, maraming salamat sa iyo, Joseph Morong. At ngayon po kuha tayo ng update mula naman kay Tina Panganiban Perez. Tina, anong latest?
Yes, Pia, may pasaring ang isa sa mga miyembro ng House Prosecution Panel kay Vice President Sara Duterte sa sinabi ng bise na sa bloodbath at bludgeoning na parating, siya ay magiging bloodied o duguan pero unbowed o mananatiling matatag. Sabi ni House Impeachment Prosecutor Representative Terry Ridon, sa bise, welcome to the bloodbath. Pero hindi raw pwedeng idaan sa proxy ang bloodbath. Kailangan daw dumalo sa impeachment trial ang bise at harapin ang katotohanan. Yan din ang sinabi ni na impeachment spokespersons Representative Reneco at dating Representative Robert A. Barbers. Ibaan nila ang pagpunta sa Senado para makipagpulong sa abogado na siyang pakay ng bise sa pagharap sa impeachment trial. Sana raw humarap sa impeachment court ang bise para sagutin ang mga alegasyon dahil ito ang hinihintay ng taong bayan. Kung si raw, si VP Duterte, talagang makikipagpulong daw siya sa kanyang defense team dahil kahapon sa opening statement ng Lead Defense Counsel na si Attorney Sheila Sison, wala raw pahayag na inosente o walang sala ang bise sa mga alegasyon. Sabi ni Ko, handa raw ang prosekusyon na simula ng pagpresenta ng ebidensya mamaya para sa article of impeachment tungkol sa banta ng bise kina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Marcos at dating Speaker Martin Romualdez. Inaasahang ipapakitaan niya ang viral video ng bise. Dalawa ang pinasabpina ng House Prosecution Panel para i-authenticate ang video pero hindi dinetalya ni Ko kung sino sa kanila ang ihaharap base sa one witness per day rule. Pia?
Tina, ikinagulat ba ng prosekusyon ang pagdating ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa Senado?
Well, wala silang impormasyon na dadating ang bise at pero parang hindi naman ganun kagulat, Pia, no? Nag-react lang sila na kung pupunta dito yung vice-presidente para makipagpulong sa kanyang abogado, sana idiretso na niya sa pagharap sa impeachment court mamayang hapon, Pia.
Alright, Tina, alam naman natin no, na syempre ngayong araw ay ang unang pagsalang ng mga testigo. So maraming inaasahan na argumentong ipipresenta at alam rin natin yung interes ng publiko. Yung tanong ko sa iyo sana, Tina, is kasi alam natin na yung mga miyembro ng pribadong sektor, no, yung publiko, maaari ring manood ng live from the gallery via QR code. Meron ko bang nakikita, Tina, na yung mga talagang nag-request na manood mula mismo sa gallery?
Pia, malayo kasi yung pwesto natin doon sa session hall, doon gagawin, o doon po pwesto yung mga manonood sa impeachment trial mamaya. Pero tama ka, bago kasi makapasok dito sa Senado, kahit tayong mga magko-cover, kailangan din tayong kumuha ng ating sariling QR code mula rito sa Senate bilang bahagi nung napakahigpit na seguridad na kanilang ipinatutupad. May mga slots naman para sa mga ordinaryong mamamayan na Pia, pero napakalimitado lang nito. Hindi natin matiyak kung ilan yung slots for today, pero bago papasukin yung mga manonood sa gallery na ordinaryong mamamayan, kailangan ipakita nila na meron silang QR code na ibinigay ng Senado matapos silang mag-register. Pia.
Alright, at Tina, panghuli na lamang, no, kahapon doon sa appearances ng House Prosecution Panel, 14 sa 15 ang nakapag-appear before the impeachment court, before the senator judges. Ngayong araw ba, 15 na silang darating sa mismong paglilitis?
Ang sabi ni impeachment prosecutor Bel Zamora kanina, magkikita-kita sila sa labas ng Senado at sabay-sabay daw silang lahat na darating ngayong hapon. So antabayan na natin kung kumpleto na sila mamaya, Pia.
Alright, maraming salamat, Tina Panganiban Perez. At mga kapuso, kasama rin po natin via Zoom si Attorney Michael Tiu Jr., Assistant Professor ng UP College of Law. Attorney, magandang hapon po. Si Pia Arcangel po ito. Alright. Attorney, well, it's very nice to have you po dito sa aming special coverage ng the Vice President on Trial. Ang unang tanong ko po ay pinagdebatihan po kasi kahapon yung paghalal ng presiding officer at eventually ang kanilang na-elect ay si Senator Cheese Escudero. Sa tingin niyo po ba, magkakaroon to ng epekto eventually? Kasi yun yung naging babala ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano at ni Senator Pia Cayetano kahapon na parang kung hindi natin to ayusin sa umpisa, baka maging problema ito in the future.
Yes, so I think nasettle siya kahapon ng presiding officer, no? So I think important na ginawa yun kahapon because I think important na ginawa siya kahapon because it is in fact a threshold issue. Pero based on the decision of the Senate President and the body who voted for it, I think naman ay clear na na-settle siya. Although of course without prejudice doon sa Supreme Court na decision if they go.
At nagpahayag rin si Presiding Officer Senator Chis Escudero na, well, I mean, ang dami niya kasing nilatag na right away, di ba? Parang umpisa pa lang, sinabi na niya, 2/3 ang kailangang numero para sa conviction at yung sabi niya 16. So 2/3 of 24 is what he's saying. So ang sabi niya, that's 16. And if anybody would like to oppose this, that they can seek judicial relief. At tingin niyo po ba, aabot po ito dun sa punto na parang questionin itong bilang na 16?
Yes, so I think tama naman na desisyon yun, no, na kailangan yung threshold ay clear at actually the constitution itself is clear na 16 kasi it's the base is all its members, no, so it can still become an issue if somebody goes to the Supreme Court, but as of yesterday we heard na wala namang pag-aaway, wala namang pagtatalo tungkol doon sa issue na iyon, and so I think nagtugma yung position ng majority o ng minority, which in this case dapat wala nang ganon, no? Wala nang majority versus minority, but in this case hindi sila nagdi-dispute na 16 yung threshold.
Isa rin kasi dun sa mga, well, I mean, because nga the reason na umabot sa ganitong usapin dahil mayroong 3 senador sa ngayon na hindi makadalo. Una, si Senator Bato de la Rosa, na ngayon hindi alam, no, kung nasaan si Senator Bato de la Rosa dahil may inilabas na ICC warrant para sa kanya. Well, si Senator Jinggoy Estrada, nakakulong. Si Senator Rodante Marcoleta nakakulong. Si Senator Jinggoy suspended, pero si Senator Rodante Marcoleta wala pa namang ganung suspension order. So, tingin niyo po ba maaaring padaluhin sina Senator Jinggoy at Senator Rodante Marcoleta?
Yes, so they have to ask for the court for permission, no? Kasi ang kustodiya ngayon ng 2 senador na iyon ay yung Sandigan Bayan na. So I think kailangan magpaalam sa korte kasi wala na sa control ng Senado yan. I think ang narinig natin kahapon is ang Senator Judge Alan Cayetano wanted the Senate to support that, or wanted the court, the impeachment court, to support the attendance of those 2 members kasi hihinga nila yan sa Sandigan Bayan. And so I think mas may bigat kasi yun kapag ang impeachment court mismo ang humingi ng permiso, no? But at the end of the day, it's still going to be the Sandigan Bayan who will grant that request.
But let's say nga na pinayagan silang dumalo, hindi ibig sabihin nun agad-agad na pwede silang makilahok, mag-participate as voting senator judges?
Yes, if i-allow ng Sandigan Bayan that they will attend, they can participate as is their prerogative as sitting members of the Senate and therefore as senator judges. If I remember right, nakapag-oath na din at least si Senator Marcoleta at the time na in-administer yung oath. So they should be able to participate. That is if payagan nga sila na dumalo ng Sandigan Bayan. And it can have various considerations including ano ba yung risks na payagan ng Sandigan Bayan na dumalo ang 2 na iyon.
Kahapon rin po kasi nagkaroon ng motion yung prosecution. Ang gusto nila sana basahin yung articles of impeachment, pati na rin yung pagpasok ng plea ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Pero hindi naman ito kinatigan ng impeachment court. Bakit po ba kailangan basahin? I mean, what is the rationale behind requesting that all the articles of impeachment be read in court? Gayong sinabi nga, kasi yung naging ruling hindi na kailangan basahin kasi naisumitin na ito in writing. So ano po ba yung dahilan kung bakit hinihiling na basahin pa ito sa korte?
I think on the part of the prosecution, gusto lang nila na isa-isahin muna kung ano ba yung charge kasi nag-opening statement sila, so inilahad nila yung mga charges at yung naratibo kung bakit according to the prosecution, at least they're the same book but different chapters of the same book. So I think gusto ng prosecution paalalahanan ang publiko kasama na din ng korte kung ano ba yung sakdal, ano ba yung articles of impeachment laban sa Vice President, at kung ano ba yung plea, no? Kung sasabihin ba niya na not guilty doon sa mga articles na yon. And manonotice natin na in fact sa opening statement ng depensa, walang statement na ganon, no? Walang hindi guilty si Vice President son sa articles, which is right because ang sinasabi naman nila ay presumed innocent ang Vice President. Pero I think on the part of the prosecutor, gusto nila marinig ng taong bayan, ano ba yung kanyang sagot, diretsang sagot doon sa articles of impeachment. And in that case, sabi naman ng impeachment court, ay na-inform naman na si Vice President at nakapagsagot na siya through the written answer. So hindi na kailangan. Pero I think for the prosecution, importante kasi na marinig ng taong bayan at ng korte, ano ba yung spesipikong sagot niya sa bawat article.
Alright. Maraming salamat po, Attorney Michael Tew Jr., Assistant Professor ng UP College of Law. Ngayon naman po mga kapuso, silipin po natin ang iba pang nangyari sa loob mismo ng Senado at naroon ang ating kasamang si Sandra Aguinaldo. Sandra?
Yes, Pia, dito nga sa Senado ay inaantabayan na natin yung pagsisimula ng impeachment trial day 2 at alas 2 nga po yan ng hapon. Pero ngayon po ay nagsisidatingan na yung mga senador dito sa gusali ng Senado. Pero ang ilan po sa kanila ay dumadaan muna sa kanilang mga opisina. At maasahan natin na impunto na naman gaya kahapon ay papasok na sila dito sa session hall ng Senado. Ang isa po sa nangyari ngayong araw na ito ay yung pagsasauli po ng Senado nitong green box na selyado na naglalaman po ng tax records ni Vice President Sara Duterte at kanyang mister na si Attorney Mans Carpio. Kung inyo pong matatandaan, itong kahon na naririto ay dinala ng BIR sa pagdinig ng House Committee on Justice sa Kamara, pero selyado ito at confidential daw po ang laban at ito po ay nagdesisyon ang Senado na ipabalik na ito sa BIR dahil wala pa naman daw utos ang korte na i-turn over ito at pwede naman daw itong isabpina kung kakailanganin. Isinakay po ito, Pia, kanina sa isang van at meron pa itong escort na isang motorcycle riding police papunta nga po sa Bureau of Internal Revenue. Yan muna, Pia, ang pinakahuling ulat mula dito sa Senado.
Sandra, kahapon, napag-usapan rin namin kanina ni Attorney Michael Tew habang tayo ay naririto sa ating special coverage. Napag-usapan yung hiling ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, ni Senator Robin Padilla na padaluhin sina Senator Dante Marcoleta at Senator Jingoy Estrada. Kahapon sabi ni Senator Chis Escudero na siyang presiding officer, pwede itong pag-usapan. So, meron bang update kung hihilingin nga ba nila formally mula sa Sandigan Bayan na padaluhin ang kanilang mga kapwa senador?
Pia, sa ngayon wala pa tayo yung update kaugnay dyan dahil ang nangyayari ngayon ay hindi nagpapaunlak ng panayam itong ating mga senator judges. Ilang mga staff nga yung nakakausap na natin dahil tayo humihiling ng panayam sa kanila, pero ang so far ang naririnig nating kasagutan ay ayaw nila na magpa-interview dahil nga daw sa ngayon sila ay senator judge at ayaw nilang makita or magkaroon ng impression ng publiko na meron silang kinikilingan. Sa ngayon, Pia, mag-aantabay tayo dun sa update sa bagay na yan. Pia?
Pero Sandra, ang expectation ba natin dito ay ipagpapatuloy ang diskusyon na yan sa mismong impeachment court o pwede nila itong pag-usapan sa isang caucus?
Pia, sa ngayon ang nangyayari ay walang caucus na nabalitaan tayo ngayong araw na ito. Kaya inaasahan din natin na maaring ma-bring up yan anytime sa pag-usad nitong impeachment trial ngayong araw na ito. Pia?
Alright, maraming salamat, Sandra Aguinaldo. At mga kapuso, nagpapatuloy po ang special coverage ng GMA News dito nga po sa trial o paglilitis ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ito po ang ikalawang araw ng kanyang paglilitis. Ang inaasahan po natin ngayong araw na ito, magpipresenta na ang prosekusyon ng kanilang mga argumento. Una na ritong tatalakayin, gaya po na nabanggit kanina na ating mga kasamahan, ang Article 4. Ito po yung sinasabing grave threat, yung pong inciting to sedition na kanilang sinasabing ginawa ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Kahapon po, ipinaliwanag po ng prosekusyon na kaya po nila ito inuna dahil ito raw ang pinakamadaling maintindihan. No? At ito rin ang nila simple pagdating sa pagpresenta ng ebidensya dahil mayroon nga raw silang video. Yan po yung nakita po natin kanina. Una po itong ipinalabas nung nakaraang taon, no? Nung nagsabi nga po si Vice President Sara Duterte na kung siya raw ay papatayin ay nagkontrata na raw siya o nangontrata na raw siya na isang papatay kay Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos at noong House Speaker Martin Romualdez. So ang balak ngayong gawin ng prosekusyon base sa mga kanilang naging naunang pahayag ay magpresenta ng mga testigo mula sa NBI para sabihin na lehitimo ang video na ipinilabas. Siyempre ang naging sagot dito noon ng kampo ni Vice President Sara Duterte, kanilang sinabi na po sa kanilang formal answer na ibinigay sa impeachment court na hindi naman nagkaroon ng ebidensya ang prosekusyon na totoong nangontrata si Vice President Sara Duterte ng isang anilay hitman. So ito po ang aabangan natin sa araw na ito. 3 testigo ang kanilang inihanda para sa araw nito kung aabot po based on the given time, kung maaari at aabot. 3 witness ang inaasahan natin. Jeremy Lotok na Regional Director sa NBI, John Mark Calilong, Senior Agent ng NBI, at si Captain Belinda Bello ng Legislative Division. So sila po yung inaasahan. Kapag ito po ay nangyari, ang gagawin po magiging proseso po ay magkakaroon ng pagkakataon ang prosecution para sa kanilang direct examination at pagkatapos bibigyan ng pagkakataon naman ng depensa para sa kanilang cross-examination. May mga takdang oras po para rito at usually po hindi po ito lalagpas dapat sa 3 o 5 minuto. Depende rin po sa magiging takbo ng paglilitis mamaya at syempre sa mga magiging desisyon ng presiding officer kapag siya po ay nag-umpisa na or umupo na po sa rostrum kasama si Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian. At gaya po ng nabanggit natin kanina, marami pa rin ibang issue bukod dun sa mismong Article of Impeachment or Article 4 ng impeachment trial na iniintay natin kung anong magiging pagresolba. Kabilang narito ay yung kung paano nga ba gagawin, papayagan ba sina Senator Rodante Marcoleta at Senator Jinggoy Estrada na dumalo dito sa mismong pagdinig at kung sila ay dadalo. Kasi may isang banda na may mga nagsasabi na pwede silang dumalo pero hindi sila pwedeng mag-participate o bumoto as senator judges. Sa kabilang banda naman, may mga nagsasabi na kung sila ay dadalo at sila ay makikibahagi, that means that they can also vote and cast votes as senator judges. Pero mahaba yung usapin dyan at aalamin natin mamaya, kasama natin iba pang mga eksperto para talakayin kung ano yung magiging takbo ng paglilitis sa araw na ito. So mga kapuso, ito po, ikalawang araw pa lang ng Vice President on trial. Magandang hapon po, July 7, 2026. Ikalawang araw na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ako po si PR Arcangel at nakatutok pa rin ang buong puwersa ng GMA News para sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Makibalita tayo mga kapuso mula kay Ian Cruz na nasa Senado. Ian?
Yes, Pia, kalalabas lamang ng mga miyembro ng depensa. Actually, yung iba sa mga abogado ay palabas na at papunta na doon sa session hall kung saan nga isasagawa ang day 2 ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte na kanina ay nandito sa Senado at Pia, mga isang oras ding nandito sa Senado si VP Sara. Namataan natin siya mga pasado alas 12 at umalis siya bandang alauna na ng hapon. At Pia, kanina ay nagtagal lang Vice President dito sa Tanyada Room. Ito yung huddle room ng defense at nakipag-usap siya doon. Ang sinasabi ni Attorney Powa, may meeting lamang sila kay VP Sara at hindi naman talaga siya dadalo doon sa mismong impeachment trial. Pero bago yan ay nagtungo muna si VP Sara dito nga sa Soto Room kung saan nagsagawa siya ng isang maiksi na press conference at sinasabi nga niya na magiging duguan pero hindi raw siya matitinag at ang exact soundbite ni VP Sara, in this bloodbath and bludgeoning, I will be bloodied but unvowed. At ayon kay VP Sara, sinabihan nga siya ng mga abogado na wag nang tumanggap ng tanong sapagkat mayroon nga tinatawag na sub judice rule habang nagaganap itong impeachment proceeding. At yun, mula dun sa press conference sa Pia ay dumiretso na nga dito sa Tanyada Room si VP Sara kung saan nga siya nagtagal at kinausap yung mga miyembro ng kanyang defense team. Tinanong din natin si Attorney Powa kung bakit dito pa ba ginanap, hindi na lamang sa ibang venue, pero ang sinabi naman sa atin ay ganun daw talaga ang ugali ni VP Sara, kung saan mas convenient para sa kanyang mga kausap ay doon nagtungo itong si Vice President Sara Duterte. Kanina nung mula doon sa Soto Room pabalik dito sa Tanyada Room ay pilit ding tinatanong si VP Sara ng iba't ibang mga miyembro ng media sa iba't iba nilang mga tanong, pero hindi na nga nagawang makasagot pa ni Vice President Sara Duterte doon sa mga naging tanong ng media. Naging napakahigpit din siyempre ng seguridad dito dahil parating pa lamang si VP Sara, may nakita na tayo na mga taga-VPSG na nakikipag-coordinate sa mga miyembro ng OSAA at itong hallway na ito talagang puno ng mga security, pati doon sa ground floor ay talagang tad-tad na mga security personnel mula sa PSPG ng PNP at ang OSAA ng Senado at talagang maraming dumudumog kay VP sapagkat marami sanang naisitanong sa kanya, pero ang sinasabi niya pasensya muna sapagkat hindi nga siya pinapayagang tumanggap ng tanong ng kanyang mga abogado. So yun muna Pia ang latest mula rito sa Senado. Balik sa iyo.
Iyan, inaasahan ba nila na mauulit yung ganitong klaseng pagpunta ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa Senado para makipagpulong sa kanyang defense counsels?
Well, Pia, wala pa sa ngayong binabanggit na ganyan si Attorney Powa, pero tinanong din natin siya kung handa bang dumalo si VP Sara sakaling kailanganin siya dun sa impeachment proceeding mismo. Ang sabi naman ni Attorney Powa, basta't kailangan magkakaroon ng panahon si VP Sara para dito nga sa pagdalo niya sa mismong impeachment trial, pero sa ngayon daw ay wala pa ito. Ang tinitiyak naman nila, Pia, kapag ipinatawag siya ay gagawa ng paraan para talagang makadalo dahil nga syempre yun yung nire-require ng impeachment court, Pia.
Alright, maraming salamat, Ian Cruz. Pasado po alas 12 ng tanghali dumating si Vice President Sara Duterte sa Senado at naroon siya para raw makipagpulong sa kanyang mga abogado. Ayon kay Attorney Michael Powa, miyembro ng defense team ng bise, matagal nang nakatakda ang pulong. Pero hindi raw dadalo ang bise sa impeachment trial ngayong araw. Nagbigay ng pahayag si Vice President Duterte pero hindi na sumagot sa mga tanong sa payo ng kanyang mga abogado. Pakinggan po natin.
My statement is, in this bloodbath and bludgeoning, I will be blooded but unbowed. Maraming salamat.
Mga kapuso, tuloy-tuloy ang ating pagtutok. Huwag po kayong bibitiw. Magbabalik ang special coverage ng GMA News, The Vice President on Trial. Mga kapuso, ikalawang araw na po ng paglilitis ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ikalawang araw po ng impeachment court ngayong Martes. At ang inaasahan po natin ngayon ay tatalakayin ang Article 4 sa impeachment trial. Ang manguna rito ay si House Prosecutor Representative Lawrence Defensor. At siya po ang magpipresenta dito sa Article 4. 11 trial days ang hiniling ng prosecution para dito sa Article 4. At gaya nga po ng nabanggit po nila, sinabi po nila na ito po ang inuna nila dahil ito raw ang kumbaga pinakamadaling maintindihan. Pero kahapon pa po, nagsimula ang makasaysayang impeachment trial laban sa isang vice-presidente ng bansa. At hindi po dumalo si Vice President Sara Duterte pero kinatawan siya ng kanyang mga abogado. At naroon din ang mga miyembro ng panel of prosecutors ng Kamara, 14 na private lawyers na tumatayong counsel for the prosecutors. At umpisa pa lang, naging mainit na ang talakayan kabilang na ang paghalal sa presiding officer. Iginiit po ni Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano na Senate President ang dapat tumayong presiding officer pero sa huli, naluklok si Senator Judge Chis Escudero. 12 senador ang bumoto pabor dito habang 8 ang tumutol. Sa pagsisimula po ng paglilitis, ilang mosyon ang inihain ng prosekusyon at hiniling nilang basahin ang 4 na articles of impeachment at magpasok o enter ng plea ang bises sa bawat artikulo pero hindi po ito kinatigan ng impeachment court. Tinayagan naman ng impeachment court ang mosyon ng prosekusyon na ipasabpina ang halos 10 bank manager mula sa iba't ibang bangko at branch mula Davao hanggang Metro Manila. Ipinabalik naman ng impeachment court sa Bureau of Internal Revenue ang selyadong kahong naglalaman ng tax records ng bise at ng kanyang mister na si Attorney Mance Carpio dahil hindi nila iniutos ang pagsusumite nito. Ipinag-utos din ni Presiding Officer Escudero sa Secretariat na i-upload online lahat ng dokumento, memo at ebidensya sa kaso para sa transparency. At ngayon po kasama natin dito sa studio, walang iba kundi si Dean Mel Santamaria, dating Dean ng Far Eastern University Institute of Law. Dean, magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Magandang hapon sa iyo, Pia, at sa iyo mga tagapakinig, tagapanood. Mabuhay po kayo lahat.
Ako din, maraming salamat dahil buong hapon tayo magkakasama ngayon. At sisilipin natin kung ano yung mga pangyayari sa paglilitis dahil day 2 ng impeachment trial. I'm sure napanood niyo po kahapon yung mga naganap ng day 1.
Yes, oo, talagang makasaysayan yun sapagkat ang pinuprove noon, the system works. At last, nagkaroon na tayo ng impeachment na parating naaantala nung araw. Kaya yun ang pinakamagandang siguro pangitain, no? That the democratic system works, the Constitution works, at natututo tayo ngayon.
At yun ang binanggit ng prosecution kahapon na parang for them, the fact na nandun sila sa araw na yon, yun yung itinuturing na nilang parang kumaga plus points na yun para sa kanila. Pero Dean, pag-usapan po muna natin dahil ang dami nangyari kahapon pero ngayon hindi pa nag-uumpisa yung mismong paglilitis. May nangyari na. Dumating si Vice President Sara Duterte but not to attend the trial, simply to meet with her lawyers. Ano po implikasyon ng pagdalo ng Vice Presidente, the accused, the impeached official, where the trial is being held, but not attending the actual trial and the hearing?
Alam mo, Pia, hanggang dito na ramdaman ko yung emotional temperature tumaas eh. Di ba? Pagdating niya, talagang dinagsa siya ng mga reporters, ng mga gusto siyang tanungin, talagang the emotional temperature increase, no? Talagang may epekto talaga. Basta pagdating niya doon, siguro naraman rin ito ng mga husgado, no? Ano kaya, mananatili ba siya o hindi? Pero sabi niya, hindi siya mananatili. So, her mere presence really will have an effect. May impact yan in terms of mga judges. Baka isipin ng mga judges na okay, yung mga pumaling na judges sa kabilang panig, okay, mag-iisip ba ako ulit? O baka to consolidate yung mga natitirang judges na para sa kanya. At para rin siyempre, tingin eye to eye o malaman ng kabilang mga judges naman na medyo oppose sa kanya na I am not evading this. As a matter of fact, this is a manifestation of my deference to the institution. So madaming implication yan. Kaya lang hindi lang nga siya attend doon sa mismong paglilitis. No? Kasi nga siguro gusto niya rin pababain yung temperature. Iba talaga basta doon siya eh. Either tataas ang temperature, yung emotional political side ng impeachment proceeding o hindi.
Pero Dean, masasabi ba natin na kumbaga parang parte ito ng strategiya rin ng depensa? Kasi nga, gaya po ng sinabi ng ating kasamang si Ian Cruz, tinanong nila bakit dito kayo nakipagpulong sa Senado? Pwede naman sa ibang lugar, di ba? I mean, kung simpleng pagpupulong yon with the lawyers, pero pinili niya na gawin sa Senado where the impeachment court is, would you say na part of strategy yon?
Maganda, no? Parang chess match, no? Kasi, yes, sa tingin ko, part of the strategy. Kasi kahapon, nagmungkahi silang ipa-arrange si Vice President pero hindi nga pinahintulutan. Pero ang tingin ko noon, strategy ng prosecution para ma-maintain yung perception na hindi siya uma-attend. Ayaw niyang harapin. For a brief moment, napag-usapan yung physical and non-physical presence niya kahit na konti. I think that was the strategy of prosecution. Ngayon naman nakita yun ng defense. Okay, yun palang gusto nila, pa-attend din natin siya kahit na briefly. So talagang parang chess match kasi meron silang minemaintain na perception yung dalawang panig. Yung isang panig, ayaw niya humarap sa mga accusers niya. Yung kabilang panig, anong ayaw humarap? Na dito yan, pupunta yan. So pumunta. Talagang sagutan na yan sagutan na.
Aha. Well, Attorney Dean, naku, ang dami pa nating pag-uusapan. Pero break po muna tayo at tuloy-tuloy lang po ang ating pagtutok. Wag po kayong bibitiw. Magbabalik po ang special coverage ng GMA News, The Vice President on Trial. Alright mga kapuso, ito na po ang pagpasok ng mga senator judge dito sa plenaryo ng Senado. Ilang minuto bago alas 2 ng hapon. Actually, 1 minuto na lang alas 2 ng hapon. Kaya inaasahan po natin ng impunto mag-uumpisa na alas 2 ng hapon. Ito na po ang Day 2 ng Vice President on Trial.
Silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Alan Cayetano.
Holy Father, we come to you today, different ages, galing po sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Iba-iba po ang paniniwala sa politika, sa religion, pero lahat po ay Pilipino at lahat po ay ginagalang ang pangalan mo. Sinabi niyo po sa propetang Jeremiah, sa Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. You love us so much that you made us in your nature and likeness, giving us free will. Thus, to receive the fruits of your plans, plans to prosper us and not to harm us, plans to give us hope and a future, we must first seek your kingdom and righteousness. You call us to be faithful, Lord God, for us to be faithful both in small things and in big things. Same with the rules, Mr. President. Help us to be faithful with the Constitution, the Senate rules, the rules of impeachment. Help us to be faithful to the rules of fairness. As the prosecution stated yesterday, to hold everyone accountable from the barangay captain to the highest official of the land. Lord God, Holy Spirit, do not allow us to obstruct justice. yet always give us the strength to obstruct injustice, regardless of the cost and the consequences. Magalit na po kung sino magagalit, gamitin niyo kami bilang instrumento ng hustisya. Lead each one of us to pursue the impeachment trial with fairness, political neutrality, and due process. To pursue the flood control scandal with the same zeal, effort, fairness, and political neutrality. To pursue corruption in all forms. Help us build a justice system that is ideal rather than one that is weaponized and is actually an instrument of oppression and tyranny. We may disagree on many things, but let us agree in asking for your love, grace, and mercy upon the nation. We may have different visions of a prosperous Philippines, of accountability, of fairness, yet may we agree in the words you put in the framers of the Philippine Constitution, which is found in the preamble. We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build a just and humane society and establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves and to our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law and a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, peace, do ordain and promulgate this Constitution. Thank you for this privilege to serve you and our people, Lord God. We ask for all of this in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Judge Aquino, Senator Judge Cayetano Alan, Senator Judge Cayetano Pia, Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. We now recognize the presiding officer, Senator Chis Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. The reading of the Journal of July 6, 2026 of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court is hereby dispensed with, and unless there are any objections, the same is hereby approved and adopted. The clerk of court will now please read and call the case before this impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Noted. Appearances for the respondent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearances for the defense.
Is the prosecution ready to call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. However, the prosecution have few concerns which it wanted to raise before the Honorable Impeachment Court. So may I request, Your Honor, that the Honorable Counsel for the Prosecutor, Lorna P. Kapunan, be recognized, Your Honor.
Before recognizing the counsel for the prosecutor, ma'am, upo muna kayo. Chair would like to recognize first Senator Judge Lacson. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Lacson?
It's a point of inquiry, Mr.
You may proceed, sir.
Yes, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Presiding Officer, Your Honors, just so it will be clear to our fellow Senator judges, as well as the panel of prosecutors, the defense team, and the public in general, yesterday after your election as presiding officer, you delivered your opening statement, portions of which I will either quote or paraphrase as follows. You stated, the Constitution states that conviction can only happen with the concurrence of 2/3 of all members of the Senate. And then you continued, with 24 members of the Senate, a literal interpretation of this means that conviction requires the affirmative vote of at least 16 senator judges. However, you also made it clear that, and I quote, those who disagree have the right to go about it through a legal challenge and sue the Supreme Court by virtue of its power of judicial review, render a different ruling on this question. The impeachment court shall faithfully abide by that ruling, unquote. My point of inquiry, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, is this portion of your opening statement a matter of legal opinion on your part as presiding officer, or does it constitute a ruling by the impeachment court? If the response is, it is the latter, does this mean that this court, through the presiding officer, has raised the level of discourse to a justiciable issue or a dispute that the Supreme Court may have legal authority to settle and resolve? In case either one or both panels in front of us decide to exercise their right to challenge the said ruling, should they deem it as a grave abuse of discretion by this court? I submit, Your Honor.
The response of the presiding officer is in the affirmative. In fact, the journal that we just approved contains a similar inquiry by Senator Judge Cayetano yesterday when he inquired if it was the position and ruling of the presiding officer, and the presiding officer answered in the affirmative. So to clarify, yes, I believe it may be considered already as a justiciable controversy, although it is not for us to dictate that but the courts, given that it is a ruling of the chair not objected to nor appealed by any member of this court, and therefore stands.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Cayetano, what is your pleasure, sir?
Sir President, Presiding Officer, may I just further clarify this statement?
You may proceed, sir.
Yes. I confirm that yesterday we heard the same thing, and when the transcripts come out, of course, then it will be available to everyone. Basically, yesterday I clarified whether that was the opinion of the elected presiding officer, and of course, without any offense to my brother and friend, Senator Escudero, we have a continuing objection. I asked him whether this was already a ruling of the court, because if it's the ruling of the court, then as a threshold issue, we will have no further questions. Section 22, Article 22 of our rule says that all orders, decisions may be acted upon without objection, or if objection is heard, the orders and decisions shall be voted on without debate by ayes and nays, which shall be entered in the record. Subject, however, to operation of Rule 6, and Rule 6 speaks of whether the presiding officer will rule on relevance, admissibility, and giving any movement 2 minutes. So I may also correct that yesterday I was not allowed to, when I objected to Senator Lacson, I should have been given 10 minutes in accordance with Section 22. But I do admit that before that, in the point of order, Senate President Gatchalian was liberal in allowing us to explain. Anyway, everything has been explained yesterday as the constitutional issue of the presiding officer, and since you allowed us to submit in writing, we will do so. But just on this point of the threshold issue of 2/3 of all members, there is actually a pending case in the Supreme Court entitled Cayetano versus Aquino. That is myself and my seatmate, Senator Aquino. We talk, but we're not talking about the case. So actually, you're correct, Senator Lacson, that anyone can go on this issue itself. And I just like to make sure today and further clarify that there's no objections that as of today, the stand of the impeachment court is that of all members means that as long as you're still a member, so meaning when are you not a member anymore? When you die, when you are removed by finality, and when you resign. No? Otherwise, you are still a member, so you are still counted. And it is in that spirit that we ask and we're preparing maybe a memoranda for all members to allow Senator Marcoleta and Senator Jinggoy, since they are going to have a vote. And if they are not allowed to vote, then that will be counted as a vote for acquittal. And that might be favorable to the defense rather than a part of giving a fair trial. So all I wanted to clarify today, Mr. President, is that we will continue to thresh out if there are any constitutional issues. But as of today, it is very clear that as a court, we have decided that 2/3 of 24, there are 24 members of the Senate today, 20 are present here today, but there are still 24 members, and 16 ang number of senators needed to convict on any of the articles, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Pangilinan?
21 na pala.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President. Just to place on record that I would like to clarify that the ruling of the chair of 16 is as to the issue of whether the threshold number of conviction. The matter of whether or not Senators Marcoleta and Senator Estrada should be participating in the process of the trial is another matter that we will have to discuss perhaps in camera or on the floor at a later date, Mr. President.
Noted. If there are no other Senator Judge who wishes to make a manifestation, the lead prosecutor, Representative Luistro, is once again recognized. What was your earlier manifestation and motion, ma'am?
Your Honor, we respectfully reiterate our request that counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Capunan, be recognized.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Capunan, is recognized. Will you be the one to present your first witness, ma'am?
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Senate President, Presiding Justice. I do have manifestation. Well, in direct answer to the query of the presiding Senator Judge, I am not presenting the witness today. But I would like, with your permission, Your Honors, to manifest a query that we request be addressed by this honorable court, presiding judge, to the defense.
The lady may proceed.
We are informed, and in fact, we have seen an interview conducted in the Senate premises on the vice itself, and that she is expecting a bloodbath and a bludgeoning, but she will not. Her head may be blooded but unbowed. My respectful query, Your Honors, please, which could be directed to the defense counsels, is if the Vice President is in the premises, does she intend to appear personally before this impeachment court? And that is preliminary to another manifestation that I would like to make. Your
Kindly
Honors,
proceed
please.
with your next one, counsel. Because the chair is not yet sure if it will even address this to the counsel for respondents or will simply answer the query of the counsel for respondents.
This is relevant to the presentation that we will be making this afternoon, Your Honors. This court will recall your own statements, Mr. Presiding Judge, that on Tuesdays, every Tuesday of every week, that the prosecution must indicate who the witnesses they intend to present before this court will be. This is to enable the impeachment court to issue, when appropriate, and if deemed necessary, a subpoena for such witness. And that is my query this afternoon, because an presentation of witness on the first article that we will be presenting, which is grave threats and acts of sedition, Your Honor. One of the key witnesses, hostile, albeit hostile, would be the Vice President. And therefore, if we can inquire if it is her intention to again appear in the premises of the Senate, because we are already respectfully informing this honorable court that we will manifest, that we will have a written request for her presence in connection with this article on grave threats. Your Honor, that is the relevancy of my manifestation.
The chair would like to rule on the manifestation and request of the counsel for prosecutors instead of throwing the question to the counsel for respondents, for the simple reason that I do not want to, the parties to engage in a debate before this court. You can very well do that with the presentation of your witness through direct and cross-examination, redirect and recross. To answer, the impeachment rules do not mandate nor require the respondent to attend any hearing or trial of the impeachment court. Whether she was in the building earlier or arrived after, it is totally up to the respondent because from the point of view of the court, she is represented in this court through her counsel already. Should the counsel for the prosecutors desire to call the respondent herself, the court will act on that motion and request once it is made and or filed and need not make a ruling at this point in time. Because of course, when that motion is made, we will ask the counsel for respondent to make a comment and or reply.
Thank you, Sir Presiding Judge, Justice, Senator Judge. We yield to the wisdom of your decision.
Thank you, ma'am.
With that, we will reserve the right. We are not waiving the right to do call her at the appropriate time and to do file the appropriate request for subpoena ducis tecum and subpoena testificandum. On that matter, Your Honor, I have no further questions and would like to turn over the floor to our lead public prosecutor.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Counsel
Your
for
Honor.
Prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, for your remarks, which are duly noted. Yes, the lead prosecutor is recognized.
Your Honor, as manifested yesterday, the articles of impeachment is divided into 4 teams, and I would like to turn over to the head prosecutor of Article 4, that is threat, the Honorable Lawrence Defensor. May I request that he be recognized, Your Honor.
The member of the panel of prosecutors, Congressman the Honorable Lawrence Defensor, is recognized for his introduction of Article 4, I presume?
Thank you so much, Mr. Presiding Officer. May I be allowed to make a manifestation to introduce Article 4?
Before you proceed, Senator Judge Cayetano is recognized.
Before that, I ask for your indulgence from the prosecution and the defense. There are certain issues that we are more than willing to listen to the debate here. I'm speaking for myself, but I think for also other senator judges, and of course will give us much leeway. But there are certain issues that we also need time to study. So if we look at our rules of impeachment, suppletory kasi yung rules ng rules of court. And the difference between asking the accused to take the stand and asking someone who's not the accused, but we may say something that is incriminatory. There's a wide difference. So the accused, under the rules of court, hindi mo pwedeng i-force to take the stand. Pero yung hindi accused, they have to take the stand and wait for the question, and then they can claim the right against self-incrimination. But it could be argued that this isn't exactly a criminal court and a criminal offense. It's an impeachment court. So if it pleases the court, or if the prosecution is sure to ask for the subpoena, may I propose, Sir Presiding Officer, that both sides give us a memoranda in advance so that we can also do our part and study rather than spend much more time during the debates because I'd really like to study that issue also. Thank you, and sorry for the interruption, Congressman.
Noted, Senator Cayetano. However, it is premature at this time. We will do what we did with respect to the motion for the issuance of subpoena ad testificandum and ducis tecum in regard to the bank accounts of the spouses Duterte and Carpio, as well as the AMLC records. We require the parties to submit a memoranda, and we will be scheduling it for oral arguments by the parties. If that is the desire of the Honorable Senator Judge Cayetano, we will do the same with respect to this once the motion has been filed formally by the panel of prosecutors. The Honorable Defensor is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Honorable Senator Judges, noong 22 ng Hunyo 2026, nagulat at nagdalamhati ang buong bansa sa pamamaril sa isang paaralan.
Sorry, excuse me.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to
I-
finish my manifestation?
I
will
think-
not disrespect and interrupt the defense counsel
Yes, but before
once
that,
he has started.
This is no disrespect, sir.
Counsel for respondent is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is improper. The improper for trial. Manifestation, this is not a manifestation proper for court procedure. This is instead them telling a story. This is a narration by the prosecution, which is not allowed. This is not allowed by any rule in any court. So what,
May I be allowed
what is
to reply?
proper is that they present their first witness. And
We will
are
be
ready.
presenting our witness, Your Honor. However, please allow us to freely advocate our position.
That's why, Your Honor,
including
we are
the defense
objecting.
when it's their turn. We will not
Counsel
object to the
respondent,
same.
kindly let him finish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
to
you so
respond
much,
to
Your
you.
Honor.
To respond to you. Yes, you were saying.
Thank you, Honorable
Defensor.
Senator Judges. Noong ikadalawampung-dalawa ng
Honorable Defensor, kindly finish your reply to the
Thank you, Your
objection of
I will
counsel
proceed.
for respondent.
allow us to freely advocate our positions through the proper and respectful discourse. This is not prohibited under the rules. In fact, the court has declared that yesterday, the rules will not comply with the strict procedures of a judicial proceeding. Each article is a separate complaint, and it would be the proper guidance for the senator judges, lalo na po sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino na nanonood, para mas lalo nilang maunawaan ang ipipresenta naming ebidensya. The impeachment is a sui generis. Sui generis dahil kakaiba ito, hindi ito judicial, administrative, o civil o criminal proceeding. Hayaan niyo po kaming magbigyan ng 5 minuto para mailatag namin kung paano namin maipresenta at ang basihan namin sa pagpresenta ng aming ebidensya.
Your Honor, may I respond?
The presiding officer should rule. Although indeed we will interpret the rules liberally, and although indeed this is a sui generis proceeding, neither will we allow any dilatory moves and/or tactics, and I will bind and hold you to your 5 minutes, Honorable Defensor.
Absolutely,
and
Your
we will
Honor.
clock it.
Your Honor,
we will
may-
afford the same opportunity to the counsel for respondents when their turn arrives.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Honorable Senator Judges, noong ika-22 ng Hunyo 2026, nagulat at nagdalamhati ang buong bansa sa pamamaril sa isang paaralan sa Tacloban City na ikinasawi ng 3 batang mag-aaral at ikinasugat ng marami pang iba. Ang mga salarin, mga minor de edad, sa kabila ng kanilang murang edad, agad na pumilos ang mga otoridad upang ipatubad ang mga umiiral na batas. Ang mensahe ay malinaw. Ang pagpigiging bata ay hindi nangangahulugang walang pananagutan. Ang pananagutan ay umiiral, pagamat iba ang paraan ng pagpapatupad nito sa ilalim ng batas. Kamakailan, isang pasahero ang inaresto sa airport at kinasuhan matapos itong magbiro na may bomba sa kanyang bagahe dahil mahigpit na ipinapatupad ng mga otoridad ang patakarang zero tolerance policy sa anumang pagbabanggit ng bomba o anumang pampasabog. Sa isang hiwalay na pangyayari noong Mayo 2020, isang public school teacher ang inaresto, pinusasan at kinasuhan ng NBI sa Zambales matapos magbiro na magbibigay ng pabuya sa sinumang papatay sa presidente ng Republika. Ano ang prinsipyo dito? Ang pananagutan ay pinapairal sa lahat, bata man o matanda, nasa laylayan man o nasa katungkulan. The prosecution comes before you today to present evidence for Article 4, establishing that Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte committed acts that betrayed the public trust, committed culpable violation of the Constitution, committed high crimes in publicly admitting through a live broadcast that she contracted someone to assassinate the President, the First Lady, and the former House Speaker. We acknowledge the burden of this trial on the senator judges as well as the Filipino people. But it is a duty that we must discharge together, lest the public come to believe that threatening public officials and fostering a culture of impunity are conduct that may be tolerated or condoned, especially coming from the second highest official of the land. Ang mga kilos at salita ng Vice Presidente ay hindi dapat ituring na simpleng krimen sa ilalim ng batas, kundi tuwirang paglabag sa saligang batas. Kaya ang paglilitis na ito ay mahalagang mekanismong itinakda upang tiyakin na ang kapangyarihan ay laging may kaakibat na pananagutan. Accountability must apply to all or none at all. At the heart of this impeachment proceeding lies a fundamental question para sa ating lahat. Can we continue to entrust one of the highest constitutional offices to a public official who, on multiple occasions, purposely and willfully and repeatedly resorted to threats of violence against the very institutions that she swore to uphold and protect? The evidence presented in this article are not just derived from testimonies and authenticated documents, but from the Vice President's own words, own conduct, her very own public admissions. Her words were neither accidental nor taken out of context. They were uttered publicly with the intention to be taken seriously. Huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko, kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. At sinabi ko sa kanya na kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM,
Your Honor.
si Lisa Marcos, si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. What makes these threats especially sinister is that they do not come from an ordinary citizen, but from the Vice President herself, an official who, under the Constitution, stands to succeed the President of the Republic. Such statements carry a gravity far from the exercise of one's freedom of expression. They strike at the very heart of government. This is especially significant given that she has publicly declared her intention to run for president in the next election. What values do we expect from those who occupy the highest office in the land? Delicadeza, palabra de honor, integrity, and loyalty to your oath of office. These are not outdated ideals. They are the foundations of honorable public office. Maraming salamat po, Your Honors.
The remarks of the gentleman are duly noted. However, Chair would like to inform and instruct the senator judges that the statement and manifestation made by the Honorable Defensor should not in any way be taken as evidentiary because it was merely a manifestation cum introduction of the fourth article of impeachment. Any evidence to be presented proving the fourth article of impeachment should be done through a witness under oath, duly subscribed, and subjected to direct and cross-examination. Call your first witness, sir.
Your Honor, may I be allowed also to... Your Honor, we move to strike that opening statement. It's improper for trial. It is not evidentiary in nature. And it only provides conclusions of fact and law. Most of it is irrelevant. And fact of the matter is, the prosecution should not present should present evidence and not manifest in this improper manner.
May I be recognized, Your Honor?
No need. Motion is denied. Let it remain in the records and as instructed by the chair for the senator judges not to consider, deem whatever statements were given by the honorable defensor as evidentiary in any way, shape, size, or form. Again, counsel, call your first witness.
Your Honor, may I request
I-
permission to
Your Honor-
recognize counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Ligutan, to conduct the examination of our first witness.
Your
He
Honor,
will
may
be
I-
under the direct
Counsel
suspension
for
and control
respondent, what is your pleasure?
of
Your
the
Honor,
panel
may
of
I
prosecutors.
register my continuing objection to the opening statement by the prosecution.
Well, I don't think he'll do it again, but nevertheless, so noted.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Your Honor, may I request that Attorney Virgil Ligutan be recognized to conduct the examination of our first witness.
Counsel for prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Likutan, so that we can have the records clear. Did I pronounce your name correctly, sir?
Your Honors, magandang hapon. My full name is Attorney Armando Virgil Discartin Ligutan, Your Honor, please.
And you've entered your appearance yesterday,
Yes,
counsel?
Your Honor. Duly entered my appearance as one of the counsel for the prosecution.
You may proceed, sir. Call your
Thank
first
you
witness.
Thank you so much. Mga kababayan, we call to the witness stand the first witness for the prosecution in the person of NBI Senior Agent Jean-Marc Santa Ana Calilong.
Kindly bring the witness to the witness stand. Please remain standing. Clerk of Court is instructed to kindly administer the oath to the witness.
Please raise your right hand. You, John Mark Calilong,
I, John Mark Calilong,
do swear
who swear
that the evidence you shall give
that evidence that I give
in the case now pending
is in the case now pending
between the Philippines
in the Philippines
and Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte
and Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the
So
truth.
help you God.
So help me God.
Your witness, counsel.
Thank you so much, Your Honors. Your Honors, mga kababayan, the testimony of the first witness for the prosecution, NBI Senior Agent John Mark Santa Ana Calilong, is offered to prove the following. Number one, si Agent John Mark Calilong ay isang senior agent of the National Bureau of Investigation. Number two, he is well-trained and experienced in the field of digital forensic examination, having undergone extensive training in the field, making him competent in identifying, preserving, collecting, and authenticating digital evidence. Pangatlo, si Agent Calilong ay bahagi ng NBI Cybercrime Division Team na inatasang mag-imbestiga sa mga pahayag at pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente laban sa Pangulo ng Pilipinas, unang ginang at dating Speaker ng House of Representatives sa isang online media briefing noong Nobyembre 23, taong 2024, pang-apat. Partikular na sinabi sa publiko ng Vice Presidente na may kinontrata na siyang tao na papatay sa Pangulo, unang ginang at former Speaker ng House of Representatives. At ito ay nakatatak na sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa bilang unang pagkakataon ng isang vice-presidente ay nakipagkontrata sa isang mamamatay tao upang patayin no less than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Panglima.
Your Honor, may I object? Is this a speech or an offer?
Your Honor, please, with all due respect to counsel,
For the prosecutor may proceed.
it should not be a
May I
Okay.
register my continuing
There's
objection?
no proper ground. This is offer of testimony. Please hold your horses. Number 5, the public statements and threats of the Vice President were publicly live streamed and captured on video. Number 6, Agent Kalilong is a designated agent on case for the investigation. Number 7, as agents on case, Agent Kalilong personally conducted and participated in the cybercrime and open source investigation relating to the subject video and related digital recordings. Pangwalo, sa takbo ng open source investigation na pag-alaman ng NBI na ang Vice Presidente ay nagpahayag din ng iba pang kahawig na pananakot sa buhay ng Pangulo. Kasama na ang sinabi niya sa publiko na minsan naisip niyang pugutan ng ulo ang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Number 9, in the course of the investigation, Agent Kalilong duly identified, preserved, collected, and authenticated the subject video and other related digital recordings. At number 10, the last offer of testimony, Your Honors, Agent Kalilong will testify on such other matters as may be relevant, material, incidental to the issues involved in this impeachment proceeding, and will identify relevant and material documentary and object pieces of evidence. That is the offer of testimony of our first witness, Your Honor, please.
Presiding officer will now hear the objection and or comments, if any, of the counsel for respondent to the offer made by counsel for the prosecution panel.
Your Honor, may we move for the exclusion of Agent Kalilong for being not previously attached to the Cebalya and Cabrera complaints, as well as exclusion on the ground that he was not included in the articles of impeachment transmitted to the Senate Impeachment Court.
Can I respond to that, Your Honor, please?
Counsel for prosecutor may do so.
Mga kababayan, in this stage of the proceedings, the prosecution is about to present a witness, and the defense is invoking the fact that this witness is not listed as one of the witnesses in the Cebalya complaint. The Cebalya complaint already lived its natural life. Your Honor, this is the impeachment proceeding of the articles of impeachment filed by the House of Representatives. Cebalya et al. Is done. That should not be a proper objection, Your Honor, please. As to the number 2, I think the good counsel mentioned that it is not part, this witness is not part of the articles of impeachment. Your Honor, please, I have been practicing for quite some time. I don't see that.
Your Honor, may I allow to reply also?
Can I finish? It's not a ground. And in fact, Your Honor, please, to settle the matter, this witness is listed in the pretrial order. The issue is settled. The issue is passé. No ground for objection. Let me proceed, Your Honor.
Of course not, Your Honor. There were no rulings.
Counsel for respondent is recognized
Thank you,
for
Your
a final rebuttal on this issue before the court before the chair will issue a ruling.
Your Honor, there were no rulings on the pretrial order on exclusion of witnesses. We have a current petition with the Supreme Court questioning the very actions of the prosecution to allow the presentation of evidence that were not attached to the Sabaya or Cabrera impeachment complaints would allow the House of Representatives and the prosecution to circumvent the very procedural abuse condemned in Stonehill versus Jokno and allow the violation of the respondent's constitutional rights as held in Duterte in the House of, versus the House of Representatives. Your Honor, the prosecution says the Sabaya complaints have lived their and they died their natural deaths. However, Your Honor, this precisely does not cure what the prosecution did. This does not cure the violation of the rights of my client.
If I may, Your Honor, please.
The chair will make its ruling. The motion to exclude by the counsel for respondent is hereby denied. Chair cites Enrile versus Sandigan Bayan, which states that the prosecutors may add or rely on evidence during pre-trial, even if the evidence is not stated in the complaint or articles, because only a summary is required to be stated in the articles of impeachment, in this case, and or complaint, and not a complete list of the prosecution's evidence and or witnesses. The court in general will not shackle the prosecution by limiting it to the evidence mentioned in the information and or the articles, especially when it is mentioned in the pre-trial brief, not only order but brief, of the counsel for prosecutors. But in relation to this witness, even if you will do cross, you can register your continuing objection, counsel for respondent.
We are registering it, Your Honor, please.
So noted. Counsel for the prosecution may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. John Mark Calilong.
Your Honor, may I register my objections to the purposes?
Your Honor, please, I think the purposes must be specified. What are your objections?
Exactly,
On what
Your Honor.
grounds?
May I be
You
allowed?
may comment on the offer of the testimony of this witness for the record.
Your Honor, for the purpose number 3, this is a conclusion of fact and law. For the fourth purpose, it is also a conclusion of fact and law. And the 8th purpose, it is a conclusion of fact and law.
Mr. President.
Counsel for
President.
respondent. Before we, yes,
No,
Senator Judge Cayetano.
Yeah.
Pia.
I would just like the defense, when you say item number 3, can you repeat what it is? Because I'm trying to follow exactly what your objection is. So either you say it or he repeats it so we can follow.
I was about to do that actually.
Thank you.
Item number 3 in the offer of this witness is that the NBI agent being presented is part of its cybercrime unit that investigated this matter. That's what you're referring to as a conclusion of law, counsel?
Sorry,
Perhaps number 4.
Number 4, Your Honor.
Yes, not number 3. So number 4 and what else?
Number 8, Your Honor.
Number 8 on other threats other than the video mentioned in the press briefing. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Correct, Your Honor.
Would that be all?
Yes, Your Honor.
We will
Duly
not reply. We will not reply to that, Your Honor, please.
Yes, please.
May I continue, Your Honor, please?
You may continue to
John
present
Mark.
your first witness, counsel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Calilong. Reminder, nakikinig yung taong bayan, pakilakasan ng boses. Okay? Okay. Mr. Witness, maaari bang sabihin mo ano yung pangalan, edad, at other personal circumstances?
I am Senior Agent John Mark Calilong, a Filipino citizen, 31 years old, with office address at NBI PhilInvest Cyber Zone Bay City, Macapagal Boulevard, Pasay City, sir.
And Mr. Witness, reminder, you may answer in Filipino or Tagalog or Filipino or English, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, what is your occupation, if any?
Currently, nasa National Bureau of Investigation po ako. I'm an agent since 2021 and was recently assigned at Cyber Investigation and Assessment Center in April 2026.
Okay, you said that you have been an agent of the NBI since 2021, pero you were recently assigned to the Cybercrime Investigation and Assessment Center of the NBI. Now, ano ba yung position mo before you were assigned to the Cybercrime Investigation and Assessment Center, kung meron man?
In 2022, I was assigned at Digital Forensic Laboratory Division, and in 2024, in Cybercrime Division, sir.
Okay, now, You said that you were assigned to the Digital Forensics Laboratory Division in 2022. Now, yung tanong, ano ba yung mga naging primary duties and functions mo bilang ahente ng division na yan?
In digital forensic, my primary duties is to identify, preserve, collect, analyze, and present digital evidence in court, sir.
Now, preliminary question, have you undergone any training as an agent of that Digital Forensics Laboratory Division?
Yes, sir.
Now, kung alam mo, ano ba yung naging trainings in that division?
I have undergone computer hacking forensic investigation training, mobile forensics, computer forensics, and photo and video authentication training, sir.
Okay, so the last part of your answer, Mr. Witness, you mentioned that you were trained, na sinasabi mo, into photo and video authentication. Now, specifically now, ano ba yung naging trainings in that regard? Photo and video authentication, kung meron man.
I was trained for 2 weeks intensive training in July 2022 by MaxCore Intervention, sir, in digital forensic.
Now, sabi mo, ano nga ba yun? 2 weeks of intensive training. Yung tanong, Mr. Witness, specifically, what happened in that you said 2 weeks of intensive training?
I was trained to perform digital forensics examination, sir.
Now, Mr. Witness, you tell the public, what is the objective, if any? What is the objective, if any, if you know, of that digital forensic examination that you said you were trained to do?
To present digital evidence, sir, admissible in court na ginawa ko na po multiple times.
Multiple times. You appeared in court multiple times. Specifically, how many times?
At least 30 times, sir.
And for how long have you been practicing digital forensic examination?
2 years, sir.
For 2 years. Now, let's go back, Mr. Witness. You mentioned that you were an agent of the NBI Cybercrime Division in 2024. Now, what were your primary duties and functions as an agent of that Cybercrime Division?
To investigate cases in violation to the cybercrime law, sir.
Cybercrime law. Now, Mr. Witness, you are testifying in this impeachment case proceeding trial against the Vice President, the respondent in this case. Do you know the respondent in this case?
Yes, sir.
And why do you know the respondent in this case?
Because she is the Vice President and my team conducted an investigation involving her, sir.
So aside from being the Vice President, your team, you said, investigated the Vice President. The question now is, what was this investigation, if you know?
It's an investigation on the statement uttered by the Vice President during an online press conference briefing dated November 23, 2024.
So statements uttered by the Vice Presidents in an online live stream press conference held on November 23, 2024. Now, yung tanong, ano ba yung naging participation mo, Mr. Witness, kung meron man?
I am the agent on case of the investigation, sir.
Now, sinabi mo ikaw yung agent on case. Now, you tell the court, you tell the public, ano ba yung pagiging ahente on the case? Ano bang ibig sabihin yan, kung alam mo?
It means that I gathered evidence necessary for the investigation, sir.
Okay. You mentioned you gathered evidence. Now, you tell us, what do you mean kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, ano bang ibig sabihin when you quote, gathered evidence, unquote?
It means that I viewed, identified, preserved, collected, and authenticated digital evidence in the course of the investigation, sir.
Okay, now, you mentioned na you viewed, identified, preserved, collected, authenticated, sinasabi mo mga pieces of evidence that you found in the course of your investigation. Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Witness, yung tanong is, ano ba yung mga ebidensya na nakalap ng inyong team?
One of the pieces of evidence that we gathered during our investigation is the video of the November 23, 2024 online press conference held by the Office of the Vice President, which was posted on the Facebook page of Harry Roque, sir.
Facebook page of whom?
Harry Roque, sir.
Harry Roque. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Witness, sinabi mo, you gathered. And then sinabi mo kanina, pag sinabing gathered evidence, sinabi mo, you viewed, identified, preserved, collected, and authenticated. Preserved, collected, and authenticated. You mentioned the term preserved, correct? Mr. Witness, yung tanong now is, ano ba ang ibig sabihin when you quote, preserved, unquote the evidence?
It means that I ensured that the evidence will be accessible at any time, sir.
Okay, now, let's go to this video you mentioned. The video of sinasabi mo yung isang online media briefing ng Vice President noong November 23, 2024. Ano ba yung mga hakbang, kung meron man, na ginawa nyo to preserve that video?
The NBI Cybercrime Division, through me, initiated a preservation request po kay Meta.
Okay, you initiated a preservation request to Meta. Now, sinabi mo kanina na live stream yung subject video sa isang Facebook page ng isang Harry Roque, di ba? Now, yung tanong, why is it that your request was made to Meta?
Si Meta po kasi yung parent company po ng Facebook.
Mhm.
At under po ng Meta, si Facebook, si Instagram, tsaka si WhatsApp. All requests on that platform will go to Meta po.
All right, now, Mr. Witness, what proof, if any, do you have that you initiated a preservation request to Meta in order to preserve the subject video?
I have a screenshot of the preservation request, a screenshot of the web page wherein I made the preservation request, sir.
Who took the screenshot?
I did, sir, and I used my laptop.
Anong ginawa mo sa screenshot kung meron man pagkatapos dyan?
I first saved po yung electronic copy sa laptop ko, then printed it.
Where is this print out of the screenshot now?
Sinubmit ko po sa Committee on Justice of House of Representatives.
Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, may I move that this representation be assisted by a co-counsel for the sole reason of facilitating the presentation of the documents to the witness, Your Honor, please. For that reason alone.
Sa Tagalog siya mag-aabot.
Yes, Your Honor. Siya po yung mag-aabot ng mga dokumento na amin pong ipapakita for the witness to identify po.
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much. Assisted by Attorney Stephen Magallon. Now, if this printout is shown to you, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, we invite the defense to also peruse the document.
Your Honor, may I request that one of our counsels be allowed to peruse the document?
Yes, one of the
Thank you.
counsels for respondent may look at the document being presented to the witness.
May I continue, Your Honor, please? Thank you. Now, I'm showing you. Defense, can we give the document to the witness, please? Your Honor, the document must be presented to the witness.
Your Honor,
Give them
we are
some
just
time to
perusing.
look at it, but is this one of the documents pre-marked?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
For the record, can you state the pre-marking of this document just so that we can catch up?
Much obliged, Your Honor, please. That would be P-Roman numeral 4-7 for the prosecution, Your Honor, please.
Noted.
Your Honor, may I manifest for the record that this is not a certified true copy?
Oh.
Noted.
Your Honor, can I respond to that, Your Honor, please? This is an electronic copy. The rules on electronic evidence says a printed version of an electronic copy is an original. Your Honor, please.
Your Honor,
Counsel for the prosecutor, counsel for respondent did not object. He just simply made an observation regarding the document. So you may proceed as
I
soon as
think
the
this is the
document is
proper time,
returned
yeah.
to the witness.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. What relation... Mr. Witness, are we ready? What relation, if any, does this document have with the printout of the screenshot that you mentioned?
This is the copy of the printout that was submitted to the Committee on Justice, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, please, may I proceed with the next question, please? Question, Mr. Witness, how faithful, if at all, is this printout from the actual screenshots?
The printout accurately reflects the screenshot, sir.
And how do you know now that this printout accurately reflects the screenshot?
I compared the printout with the screenshot and with the web page of my preservation and found that the contents are identical, sir.
Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Witness, ano ba ang nangyari kung meron man? At kung alam mo, after you made excuse me. After you made the preservation to request to Meta in relation to the investigation you did on the Vice President?
Meta acknowledged our preservation request, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, please, the exhibits as they come, as they are identified by the witness, are also simultaneously being presented on the screen, Your Honor, please. Okay. You said that Meta acknowledged the preservation request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, yung tanong ay ano bang pruweba mo kung meron man that in fact Meta acknowledged the request?
I have a screenshot of the acknowledgement of Meta email acknowledgement.
Now, who took the screenshot?
I did, sir, and I used my laptop.
What did you do with the screenshot kung meron man?
Sinave ko muna po yung electronic copy ng screenshot sa laptop ko and printed it.
Where is the printout of the screenshot?
Sinabmit ko po sa Committee on Justice of House of Representatives.
Now, kung yung printout ng screenshot ipapakita sa'yo, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are now in the process of showing you yung isang printout ng isang screenshots ng isang tugon o reply ng Meta, Your Honor, that is previously marked as Exhibit P Roman numeral 4-8 for the prosecution.
Your Honor, may I have time to peruse?
Kindly show the document to one of the counsels for the respondent.
Your Honor, we note that the Exhibit P-I-IU-8 is not an original or certified true copy, and we object to the introduction of this and the identification of this.
What does counsel for the prosecution say?
Again, I reiterate, if it is a printout of an electronic document, the rules are clear, that is an original, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if you look at it, there's on the bottom left-hand portion, there is a mark, certified true copy. This certified true copy would not have appeared in any correspondence with no reply at records.facebook.com. So it is not a printout, it's not an original, would not reflect what accurately was printed out or appeared on the screen.
2
What does
points.
counsel for the prosecutor say?
2 points, Your Honor, please. Settled now, 2019, assuming that the counsel is correct. Photocopy now is considered as an original, Your Honor, please. And number 2, Your Honor, please. With all due respect, presentation of evidence, objection to the admissibility of object and documentary evidence happens when the documents are formally offered in evidence. We are just in the process, Your Honor, please, of presenting this evidence. So therefore, the defense may object thereto when we formally offer the exhibits, Your Honor, please, and that's not happening yet.
Your Honor,
As the last point, counsel for respondent,
Thank you, Your
before the
Honor.
chair makes a ruling.
Your Honor, true that photocopies are now considered originals. However, the photocopy must be an accurate and exact reproduction of that original or that printout. This, Your Honor, may I read it for the record? In the bottom left-hand copy, it says certified true copy, NBI-cybercrime, signed Safira T, date 4/10/26. Is counsel for the prosecution telling us now that this marking came from Meta, the email of Meta, of Facebook?
Again,
Kindly respond, counsel, before the chair makes a ruling. I'm interested to hear your response as well.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the question, please?
It was rhetorical, Your Honor. He need not answer.
He was basically questioning the fact that if it indeed came from Meta and is a computer printout, why the need for someone to certify it as a true copy?
I do recall, Your Honor, please, that was submitted to the Committee on Justice. Along the way, there was a need to certify that, Your Honor, please. But be that as it may, certification of a printout of an electronic document is not even necessary, Your Honor, please.
The objection of the counsel for respondent is overruled. With the counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much,
He
Your Honor,
may
please.
raise his objection at the proper time when formal offer is made of documentary evidence, and any correction may be made thereafter, or rather before that, by the counsel for the prosecutors.
All right.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Mr. Witness, you mentioned that Meta, you said, acknowledged the preservation requests. Sorry, Your Honor, please. I recall the last question. I have to proceed to presentation of the documents. Now, Mr. Witness, if this printout of the screenshot of Meta's reply is shown to you, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, what relation, if any, does that document have with the printout that you mentioned earlier?
This is the printout that I submitted, sir.
Now, Mr. Witness, Your Honor, please, again, as previously manifested, the document identified by the witness has been previously marked as Exhibit P-4-8 for the prosecution. Okay, how faithful, if at all, is this printout from the actual screenshot?
The printout accurately reflects the screenshot, sir.
And how do you know that this printout accurately reflects the screenshot?
I compared the screenshot with the printout and the email confirmation of Meta and found that the contents are identical, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Witness, you Meta quotes, acknowledged, unquote, the preservation requests. Now, based on your experience, and if you know, ano ba ang ibig sabihin kung yung Meta nag-a-acknowledge ng isang preservation requests?
Objection, Your Honor. He would be incompetent to say that.
Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the prosecution, what do you say?
Your Honor, please. This is an NBI agent that has been practicing digital forensics for 2 years, appearing in court for 30 times, and underwent training for 2 weeks. No other person in this room is more competent to answer the question than this witness. Let the witness answer.
Nevertheless, Your Honor, he's incompetent. He is not from Meta. He doesn't know Meta procedures. The mere fact that he's an NBA agent doesn't make him competent.
Can I reply to that, Your Honor, please?
Overruled. Chair will allow it. If the witness knows, he may reply. If he does not know, he should so admit also. Witness may answer.
It means that Meta have taken necessary action to preserve the evidence, sir, and assign a case number on it.
So took reasonable steps to preserve and assigned a case number. Now, yung question now is, after receiving this acknowledgement from Meta, ano ba yung ginawa mo kung meron man, in relation to the investigation you conducted on the statements of the Vice President?
I further preserve the video and authenticate the same, sir.
All right, so you said you...
With the permission of the counsel for the prosecutors, Mr. Witness, what do you mean by Meta assigned a case number to it? What does that exactly mean?
It means that yun po, they have taken reasonable action. Yung case number po is for monitoring namin kasi multiple multiple requests po from different investigation. Yung case number na yun for specific request po.
So pag may request kayo sa Metang i-preserve ang isang digital footprint o data, lalagyan nila ng case number.
Yes po.
Lahat ngayon na magre-request na i-preserve yun, ilalagay sa ilalim ng case number na yan yung mga request.
Hindi po. Per request po yung case number.
So each request will have a separate case number from Meta.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the case number for this one would be what?
916154, Your Honor.
Saan po nakasulat yon?
Your case number is 91, nasa upper part po, Your Honor. 91,
Ayun, 911654?
yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Witness, you said that you proceeded to further preserve and authenticate the subject video. Now, let's go to that proceeded to further evidence. What does it entail, if any, and if you know?
It means that I further preserve it using a screen recording, open source broadcast software studio, OBS. I screen record what appears on my screen, the video, the online live stream November 23, 2024, from beginning to end, including its URL.
Okay, now, what about authenticating the video? Ano bang ibig sabihin yan kung alam mo?
After screen recording, there's an output video. I compared the output video with the November 23, 2024 video and ensured that the contents are identical. After ensuring that the contents are identical, I now generated a hash value calculation on the video to ensure that the video won't be tampered until presented in court, sir.
Mr. Witness, ano ba yung pruweba mo kung meron man that you authenticated the subject video?
I have executed an affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated January 30, 2025, sir.
Okay, now, kung yung affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated January 30, 2025, ipapakita sa iyo, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the process, or the prosecution is in the process of confronting the witness with a document that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-9 and series, constituting of 29 pages, including the attachments. Your Honor, please, the defense is invited to peruse the documents. Okay.
Firma. Hindi yan naka. Your Honor, we object to the introduction of this affidavit of authentication. This is not an original copy of his affidavit. This is not electronic evidence. And if you look at the affidavit, even the appendages, which supposedly consist of USBs and CD, there's no USB, there's no CD, and even the signatures are not wet signatures, Your Honor.
What does counsel for the
Your Honor,
prosecution
please,
say?
we will not comment to that, subject to the proper response to that when the time comes in the formal offer of exhibit, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor,
The objection of the counsel for respondent is noted as to the admissibility of the offered document. However, as correctly pointed out by counsel for the prosecution, the proper time to object to the same and for the court to rule on it would be during formal offer, once the prosecution has already rested its case. So ordered.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, does that document have with the affidavit that you mentioned?
Your Honor, may I just make a quick manifestation?
Counsel for the respondent. Yes, you may, sir. Please
Your
proceed.
Honor, during pretrial, the parties got together and agreed that originals of the documents that were to be marked will be presented during trial. We agreed to expedite the proceedings. And now, what is happening is photocopies of documents that we want to peruse and see are being presented. So we object to this, Your Honor.
If I may, can
The
I reply? Sorry, I'm so sorry.
The
Your Honor, please.
manifestation of the counsel for respondent is duly noted.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Please proceed, counsel for the prosecution.
On page 3 of the affidavit of authentication of digital evidence, may makikita dyan yung isang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang John Mark Calilong. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Yung tanong now is, whose signature is that if you know?
This is my signature, sir.
Your Honor, at this juncture, Your Honor, please, despite the prosecution's understanding that a photocopy is now the original, is now considered as an original, but to address the concerns of the defense, Your Honor, please, I move that we be allowed to present the original of the documents that was confronted, that the witness was confronted with. Sorry, it's a certified true copy of the affidavit of authentication, Your Honor, please.
Counsel may proceed.
Okay. Now, you mentioned, so I will go back. Now, Mr.
Without prejudice to the counsel for respondent viewing the same
Yes.
with respect to its certification.
Affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated January 30, 2025. Now, so that it's a certified true copy, correct? Now, we are confronting you now with a certified true copy of the same document. After perusing the same, you have to tell us what relation, if any, do the documents before you have with the documents, affidavit of authentication of digital evidence that you mentioned.
Your Honor,
Yes, counsel for respondent.
we'll finish perusing, Your Honor.
Pwede mo upo.
91 na yun.
Alright, Dean, pwede niyo bang ipaliwanag sa amin ano ba yung nangyayari ngayon?
Alam mo, dalawang klase ng testimonya, Pia. Isang oral testimony, isang documentary evidence. Dalawang klase yan. Basta't ikaw ay nagsalita sa korte, yung iyong saksi, ino-offer mo na habang nagsasalita siya.
Okay.
Pero ang mga dokumento, yun ay i-offer mo pagkatapos magpresenta ng prosecution ng lahat ng evidence nila. Kaya nakikita natin, noted ni Senate, yung presiding officer, okay, duly noted, doon muna lang mag-object basta't natapos na magpresenta ang prosecution ng mga documentary. Pero yung mga salita, pwede sila mag-object ngayon. At kaya natin nakikita ito ngayon sapagkat nga itong saksing ito, wala sa listahan nung nauna. Kaya nagbibigay siya ngayon ng mga testimonya na palagay ko pang-una lang naririnig nitong defense. Pero siya ay parang expert witness, no? Parang expert witness at ang kanyang nilalatag na ebidensya ay okay, meron na ulit na nagsasalita.
Your Honor, for...
Yes, counsel for the respondent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir, for your comments.
Sir, for Your Honor, for P-I, P-4-9H. Your Honor, there is a CD in the original. Oh. 9-4 ba yan? 9-4?
Careful. 9-4. Just look at the original.
Counsel, what are you referring to again? P-dash? P-4-9 what?
Ano siya?
Ito. Before that. Before that. Yeah.
P-
Before that. Attorney, may natanggal lang yung ano nyo. Is this the same ano? Sequence. Sige, punta ka sa C muna. Hanapin mo yung C. C. Hindi ito. Hindi ito bro. Okay, next page.
Iyan.
Hindi. Okay, next page. Next page. Okay, next page.
Ayan, ina-examine nila yung mga papeles, Pia, no? Sapagkat nga, sinisigurado nila na yung mga papeles na pinapakita sa kanila, mga may proper markings at the same as the original.
Only a photocopy of the CD, Your Honor. So there is a difference.
Noted.
You can reply to that, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, let's get all of his comments first.
The page after is already a USB.
Your Honor, the page after in the original is a USB, which is Annex E-1 with markings October 18, 2024 video CL PPS 182. However, in the photocopy, there is no such photocopy, the marked photocopy, there's no such thing.
So the order is no longer the same moving forward.
So the order is no longer the same moving forward, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's it.
Even in that very same one, which I assume is P-4-9K, does not have any date marking, Your Honor.
It's not the same
So
document, the conclusion.
it is not the same document. It's not faithful reproduction of anything, Your Honor.
The photocopy is not a faithful reproduction of the certified true copy. That's what you're stating.
Yes, Your Honor.
What does the counsel for the prosecution say?
Your Honor, counter manifestation that the documents that the defense are perusing have been identified by the very person who authenticated and who executed that exhibit. So, Your Honor, please, we move that the comments of the defense be noted, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor, that's irrelevant. What we're saying is that this is not the copy mark. It is not the same as the original, which he says it's the same thing which is identified. What he's saying is off tangent. What he identified earlier, which is the marked copy, which is the copy marked during pre-trial, is not the same document as they are passing on as an original. Your Honor, this is the
Counsel
issue
for
here.
respondent, that is a proper subject matter too for your cross to point, if at all, the distinction and difference between the two copies, which counsel for the prosecution can use as a subject matter for his redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Because you can confront the witness with respect to the certified true copy that is different from what he identified earlier, impugning,
Your
if at all, his credibility as a witness in this case.
Thank you so much, Your
So
Honor.
we note the comments and observations of the counsel for the respondent. I got lost. So it's being reviewed and has not yet been given to the witness, right?
Your Honor, may I just register our continuing objection?
So noted and so registered.
Thank you so much. Can we proceed?
Before we proceed, the presiding officer was not there during pretrial. As manifested by the counsel for respondent, was there indeed such an agreement that the originals will be presented during the trial
Yes, Your Honor.
by both parties? Can the counsel for the prosecutors also confirm that?
Your Honor, please, we do not confirm. I conferred with my team, the team who actually participated in the marking for Article 4. Your Honor, please. Be that as it may, Your Honor, please, we would like to put into record certain realities of the law. A photocopy is now considered as an original. 2019 amendments in the Rules of Evidence. Number 2, Your Honor, please. This is the person who authenticated the documents. So there's no other person who is competent to testify as to the veracity of those documents other than the witness.
Your Honor,
please.
that's only a
So you do not
conclusion, Your Honor.
confirm?
No,
You
Your
do
Honor,
not
please.
confirm such an agreement during pretrial?
We do not confirm that, Your Honor, please.
So, Chair would like to advise the parties. The court understands the exceptions to the original document rule and will so implement the rules in that regard. However, if it does not fall under the original document rule exceptions, then to save on the court's time, the party presenting the document should present the original during trial to avoid what we are seeing now. Perhaps in the next time you present a witness, counsel
Yes,
for the
Your Honor,
prosecutors and counsel for respondents.
We will, Your Honor.
We appreciate that, Your Honor, please. We understand that would be for the next presentation.
For the next one. Please
Thank
proceed.
you so much. Are we done now? We move, Your Honor, please, that
Your Honor, may
sorry.
I request that he not also address me directly?
So ordered, so instructed. Kindly address all of your queries and statements to the presiding officer and use the third person when referring to your fellow counsel for the other party.
Much obliged, Your Honor, please. We move, Your Honor, please, that the marking in the affidavit of authentication of digital evidence that was previously identified by the witness, a photocopy, the markings of the same be transposed, Your Honor, please, to the documents that this witness is being confronted with at present, Your Honor, please.
We object to this, Your Honor. This is precisely our earlier objection. They're marking a new document. That's why they're asking that it be marked again, which defeats the very purpose of our pretrial.
If I may
the
reply, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor,
Can I continue?
Kindly
I wasn't
allow the
done.
counsel for the prosecution to speak.
So the hearing will proceed, Your Honor, please. I will withdraw that motion. We will stand by the presentation, the photocopy allowed by the rules and identified by the witness who actually executed the affidavit. May proceed, Your Honor, please.
I hope that satisfies counsel for respondent. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, on page 3, sa pahinang number 3 of the affidavit of authentication of digital evidence, may makikitang isang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang Agent John Mark Calilong. Now, yung tanong, kaninong pirma ba ito kung alam mo?
Pirma ko po, sir.
Now, sa page 4 ng nasabing affidavit of authentication of digital evidence, may makikita din na isang pirma, okay, sa ibabaw ng pangalang Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok. Now, kaninong pirma ito kung alam mo?
Pirma po ni Atty. Lotok.
Now, how do you know that it is the signature of Attorney Lotok?
Nakita ko pong pinirmahan niya yung document. At may mga document po ko na nakita at enacted upon na bearing his signature, kaya familiar po ako.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, please, we proceed. Mr. Witness, now, what action did you perform, if any, after you authenticated the subject video in relation to the investigation you conducted on the statements of the Vice Presidents?
I first saved the video on my laptop and saved a copy of the video on a DVD and a flash drive.
Okay, now, you mentioned that you saved a copy in a flash drive. Mr. Witness, kung yung flash drive ipapakita sa iyo, will you be able to identify the same?
Objection,
Yes,
Your
sir.
Honor. We object.
What is the objection of the counsel for
The
respondent?
document identified by the by the witness was the photocopy, and the appended there's no flash drive, CD, or anything appended upon that. So there's nothing, no foundation for this question.
I have to reply to that, Your Honor, please. This is a
Reply, counsel for the prosecution.
This is a non-issue. I asked the witness, what did he do after saving the video? And he said he saved it in a flash drive without referring to any document attached to the affidavit of authentication. Basis is laid, Your Honor, please. This is a non-issue. We may proceed, Your Honor, please.
Your
Besides,
Honor,
counsel,
may I
counsel
respond?
for the respondent. This is not a surprise. This was flash drives. Several flash drives were pre-marked during the pre-trial.
Your Honor, may I
conference.
reply first before?
I believe 7 on the part of the prosecution and several on the part of the respondent too. But you may proceed, sir.
Your
Please.
Honor, that is not my objection. My objection is the very basis upon which the witness introduced this flash drive was the affidavit. The affidavit. And there was no affidavit upon the, there was no attachment upon the affidavit which they introduced. So the very questions that he has do not have any foundation.
No. Can I
Counsel for the prosecution,
Your
before
Honor,
the court,
please.
the presiding officer makes a ruling.
Ako yung magiging parang sirang I just said that this witness said that he saved a copy of that video in a flash drive. So the logical question now is to ask him if this flash drive is presented to him, is he able to explain and or identify the same? I don't see any proper basis for an objection to that, Your Honor, please.
Presiding officer will make a ruling. Objection is overruled. The prosecution, counsel for the prosecution, is trying to comply with the requirements enunciated by the Supreme Court insofar as such pieces of evidence is concerned. Number 1, establishing its origin. Number 2, to trace the chain of custody insofar as the transfer to a storage device is concerned. And finally, how it reached this court. So the objection is overruled.
Thank you so
Witness may
much,
answer.
Your Honor, please. Now, Mr. Witness, Attorney Bagalion, please confront the witness with the flash drive. Mr. Witness, I'm now showing a flash drive that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-10A, containing the subject video that is previously marked as Exhibit P-4-10 for the prosecution. Question: what relation, if any, does this flash drive have with the one you mentioned?
May I know if this was appended upon any
Counsel
document?
for respondent is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I know if this was appended upon any document?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the prosecution will please reply.
Your Honor, please.
The answer is no, I presume.
No.
The basis, if at all, counsel for the respondent is the testimony of the witness. When asked again to establish not only the origin, but also how he transferred it to a storage device, and if at all, how it reached this court. So, Chair replies, and if that is an objection, overrules the same. Witness may answer.
Permission to unseal the flash drive.
You may do so, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the witness manifestation is now in the process of unsealing the object evidence.
Sir,
Witness will please answer.
this is the flash drive where I saved the recording, sir.
Now, Your Honor, please, at this juncture, we are about to confront the witness with the video contained in the flash drive.
Your Honor.
Kindly let the counsel for the prosecution finish.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. And in the interest of time, Your Honor, please, we move that we allow Attorney Magallon to transport himself to the technical booth to facilitate, Your Honor, please, the playing of the video when the time comes.
Counsel for respondent.
Your Honor, may we know how long the video is?
We will arrive to that, Your Honor, please.
No, I'm also curious. How long
All right,
is
now.
this for us to know? How long is this particular video? Namely, Exhibit P, Roman numeral number 4, 10A.
Your
How
Honor,
many
please.
minutes or seconds would this be?
Exactly, the video is 2 hours and 26 minutes and 10 seconds. But wait, Your Honor, please. We will aid the court in this regard. We will not be showing the entire 2-hour video, Your Honor, please. We will be presenting the relevant portions of the video, Your Honor, please, sanctioned by the rules and subject to the defense doing whatever they want with the remainder of the video, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor,
So, what will you play exactly, counsel?
Your
How
Honor,
many
please.
minutes or seconds?
We counted, it's 2 minutes and exactly 18 seconds, Your Honor, please. 2 minutes and 18 seconds of a 2-hour, 26-minute, and 10-second video, Your Honor, please.
Your
What does
Honor,
counsel for respondent say?
we object. Based on Your Honor, based on the rules, part of a video documentary must be presented, Your Honor.
Come again?
I'm sorry, counsel?
Yeah.
Hold on, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, counsel? I did not get what you
Hold
said.
on, Your Honor. Your Honor, under Rule 132, when part of a transaction, writing, or record given in evidence, the remainder must be shown. When part of an act, declaration, conversation, writing, or record is given in evidence by one party, the whole of the same subject may be inquired into. And when a detached act, declaration, conversation, writing, or record is given in evidence, any other act, declaration, conversation, or record necessary to its understanding must be given into evidence. Your Honor, we request that the entire video be played.
Your Honor, can I respond to that, Your Honor, please? Can I respond to that?
What does the counsel for the prosecution say before the chair makes a ruling?
Your Honor, please, we don't want to put the defense on the spot, but that is a misreading of the rules. Your Honor, please, counsel cited Rule 132, Section 17. With all respect to the defense, that doesn't serve your interest. It serves the interest of the prosecution. May I explain? Reason. If we read Section 17 of Rule 132, it says, when part of transaction, writing, or record given in evidence, the remainder is admissible. When parts of an act, declaration, conversation, writing, or record, when part is given by one party, and in this case, that is the prosecution, the whole of the same may be inquired into by the other side. Meaning, it's simple. This rule, Section 17, Rule 132, allows exactly the prosecution to present a 2-minute portion of a 2-hour video subject to the defense, the presentation of the remainder of the same. Be that as it may, Your Honor, please, the rules are clear. Number 2, we invoke, Your Honor, please, the ruling that it is for the prosecution to decide what to present, when to present, how to present, and whether to present at all. Be that as it may, Your Honor, please, the defense will not be prejudiced exactly because when the time comes for the defense to present their evidence, they can present the remainder of the 2-hour video. What we are saying, Your Honor, please, for the interest of time, for the prosecution's presentation of evidence, we deem that's only a 2-minute portion of the 2-hour video is relevant at this point in time, Your Honor, please. We move for a ruling.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
As the last response,
Your Honor,
counsel for the respondent.
the prosecution cannot be allowed to present a truncated part of a whole 2-hour, 26-minute video. That will not provide the context necessary for the understanding of what occurred during that night on November 23, and also not allow the proper identification by this witness.
Your Honor, sorry, I will not even reply to that, Your Honor, please.
Chair would like to ask, who did the edit? From the, how many hours? 2 hours?
No. Your Honor, please, if I make, can I
From the
reply to that?
total, who did the edit? Was the witness the one who did the edit, or was it already the prosecution?
Your Honor, there's no editing done. There's no editing done.
Who got that shorter portion?
No, Your Honor, please. What we are presenting are portions of the entire 2-hour video. And this witness, I think, will be able to identify the specific timestamps of that preserved, not edited portion. If I may repeat, Your Honor, please, we are not presenting any edited portions, but only snippets, portions of that 2-hour video. And this witness, I suppose, will be able to identify which specific portions that he would like the court to view at this point.
So when it is shown, the witness will testify and attest to the portion of the entire video that it was found insofar as the timestamp is concerned.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
But as evidence at the proper time, you will be offering this entire
Yes.
2-hour or so video.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And simply highlighting
Yes.
the 2 or so minutes. Would that be correct?
That is a very keen observation. Agree 100%, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor, the prosecution cannot be allowed to do this because the entire video will show the context on which the utterances were made.
That is a matter for the counsel for respondent to do and present during their time, because I believe the counsel for respondent also identified and marked, if I'm not mistaken, the same video for over 2.5 hours. It can do so during its time to present its evidence in chief. The objection is overruled. Counsel is instructed to go to the booth accompanied by a counsel from the respondent in order to make sure that indeed the USB identified by the witness is the same USB that will be played in the tech booth of the Senate.
Okay. While they're doing that, may I propound the next question, Your Honor, please?
Yes, counsel,
Now,
you may proceed.
Mr. Witness, John Mark, listen. Now, you mentioned kanina that you authenticated the subject video by recording the same through sinasabi mong open broadcaster software, OBS, and then you compared the contents of the recording and the subject video. That's one. And you also said that you investigated certain statements made by the Vice Presidents on November 23, 2024. Yung tanong, no? What particular statements of the Vice President did the NBI deem proper to investigate?
The statement of the Vice President where she uttered that she already talked to someone to kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House if something's happened to her.
Okay, now, the next question now, Mr. Witness, is in what particular portion of the subject video, did the respondent utter that she already contracted a person to kill?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, wait.
Allow the counsel to finish his
I'm not
question.
yet done. Relax. To kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
What is the objection of counsel for respondent?
Your Honor, the No basis for the question, Your Honor.
Overruled. Witness may answer.
May I refer, sir, to my notes to identify the specific timestamp, sir?
Okay.
The
So,
witness may do so if it is available to him. You may refer to your notes. While he's doing that, while the witness
Honor,
is
may
doing that, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Your Honor,
presiding
may I
order-
question what notes he is referring to?
Counsel for respondent,
Apologies,
the
Your Honor.
presiding officer recognized Senator Judge Alan Cayetano. You may proceed, sir.
Just some thoughts, presiding officer. This is not yet an appeal from your ruling and maybe a question to the counsel of the defense. Just to refresh our memory, Rule 132, Section 17, when part of a transaction, writing, or record given in evidence, the remainder admissible. When part of our act, declaration, conversation, writing, or record is given in evidence by one party, the whole of the same subject may be inquired into by the other. And when a detached act, declaration, conversation, writing, or record is given in evidence, any act, declaration, conversation, writing, or record necessary to its understanding may also be given in evidence. So I'm not appealing yet. I see the logic of the ruling of the presiding officer. Ito lang po ang tanong ko. Is the defense going to ask later on for the showing of the whole video? Because if they are, why don't we just watch the whole of it? Because we're going to have to assess the context. If it was really a threat, what did she say before or after? And I don't really want to go home today believing one thing based on a 2-minute clip and then come back next week to watch the 2-hour clip. I think most of us saw parts of the clip. Of course, I don't also feel like watching the 2-hour, I don't even watch 2.5-hour movies, much less this. But I'm just putting this at the feet of the presiding officer and my colleagues na kung gagawin din naman natin eventually yung 2.5 hours, mas gusto ba natin putulin muna ngayon at may iniisip tayo and then later on the 2 hours? Or can the two parties agree of the 2.5 hours, which one yung may context? So I'm not criticizing the prosecution's motion. I see what you mean. May I ask that one question to the defense, if they're going to ask, presiding officer?
Precisely.
For the presiding officer, we cannot dictate nor predict what either counsel for the prosecution or respondent will do during the presentation of their evidence in chief. Even if they say yes to us now,
yes,
actually they have every right to change their mind and
yes, I agree, Your Honor,
not do so anymore.
But if they do answer now that they want it shown, may we consider, I mean, if I'm the only one who wants to see it as a whole, then I will submit to everyone else. But if everyone else is saying we will eventually watch the whole of it, we might as well get it over and see the context of the whole video. Unless the two parties can agree that they only want to look at 30 minutes or 1 hour. I don't know what context they're talking about. I'm just trying to expedite, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Both parties, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano, marked the same video.
Yes. May I ask the...
which is over 2 hours.
May I just ask the defense, do they plan to ask us to watch the whole...
Counsel for Defense will please reply to the question of
Yes, Your
Senator Judge Cayetano.
First, Your Honor, precisely why we're asking to watch the video is because we don't know what the contents of that video is. We don't know if it's any different or the same with our video. And to answer the question of the Honorable Senator, yes, we will be asking the entire 2-hour, 26-minute video to be presented and watched later on during our cross.
So on that point, Mr. President and Presiding Officer, hindi naman nakalagay sa Section 17 when. And usually, at least for myself, if I have to watch 30 minutes and then may emphasize na 30 seconds, 2 minutes, 1 minute, pinapanood muna yung buo and then saka papanoorin yung maikli na ine-emphasize para walang prejudgment. Kasi pag nauna yung portions na maliliit and then saka mo lang sasabihin later on, eto pala context nito. Medyo umiiba. But again, no, I'm only one of the 24, so I leave it to my colleagues. If we're going to have to watch it anyway, may I ask the presiding officer what the pleasure is? But since the rule doesn't say, personally, I'd rather watch the whole thing and get it over with, then allow the prosecution to pick out the portions that quickly say, that goes into the center of the controversy or what they want to prove.
Without disagreeing with Senator Judge Cayetano, for the presiding officer, it's just that I don't think the court should impose or dictate upon either party how they will present their evidence in chief. Although it would save the court some time if they, but we can also waste a lot of time arguing about this instead of watching the 2-minute video.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I'm not saying we dictate because there was an objection, you ruled. You can change your ruling or we can appeal. But I'm saying I'm just one. So if everyone agrees na portion muna, I will submit to that. But if everyone else thinks na panoorin na yung buo, then baka I can appeal your ruling without voting. So I'm just bringing up this issue for expediency, but I leave it up to what everyone else thinks about it.
You know, Your Honor, if I may, we also move for the reconsideration of the earlier ruling of the Honorable Court.
Counsel cannot move for reconsideration of the ruling of the chair. Only a senator judge
Your Honor,
can do
may
so.
we
Counsel.
manifest that we intend to present the whole during cross-examination, Your Honor.
Presiding officer declares a brief recess.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Can I go?
Alright, Dean, so ano bang mangyayari ngayon? Kailangan nga ba ipalabas yung buo?
Well, nakalagay naman sa rules natin, pwede kang pumili ng mga tinatawag nga nating snippet o parte. Pero meron ring karapatan yung kabila na, sige, during our time, panoorin natin lahat. So, ayun ang pinag-aawayan nila ngayon. Sabi ni Senator Cayetano, panoorin na lang natin lahat kasi kung yun rin naman ang gagawin ng depensa, bakit hindi pa ngayon? So, sabi naman ng kabila, ang punto nila kasi yun ang tinatawag sa batas nating lis mota. Yun yung pinakapunto nung pinepresenta nilang evidence. Kaya baka para sa kanila, inconsequential yung ibang parte.
Para sa konteksto lang din ng mga nanonood, no, Dean, ang pinag-uusapan nila, ang pinag-uusapan ng senator judges at ng magkabilang panig na video ay yung video kung saan on the night of November 23.
Yes.
Yung kung saan sinabi ni Vice President Sara Duterte na kung may pumatay sa akin, sinabi ko sa kanila na papatayin nyo rin si President Marcos, First Lady Lisa Marcos at noong House Speaker Martin Romualdez.
Yes, yun yung Article 4 ng Articles of Impeachment na sasakop to sa culpable violation of the Constitution at saka high crimes. Ito na yung papatunayan nila yung grave threats at saka yung inciting to sedition.
Kasi prior to this, nagsumite na yung defense panel na ang sabi nila, yung sa reply, diba, yung sagot or tugon ni Vice President Sara Duterte, wala naman kasing ebidensya na talagang nangontrata siya ng tagapatay, diba? Pero in court, if the article of impeachment is grave threat, does grave threat require that you actually have proof of somebody being contracted or is the mere utterance o yung mismong pagsabi lang na papapatayin kita, sapat na ba yun para makonsidera bilang ebidensya na nagkaroon nga ng grave threat?
Oo. Kasi ang grave threat is pambabanta. Yun lang. Binantaan mo siyang patayin, binantaan mo siyang halimbawang nakawan, yun lang, pagbabanta at nag-cause sa kanya ng pagkatakot. Yun lang, pagbabanta at natakot. O nagkaroon ng possible potential harm. Yun lang ang kailangan sa grave threats. Pwede mong ligyan ng condition kung hindi mo ako bibigyan ng pera o kung hindi mo gagawin yan, pero iba na yun, no? Pero yun ang grave threats. Banta lang, sapat na. At may natakot, no? Maganda yung tanong mo, Pia, kanina, no? Sapagkat kung babasahin mo ang sagot ng depensa, ang defense lang naman nila, it's freedom of expression. Yung mga sinabi, walang grave threats. At yung mga sinabi, hindi nagko-constitute ng inciting to sedition. Sa makatawid, hindi nila kine-question na may video. Kaya nga nagtataka ako, bakit hindi nila sabihin, sasagot nyo naman, hindi nyo naman kinwestiyon yung existence, at least, ng video. Kaya ang pinag-aawayan na lang natin, kung ano ang hugis, anyo at motibo ng kanyang pananalita. Threats ba yun o hindi? Kaya, ewan ko, sana masabi rin dyan. Kasi sa sa litigasyon. Ganun ang parating ginagawa eh. Only as to the existence of that video, do you at least admit it? Kung sabihin nilang, oo, okay, then. Yung content, do you at least admit it? Then the only problem now is what is the hue, what is the color, what is the motive. Yun ang titignan natin. So, yun. Sayang. Pero ngayon, meticuloso silang talagang ina-authenticate nila step by step by step.
Actually, yung susunod kong tatanungin
Oo
din.
nga.
Nasa proseso pa lang tayo ng pag-authenticate, di po ba? Kaya
Yes.
nga nandyan po si Agent Calilong para siya ang magsabi na kung tunay ba, kung authenticated ba o hindi, itong nais nilang ipalabas na video.
Oo. Yan lang. Nandyan lang tayo. Sapagkat magpapalabas rin sila ng iba pang witnesses sa listahan nila na magsasabi na kasi dun sa sinabing yon, ano ang mga epekto? Yung national security naman, no? Yung ano, yun ang pangalawa nilang witness. What was the effect of that video? Papatunayan nagkaroon ng threat sa national security, so forth and so on. Pero tama ka, Pia, nandun pa lang tayo. Nandun pa lang tayo sa pagpapatunay, pag-authenticate nung sinabi ni Vice President VP Sara.
So itong halimbawa ito, Dean Santa Maria nag-request ng brief recess. Si presiding officer, Senator Judge Francis Escudero. Kapag ganito po ba na nagre-recess sila, is this an opportunity para dun sa mga senator judges or maybe even for the presiding officer to discuss with his fellow senator judges kung anong dapat gawin para hindi na kailangan pag-usapan ng mahaba sa mismong korte?
Oo, pwedeng-pwede yan. Wala makapagpipigil sa kanya. At yun nga dapat ang gagawin nila sa mga ganitong pagkakataon. Kasi para bumaba rin ang emosyon, ang tensyon, ang temperatura doon sa loob ng paglilitis. Kasi kung tumaas ang temperatura niyan, talagang walang gustong tumigil magsalita eh. Gusto niya siya yung last say, di ba? So, yun ang nangyayari ngayon. Kaya nag-ano siya, tama naman yan. Para bang time out muna tayo.
Napansin natin di ba, Dean, kanina medyo nagkakainitan ng konti with the defense saying, I don't want to be addressed directly. Please direct your comments to the presiding officer.
Oo nga, may a little bit of personal na, no? Yung ganyan. Pero mabuti na nagkaroon ng recess. No? Ito na, tumutungo na tayo sa mahalaga, dun sa buod, dun sa punto ng authentication na to.
Pero yung ganitong klase mga estilo, at least yung objections, I mean, from your point of view, Dean, lahat naman ito expected. Kumbaga parang syempre, hindi mo na ikinagugulat na may mga objections na inihain. Pero sasagutin natin yan, Dean, after natin makausap ang ating kasamang si Joseph Morong kasi si Joseph ay naroon pa rin sa Senado. Joseph, anong latest?
Pia, magdadalawang oras na nating pinag-uusapan kung mapipresenta ba itong isa sa mga pangunahing ebidensya ng prosecution dun sa Article 4. Ito yung threats. Ito ay binilang natin since 2 o'clock, ongoing pa rin yung diskusyon kung paano ipipresenta at kung ilang minuto ba ng 2 hours and 26 minutes ng online interview niyan ni Vice President Duterte noong November 23, 2024. So as we can see, as you saw, yung mukhang every step of the way, no? Yung defense ay may mga objections doon sa mga gustong gawin ng prosecution. But we are at this point na magde-decide na yung Senate Impeachment Court kung 2 hours ba o 2 minutes and 16 seconds lang. Yung ipapakita ang relevant lang naman according to the defense and the prosecution ay yung part na in-interview sumagot si Vice President Sara Duterte sa tanong tungkol sa alleged stress sa kanyang pamilya. I think the Senate is in session now, Pia.
Alright, thank you, Joseph. Pakinggan muna natin.
The officer would therefore like to make of record the following. Number 1, should the counsel for the respondent rather decide as it has manifested to present the entire video, this court shall allow it during the time for the respondent to present its evidence in chief. We will not interfere with how each party or either party presents their case, with a caveat. A portion of an entire video being presented is not only to save on time, but also to be able to support the allegations from the point of view of the prosecution insofar as their articles of impeachment is concerned. No need to say that the counsel for the respondent will also present the evidence that they deem best that will prove the innocence of the respondent in this case. Senator Judge Cayetano? The mic, please, of Senator Judge Cayetano.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I submit and I think there's a consensus. May I ask just one question about authentication?
You
I
may
just want to
proceed,
be
sir.
clarified with my indulgence to the prosecution and defense. Just to the witness, please correct me kasi hindi ako techie talaga dyan. So sabi mo, pag ino-authenticate mo, you get the video tapos may hash.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you get the hash tapos you download the video. Tama po ba?
No, Your Honor. The video was screen recorded, Your Honor.
Okay, so screen recorded, then yung hash na nakuha mo.
Yung hash value po is kinalculate from the recorded po.
Okay, then you have to compare that with the original one, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the original one, yung hash niyan, nasa Facebook. Tama ba?
Yung hash po, hindi po kinalculate yung hash from the Facebook. Kasi ang purpose po ng hash value is to calculate po yung value ng mismong video na ni-record ko. Dahil hindi po siya yung for authentication purpose, but for the integrity of the video that I screen recorded na if matampered siya during the time na sinubmit siya until presented in court, makikita po na iba po yung hash value.
So is there a possibility na iba yung hash ng Facebook for the same video sa hash nung sayo?
Magkaiba po talaga yun.
Magkaiba. But how do you know it's, when you authenticated, how do you know it's the same video?
I manually compared, Your Honor.
Manually compared?
Yes, Your Honor.
But we don't know that unless we also manually compare.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to clarify that and think about it more.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Villanueva?
Mr. Presiding Officer, in relation to what Senator Judge Alan Cayetano mentioned, may I just be allowed to ask a clarificatory question in relation to that particular matter?
Senator Judge Villanueva may do so. He
Thank
has
you.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, I was listening attentively earlier, and you made mention that the live stream video was recorded using Open Broadcaster Software, or OBS. Just for the benefit of the court, could you briefly explain what OBS is and how it was used in the course of your investigation?
It's open source na software na pwede pong i-access ng kahit sino.
So it's generally available to the
yes
public?
Po. And ang purpose po niya is may two functions siya, is live stream and screen recording po.
And stream recording?
Screen recording, Your Honor.
Could you explain the capabilities nitong OBS as well as any considerations that investigators take into account pag ginagamit po itong recordings generated through this particular software as part of your investigation?
Yung OBS po, capable po siya i-screen record kung ano po yung nakikita sa screen. After po nun, makakapag-generate po siya ng output. Yung output po na yun, yung minamanually compared ko with the live stream video, Your Honor.
To authenticate?
Yes po.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you, Sir Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo?
Thank you.
Mr. Presiding Judge, just a statement.
The gentleman may proceed.
In Rule 132, Section 17, it is not mandated that the whole record be shown to the court. The video being shown in open court and it being in evidence is completely different. That's all, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Pangilinan?
Yes, Mr. President, just one or two quick questions to the...
The gentleman may
witness.
proceed. Witness
Yes.
will please answer the questions of Senator Judge Pangilinan. He has 2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Kalilong, ikaw nabanggit mo kanina na nag-training ka, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi lang dalawang linggong training lamang ang nakuha mo, tama ba yun?
2 linggo on the start Pero during the tinitrain po ako ng chief ko. During the
So
process
continuing training.
Yes po, kasi nagpe-present po ako sa
At saan yung training? Na
Yung-
sinabi mong 2 linggo, nabanggit mo ba?
Sa office namin siya ginawa, pero ang nag-handle is MaxCore po.
Ano yung Max for?
MaxCore Interventures.
Ano nga yun?
Provider po namin ng forensic softwares.
At kumpanya siya
Yes po.
ng computer
Ng mga pang-forensic po.
forensic. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Counsel for prosecutor will please proceed.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to speak in Cebuano a bit? Mahimo ba kita magpadayon? In Tagalog, it means, in English, can we proceed?
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Witness. Now, in what particular portion of the subject video did the respondent utter that she already contracted a person to kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives?
Are you done?
Objection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
Kindly state the objection, counsel for response.
Your Honor, the question is misleading. There was no mention anywhere before that the video mentioned that the killing of the president.
To kill.
Yeah, there's no mention in any testimony earlier. There's no mention that that video.
Your Honor, again, with all respect, the records will bear me out. Bases have been more than complied with. This witness mentioned many times over that the subject of the investigation is the statement of the Vice President that she already contracted a person to kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker. There's no basis for the objection, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor, may I ask for a readback? He was the only party who said that, Your Honor, not
Kindly
the...
use the third party in referring to opposing counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor.
May I ask, Your Honor, for a...
Let the counsel for defense finish his statement.
May I ask, Your Honor, for a reading of the transcript, as the witness, to my recollection, never mentioned that the Vice President did those things.
All right. If I may, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, kindly lay the basis.
Yes, Your Honor, please. Now, Mr. Witness, you said that your office, the NBI, conducted an investigation for a statement made by the Vice President noong Nobyembre 23, taong 2024. Naalala mo yun?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh. Your Honor, please.
What is the basis of the objection?
Your Honor, it's leading.
Your Honor, please, if I may, Your Honor, please.
Do you remember? Leading, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor, please, I'm just giving into what the defense wants. The record will bear me out. This witness mentioned so many times over that he investigated the statement of the Vice President uttering that she already contracted a person. The whole nation is listening.
The chair will
Your
make
Honor,
a ruling.
so many words leading.
The chair will make a ruling. The objection is overruled. Earlier, chair noted, I have it in my notes, that the question was propounded by counsel with respect to the 11/23/24 incident that was the subject matter of a digital forensic examination by the witness pertaining to the former Vice President. That was the instance, if the counsel will recall, that counsel for the prosecutors asked the witness if he knew who the Vice President was. So the objection is overruled. Witness may answer.
Your Honor, may I state for the record, my objection is on the part of the question where he said that the Vice President hired someone to kill the President, the First Lady, and the Speaker of the House, not on the identification of the Vice President.
Noted. Court already made a ruling. Witness will answer.
Mr. Witness, naalala mo ba yung tanong?
Can you repeat the question,
Okay,
sir?
now.
Kindly repeat the question, counsel.
In what particular portion of the subject video in that online media conference of the Vice President, did she utter that she already contracted a person to kill the President, the First Lady, the former Speaker? In what portion?
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Sir,
is the objection?
Your Honor, this honorable court already ruled on this question. The discussion later on was on the leading question made by the prosecutor. If you recall, Your Honor, this honorable court said, prosecutor, please lay the foundation, the basis for your question.
Your Honor, please, if I may, can respond.
The presiding officer will ask the witness. Mr. Witness, out of the 2 or more so hours of video that you downloaded, do you know, if at all, the timestamp that pertains to any statements made by the Vice President pertaining to any of the allegations in the articles of impeachment, particularly Article 4, the subject matter of this case, in relation to alleged threats made by her in that video?
Yes, Your Honor, but may I refer to my investigator's note, Your Honor?
You may do so. Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Mr. Presiding Officer.
Alan Cayetano, sorry.
May I know from the records, is this the first time that the witness mentioned that the Vice President uttered threats against the President, the former Speaker, and the First Lady?
Your Honor, if I may, there was
Because if
no
it's
mention at all.
No, yes.
Sorry, apologies.
No, because if it's the first time, precisely the rule says that you cannot allow leading questions. Whether it's from the judges, whether it's from the presiding officer, or from the defense, or the... So meaning, you lay the basis. Simply, you ask him, ano yung laman ng video? Pag binanggit na niya, na may ganito sa laman ng video, then you can ask him na directly what part. So, all of us want to expedite it, but let's follow the rules. So that's why I'm asking, has this witness this afternoon, I missed a portion because I have a headache and I had to eat before I drink medicine, but I was watching sa TV. But hindi ko pa narinig na sinabi niya to. Kasi kung hindi pa niya sinabi, Mr. Presiding Officer, can we just follow the rules and just lay the basis, ask him kung ano laman ng video, let him testify, tapos pag binanggit niya, then you can ask him, hindi na siya leading. But we shouldn't really ask leading questions because we'll violate the rules. So excuse me, but I'll just be very particular when it comes to the rules, and it's not against any group.
Senator Judge Cayetano, it will take some time before we can quote-unquote appeal to the records. I'm trying to have them get it. But in lieu of that, that's why the chair tried to intervene. Can counsel kindly lay the basis for the witness to be able to identify the timestamp portions of the 2-hour video?
All right, Your Honor.
Counsel for the prosecutors may proceed.
This will be quick. Mr. Witness, you said that your office conducted an investigation on the statement made by the Vice President dated November 23, 2024, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leadings. Your Honor, he's not on direct. He's
overruled. Witness may answer.
Yes, sir.
Now, tanong, ano ba exactly yung sinabi ng Vice President nung araw na yan, November 23, 2024?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not yet done.
Well, Your Honor, the pauses of the prosecution are very confusing.
Kindly let the counsel for the prosecutors finish his question
Precisely,
before you
Your Honor.
object.
May I
Counsel
ask
for the prosecutor
also
may proceed.
may I ask, instead of this, Your Honor, may I ask that the Honorable Court direct the witness to allow me to object before answering? Because precisely the questioning of the prosecutor there are many pauses, which it's confusing if he's done or not.
Counsel, witness even on occasion forgot what the question was because he did not respond to the question of the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor. So I just...
Court will make sure of that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So kindly finish your question.
Yes,
if you want
so-
to state it again, counsel for the prosecutors.
Maybe it's the tone, no? I'll be quick. What particular statements of the Vice President on that day did you investigate?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague.
Take it. Counsel for respondent, a bit of patience. Let the counsel
Yes.
finish. I don't think he's finished.
The question is done. What particular statement on that day, did you investigate? How is that leading?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague,
Okay, Your
not
Honor-
leading.
Your Honor, please. Can I
I didn't
address
say
to that,
leading.
Your Honor, please? Can I
What was
whether...
Counsel, what's the basis of the objection?
Vague.
All right. I will
It's a
indulge,
2 hour,
Your Honor, please.
36
I will
26
indulge,
minute
Your Honor,
video, Your
please.
Honor.
I will indulge. I will add these two phrases. It will never be that. Now, Mr. Witness, what statements did the Vice President utter on that day, if any?
Your Honor,
Whoa.
same objection. There's
Your
a
Honor,
2 hour 26 minute. What?
Let the
does he
witness
mean?
answer.
Counsel, this 2 hour and so minute video was done on the same day.
Yes.
Correct, Your Honor, but the question must be given with particularity.
If the witness knows, witness may answer.
Answer.
Witness will please answer.
Can I refer for my notes to identify the exact statement because I might said a statement that's not part of the actual statement.
Presiding officer will allow the witness to refer to his notes to refresh his memory. Go ahead, Mr. Witness.
The specific statement, quote and quote, yes, huwag kang mag-alala ma'am sa security ko kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta at si Martin Romualdez. No joke, no joke. Nagbilin na ako ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag kang tumigil hanggat di mo sila mapatay. Hanggat di mo sila mapatay sila. And then he said yes.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Now, in what particular portion of that video recording that you authenticated of that online media briefing on November 23, 2024, did the Vice President utter those words?
If I may, sir, I think we should include the question first. It starts at 1 hour and 15 minutes to 1 hour, 17 minutes and 18 seconds, sir.
Your Honor, so the witness manifested as an answer to the question in what portion he said, timestamps 1 hour, 15 minutes, 0 second to 1 hour, 17 minutes, 18 seconds. And we computed, Your Honor, please, it's a 2-minute, 18-second portion of that video. At this juncture, Your Honor, please, bases have been laid. The nation can finally see it. The court will do. We move that that's 2-minute and 18-second portion of that video be presented at this juncture, Your Honor, please.
The Secretariat is instructed to play the USB given to the tech behind that was observed and witnessed by both counsels for the parties. Sorted. Kindly play the video.
Vice President, thank you so much nga po pala sa dala niyong hopya nung hearing na pumunta kayo for PRRD. Kami yung nasa likod niyo po, yung tinawag nilang bastos kasi po malaki. Congresswoman.
Kindly pause it. Kindly pause it. Ganyan ba talaga?
Your Honor, please, Your Honor, please, the witness said that he would like to include the question propounded to the Vice President.
So, ganyan nga, hindi nalalakihan yan? Ganyan talaga yan? Or it will get bigger?
It will get bigger, Your Honor, please.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Nakakain kami. Ako po'y natatakot kumain ng pagkain doon baka mamaya. Ma'am, mag-iingat po kayo. Nasa teritoryo kayo ng kalaban.
Okay lang
nag-aalala po kami para
ma'am, kasi sila naman ako na eh. Sila talaga yung...
Or it will get bigger?
You reap
Opo,
what you
okay.
sow.
Yeah. Mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami po ng inyong mga pasabog ngayong gabi, it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them, no? Dahil sa pagkakasama niyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi totoo yung mga naririnig na mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami po ng inyong mga pasabog ngayong gabi, it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them, no? Dahil sa pagkakasama niyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi totoo yung mga naririnig namin or yung, I don't know if it's true, na meron daw silang Operation Romanovs and baka bala kayong ubusin ang inyong pamilya dahil hadlang kayo sa kanilang mga balaki in the future. So mag-iingat po kayo. Kami po kasi kami ng EDSA Friday crew, kami yung bumababa every Friday dyan sa EDSA because we believe yan yung tamang venue sa dinami-rami na ng problema natin. Ang kaya lang naman po namin gawin ay manawagan na bumaba na yan. Eh, ano po kaya ang remedy naman ninyong mga nasa posisyon or ng mga kayang labanan itong napakarami na pong ginagawang korupsyon at krimen laban sa taong bayan? Ano po ang pwede nyo maging remedy para matapos na ito? Lalo't nagsisigaw na po ang taong bayan na mag-people power na.
Yes. Huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko. Kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta, at si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. Nagbilin na ako, ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag ka tumigil hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila.
Of the video, Your Honor, please.
And then he said
Pwede
yes.
ba kita magpadayon? Can we continue?
Counsel may continue, may proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, does that video that you viewed with the video you mentioned earlier of the Vice President uttering that statement?
It is the portion of the video that I authenticated, sir.
Okay. Let's continue. What happened next, Mr. Witness, kung meron man, after mong ma-authenticate yung subject video na yan?
Our team conducted an open source investigation to identify previous statement of the Vice President that had similarities to the November 23, 2024 video, sir.
Okay. Now, sinabi mo that your team conducted yung tinatawag mong open source investigation for any prior statements made by the Vice President against President Marcos Jr. and his family members. Yung tanong nga, ba't kailangan pa mag-conduct ng open source investigation for any prior statements na ginawa, kung meron man, ng Vice President against laban kay President Marcos Jr. at saka yung pamilya niya?
As part of our standard procedure, sir, kailangan namin makita yung full context kung bakit ito nagsimula. Kaya nagtingin kami ng mga prior statement made the Vice President against the President and the family.
Alright. Now, ano ba yung naging resulta, kung meron man, sa naging open source investigation nyo, Mr. Witness?
We identified a video, October 18, 2024, an online press conference held by the Office of the Vice President, sir.
Now, ano ba yung nakita nyo, kung meron man, sa naging press conference ng Vice President on October 18, 2024?
There were similar statements uttered by the Vice President against the President, sir.
So sinasabi mo na on that October 18, 2024 press conference, may mga nasabi din na mga statements yung Vice Presidente laban sa President. Yung ba sinasabi mo, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Now, yung tanong is, ano ba yung naging mga parehong statements ng Vice President sa araw na yan, October 18, 2024?
To said the exact statement, may I refer to my investigator's notes, sir?
Move, Your Honor, that this witness be allowed to peruse his notes to answer the question as to ano ba yung naging exact statement ng Vice President on October 18, 2024, Your Honor, please.
Witness may confer with his notes.
Quote and quote, gusto ko tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? I just imagine myself cutting his head.
Wait, so sinabi ng Vice President, gusto kong tanggalin ng ulo niya, I imagine myself cutting his head. Now, ano pa yung naging statement kung meron pa?
So doon, na-realize ko, toxic na, di ba? ganyan na yung imagination mo. Sinasakal mo na yung tao. And then, I said, this is over.
Alright. Kung meron pa, ano pa yung naging statement ng Vice President sa araw na iyan?
Hindi marunong maging presidente ang nakaupo. Kasalanan ko ba yun?
Kung meron pa, ano pa yung naging statement ng Vice Presidente sa araw na iyan?
Hindi ko alam. Pero isang beses, sinabihan ko talaga si Senator Amy. Sabi ko sa kanya, kung hindi kayo tumigil, huhukayin ko yung tatay nyo, itatapon ko siya sa West Philippine Sea.
Your Honor, please. There's a manifestation of the good Senator Tito Soto. He did not hear the last statement.
No such manifestation was heard by the presiding officer. Counsel may continue. Please proceed.
Thank you so much.
Kindly stated for the record, Senator Judge Soto, apologies from the presiding
Thank
officer.
you. I did not get the exact words that were uttered during the last statement.
Will the witness kindly repeat his answer to the last question propounded by counsel for the prosecutors?
Yes, Your Honor. Hindi ko alam. Pero isang beses, sinabihan ko talaga si Senator Amy. Sabi ko sa kanya, kung hindi kayo tumigil, huhukayin ko yung tatay nyo, itatapon ko siya sa West Philippine Sea.
Huhukayin. May proceed, Your Honor, please.
Counsel may proceed.
Ano pa yung naging mga statements, kung meron pa, ng Vice Presidente sa araw na iyan?
Last statement, kung presidente nyo siya, okay lang. Ako hanggang vice president lang ako. Hanggang number 2 lang itong bansa na ito. Wala itong number 1 para sa akin.
Are these all the statements, Mr. Witness?
Yes, sir.
Now, proceed. Now, ano ba yung nangyari kung meron man pagkatapos madiskubre ng NBI yung mga naging statements ng Vice President nung araw na yan, October 18, 2024?
Like what we did to the main video, the November 23, I proceed to preserve and authenticate the October 18, 2024 video, sir.
Again, for ano ba yung ibig sabihin when you preserve the video?
It means that I make the necessary action to ensure that the evidence will be accessible at any time, sir.
All right, now, ano ba yung ibig sabihin? After mo ma-authenticate yung video, ano bang ginawa mo kung meron pa?
I saved the video on my laptop and on a flash drive, sir.
Now, sinabi mo yung flash drive kung saan sinave mo yung mga video recording mo sa mga naging statements ng Vice Presidente sa araw na iyan. Now, kung yung flash drive na yan ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba yan?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, please, we are now in the process of confronting this witness with a flash drive that is previously marked as Exhibit P14-11, small letter A, for the prosecution, containing the recording of the October 18, 2024 press conference of the Vice President identified by the witness that is previously marked as Exhibit P-4-11 for the prosecution.
Permission to unseal the flash drive.
You may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Manifestation, Your Honor, that the witness is in the process of checking the flash drive. Question, Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, does that flash drive have with the flash drive you mentioned?
This is the flash drive where I saved the recording, sir.
All right. Now, okay. Now, Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier that you authenticated the subject video by recording the same through open broadcaster software, and then you compared the contents of the recording and subject video. And you also said that you found out that the respondent said, etong sinabi niya, gusto ko tanggalin yung ulo niya. At saka, I imagine myself cutting his head. Do you follow?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, in what particular portion of that subject video did the Vice President utter, gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya, I imagine myself cutting his head?
Permission to refer back to my investigator's notes, sir.
Witness may do so.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Counsel may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stephen?
For the first statement, timestamp 1 hour, 35 minutes, 57 seconds to 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 10 seconds. And on the part na I just imagine myself, 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 52 seconds to 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 58 seconds, sir.
Okay now, what about the statement that sinabi niya, so noon na-realize ko toxic na, di ba? Ganyan na yung imagination mo. Sinasakal mo na yung tao. And then I said, this is over. In what particular portion of the video did the Vice President utter that statement?
From the authenticated video, timestamp 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 32 seconds to 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 48 seconds, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the statement, hindi marunong maging presidente ang nakaupo? Kasalanan ko ba yun? In what particular portion of the subject video did the Vice President utter that?
Timestamp 55 minutes, 26 seconds to timestamp 55 minutes and 37 seconds, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the statement that I quote, hindi ko alam. Isang beses, sinabihan ko talaga si Senator Amy, pag di tumigil, huhukayin ko ang tatay nyo at itatapon ko siya sa West Philippine Sea. In what particular portion of the video did the Vice President utter those words?
Timestamp 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 28 seconds to 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 42 seconds, sir.
And finally, as to the statements, I quote, kung presidente nyo siya, okay lang, ako hanggang Vice President lang. Hanggang Vice President lang ako. Hanggang number 2 lang itong bansang ito. Wala itong number 1 para sa akin. In what particular portion of that video did the Vice President utter those words?
On timestamp 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 2 seconds to 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 16 seconds.
Your Honor, this representation took notes of the timestamps. Your Honor, please. We now move we go to the next question. Now, Mr. Witness, I'm about to show you the specific portions of the recording of the October 18, 2024 press conference. Now, you tell us, after viewing these portions, what relations do they have with the subject video of that October 18, 2024 video that you identified, if any, okay? Now, Your Honor, we move that Attorney Stephen Magallon be allowed to proceed to the technical booth to bring the flash drive and for the Secretariat to play specific portions of the video identified by the witness.
Conditioned upon counsel being accompanied by a representative of the counsel for the respondent so that the exact same USB flash drive will be the one that will be played.
To guide the Secretariat, Your Honor, please, these are the timestamps that the prosecution would like to present. First, from 1 hour, 35 minutes to 57 seconds to 1 hour, 36 minutes and 10 seconds. That's the first video. And the second video is from 1 hour, 36 minutes, 52 seconds to 1 hour, 36 minutes and 58 seconds. So move, Your Honor, please.
The Secretariat is instructed to kindly play the video in the presence of both counsels for the parties. To kindly
Gusto ko, ang galing yung ulo niya ba? I realized
And the second video, please. Timestamps 1 hour 36 seconds to 36 minutes to 52 seconds to 1 hour 36 minutes and 58 seconds, please. Oh, it's done. Is that it?
cutting his head. Gusto ko, ganun din ang gusto ko.
Mr. Witness, you heard the Mr. Witness, you heard the Vice President mentioning cutting somebody else's head. Based on your investigation, kaninong ulo ba yung nire-refer ng Vice President na gusto niyang tanggalin?
The President, sir.
Ulo ng Presidente.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, you also mentioned timestamps 1 hour 38 minutes to 32 seconds and 1 hour 38 minutes to 48 seconds. May we have that specific portion be played?
Ganun. So noon, na-realize ko, toxic na, di ba? Ganyan na yung imagination mo. Ang imagination mo, sinasakal mo na yung tao. And then I said, this is over.
Okay. Then what about from timestamps 55 minutes 26 seconds to 55 minutes 37 seconds, please?
To elaborate po.
Hindi marunong maging presidente ang nakaupo. Kasalanan ko ba yun? Hindi. Ba't sinasabi ng mga tao, kasalanan mo kasi hindi ka tumakbo, ikaw sana yung presidente, hindi siya. But then I said, maaga ako nagsabi na hindi ako tatakbo for president. May madaming mga...
Okay. Now, what about from timestamps 1 hour 11 seconds, 1 hour 11 minutes 28 seconds to 1 hour 11 minutes 42 seconds?
Hindi ko alam. Pero isang beses sinabihan ko talaga si Senator Amy. Sabi ko sa kanya, kung hindi kayo tumigil, huhukayin ko yung tatay ninyo. Itatapon ko siya sa West Philippine Sea. Sinabihan ko si Senator Amy.
Thank you. What about from timestamps 1 hour 4 minutes to 02 seconds to 1 hour 04 minutes 16 seconds?
Ay hindi. Hindi ko na gusto. Kung presidente niyo siya, okay lang. Ako, hanggang vice president lang ako. Hanggang number 2 lang itong bansa na ito. Wala itong number 1 para sa akin. Yep.
Okay. May proceed, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, do these portions of that specific video have with the video you authenticated as to the press conference of the Vice President on October 18, 2023?
Those video presented were portions of the video that I recorded and authenticated, sir.
Thank you so much. Mr. Witness, ano ba yung nangyari kung meron pa after you authenticated, identified and authenticated the video ng Vice President on October 18, 2024?
We perform open source investigation to identify naman po yung mga naging responses ng iba't ibang tao in response to the statement of the Vice President po.
Ano ba yung naging resulta kung meron man sa naging open source investigation nyo?
We found that the President himself, the former Speaker of the House, and different governmental agencies made their statement po in response to the statement of the Vice President.
So yung Presidente, yung Speaker, former Speaker of the House, saka yung mga sinasabi mo mga governmental agencies, nagbigay ng kanilang mga tugon sa mga nasabi ng Vice President. Now, ano ba yung mga governmental agencies na ito that you are referring to, aside from the President and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives?
The Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police, the National Security Council, and the Presidential Communication Officer.
Okay, now, nasabi mo na yung Presidente ay nag-issue ng kanyang statement in relation sa naging mga pahayag ng Vice President. Ano ba yung naging pruweba mo sa naging statement ng Presidente?
I have taken a screenshot of the statement of the President on the official webpage of the Presidential Communication Office. And I also have a video recording which I authenticated wherein the President made such a statement, sir.
Okay, so nasabi mo, isang screenshot saka isang authenticated recording ng Presidente. Now, let's go to that screenshot. Sino yung kumuha ng screenshot kung alam mo?
I did, sir, and I used my laptop.
Ginamit mo yung laptop mo. Ano ba yung ginawa mo kung meron man sa naging screenshot mo sa laptop mo?
I first saved an electronic copy po nung screenshot
Now,
sa laptop.
saan na tong screenshot
Pinrint ko po.
Ha?
Pinrint ko po.
Print mo. Now, saan na yung printout ng screenshot na ito?
Sinabmit ko po sa Committee on Justice of House of Representatives.
Now, kung yung printout ng naging statement ng Presidente, sinabi mo, titled, Message by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. is shown to you, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
I'm showing you now a printout of a screenshot of the statement from the President titled, quotes, Message from President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., unquotes. Your Honor, that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-12 for the prosecution through the website of the Presidential Communications Office. Now, question, what relation, if any, does this document have with the printout that you mentioned?
Your Honor, same objections to this printout. Yes.
May I know the specific
Your Honor, same
objection?
objections. There is on the left, right bottom portion of the Annex P-U-12, 12A, and until 12B. There are marked certified true copies from the NBI signed Safira T, dated 4/10/26, Your Honor.
Court made a previous ruling about this matter already, but the objection is duly noted.
Submit, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, how faithful, please? How faithful, if at all, is this printout from the actual screenshots?
The printouts accurately reflects the screenshot, sir.
And how do you know that this printout accurately reflects the screenshot?
I compared the printouts with the screenshot and the web page wherein the message can be seen. and found that the contents are identical, sir.
Now, you mentioned that an authenticated recording of the President making a statement. You mentioned that. Now, yung question now is, sino ba yung gumawa ng authentication na ito?
I did, sir.
Ano ba yung pruweba mo na ikaw talaga yung nag-authenticate ng video na ito?
It's part of the January 30 Affidavit of Authentication of Digital Evidence na in-identify ko po kanina.
Okay, Mr. Witness, ano bang ginawa mo kung meron man? Pagkatapos mo sinabi mong ni-record mo, tsaka in-authenticate mo yung video ng Presidente na nagbibigay ng statement niya.
Sinave ko po yung video sa laptop ko and sa flash drive.
Oh, na-mention mo yung flash drive. Now, kung yung flash drive ipapakita sa'yo, ma-identify mo ba yan?
Yes po.
Now, Your Honor, please, we are in the process of confronting this witness ng isang flash drive that is previously marked for the prosecution as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 4-13, small letter A.
Permission to unseal the flash drive, sir.
Witness may do so.
Thank
Please
you, Your
proceed.
Honor.
Continuing manifestation that the flash drive contains the recording of the President making the statement that is previously marked as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 4-13, for the prosecution.
This is the flash drive where I saved the recording, sir.
Okay, now, move that we allow Attorney Stephen Magallon to proceed to the technical booth to have the recording played on, please. To be accompanied by the defense, if they want to.
So ordered.
Alright, well, Dean Santa Maria, at this point, ang nakikita natin, may naipalabas. Not in full, as requested by the defense, but nonetheless, may naipalabas pa rin na video portions.
Yes, yung mga video portion na according to the prosecution, iyon talaga ang katibayan. Katibayan ng grave threats at katibayan ng ilan pang mga salitang sinabi di umano ni VP Sara Duterte.
At yung mga nakikita... Alright.
Nakakabahala ang mga pahayag na narinig natin itong mga nakarang araw. Nandyan ang walang pakundangang pagmumura at ang pagbabanta ng planong ipapatay ang ilan sa atin. Kung ganun na lang kadali ang pagplano sa pagpatay ng isang presidente, paano pa kaya ang mga pangkaraniwan na mamamayan? Yung ganyang kriminal na pagtatangka ay hindi dapat pinapalampas. Yan ay aking papalagan. As a democratic country, we need to uphold the rule of law. Ako, bilang pinuno ng Executive Department at lahat ng mga nanunungkulan sa pamahalaan ay may sinumpaang tungkulin na tutupdin at pangangalagaan ang konstitusyon at ang ating mga batas. Kaya hindi tama ang pagpigil sa mga halal ng bayan sa paghahanap ng katotohanan. Hindi na sanang hahantong sa ganitong drama at sa House of Representatives. Ang katotohanan ay hindi dapat itokhang. Tapos na sana ang usapang ito kung tutok yan ay magsabi ng totoo at hindi hahadlangan. Imbis na diretsahang sagot, nililihis pa sa kwentong chicheria. Hangad ko na matuldukan na itong mga pangyayaring ito sa parang matiwasay at magdadala sa atin sa katotohanan. 12 taon din ako nanungkulan sa magkaparehong kamara ng Kongreso. Batid ko ang kapangyarihan iginawad sa kanila ng taong bayan at ng ating konstitusyon. Dahil dito, iginagalang ko ang kanilang gawa at ang buong executive branch. Lahat ng mga ahensya ay hindi nakakaligtas at parating sumasailalim sa kanilang masusing pagsusuri. Bilang isang bansa, marami tayong mga paghamon na dapat harapin at mga suliraning dapat bigyan ng lunas. Sa kabila ng mga pambabatikos, natin ikokompromiso ang rule of law. Kailangan manaig ang batas sa anumang sitwasyon, sino man ang tamaan. Kaya hindi ko hahayaan magtagumpay ang hangarin ng iba na hatakin ang buong bansa sa burak ng politika. Igalang natin ang proseso. Tuparin ang katiwala sa atin ng milyon-milyon na Pilipino. Magtrabaho po tayo sa ikauunlad ng Republika ng Pilipinas at para matamo ang bagong Pilipinas.
Your Honor, the defense puts on record that the video was skipping and then portions where the president or who seemed to be the president was paused while audio was continuing playing.
So it's delayed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Noted.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, does that video have of the President making the statement, if any, to the video of the President making the statement?
That is the video that I recorded and authenticated, sir.
All right, now proceed. You mentioned that the Presidential Communications Office or PCO also issued a statement. Ano yung pruweba mo na yung PCO nag-issue ng statement na iyan?
I have a screenshot of the webpage of the Presidential Communication Office wherein they considered the statement of the Vice President as an active threat.
As an active threat. Okay, now, sino yung kumuha ng screenshot na iyan?
I did, sir, and I used my laptop.
Now, saan yung printout ng screenshot na iyan?
Sinabmit ko po sa Committee on Justice of House of Representatives.
Now, aming ipinapakita yung isang printout ng isang screenshot galing sa website ng PCO kung saan yung statement, makikita yung statements ng Vice President, sinasabi ng PCO, that's an active threat. Now, previously marked as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 414. May you peruse the same. And after perusing the same, the question, Mr. Kalilong, is what relation, if any, does this document have with the printout you mentioned? But you have to peruse the document first.
For the record again, Your Honor, the
Counsel may proceed.
Exhibit P-4-14 is a photocopy, and on the right bottom part, there is a stamp marked Certified True Copy NBI signed Sapphira T, dated 4/10/26.
The observations and comments of the Respondent's Counsel are duly noted. Witness may answer.
Please peruse the document and answer the question, please.
This is the copy of the printouts that was submitted to the Committee on Justice, sir.
Thank you so much. How faithful, if at all, is this printout from the actual screenshot you mentioned?
The printout accurately reflects the screenshot, sir.
And how do you know that the printout accurately reflects the screenshots?
I have compared the screenshot with the printouts and the webpage and found that the contents are identical.
Now, let's proceed. Mr. Witness, sinabi mo rin na yung former Speaker ng House of Representatives nagbigay rin ng statement sa mga pagbabanta ni VP Duterte sa video. Ano ba yung maging pruweba mo sa naging pahayag ng former Speaker ng House of Representatives?
I have a video of the statement of the former Speaker of the House of Representatives during the plenary session on November 25, 2024, which was published by ANC Digital, sir.
At sinabi mo na authenticate mo yung video na yun. Ano ba yung naging pruweba mo na ikaw ay nag-authenticate sa video na iyan?
It's part of the Affidavit of Authentication of Digital Evidence dated January 30, 2025, which I identified earlier, sir.
Now, ano ba yung ginawa mo kung meron man after you authenticated yung video ng former Speaker of the House of Representatives?
I saved a copy of the video on my laptop and a copy of the video on a DVD and a flash drive.
Now, sinabi mo, sinave mo sa isang flash drive. Kung yung flash drive na iyan ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba yung flash drive na iyan?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we're in the process of presenting to the witness yung isang flash drive that has been previously marked as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 4-15, subparagraph A, which contains the recording of the former Speaker's speech previously marked as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 4-15.
Permission to unseal the flash drive, sir.
Witness may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Manifestation, the witness is in the process of checking that flash drive.
This is the flash drive where I saved the recording, sir.
Mr. Witness, question. In what particular portion of that video did the former Speaker of the House give his response to the threats of the Vice President?
May I refer back to my notes?
Your Honor? Your Honor, please. There is a request by the witness that he be allowed to refer to his notes.
Yes, the witness may refer to his notes to refresh his memory. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo?
Mr. Presiding Officer, just a clarificatory question. The
witness.
The witness here, for the record, mentioned that he was referring to notes. Kanina pa po ito. Could he please clarify what specific notes he was referring to? Who prepared those notes? When were they prepared? And were they made before, during, or after the events he have testified about? And also, these notes, nabigyan po ba ang defense ng copy nito? Was this submitted as part of the evidence also, Mr. Presiding Officer? Additionally, the question is, was he relying on these notes to refresh his recollection while giving his testimony today? So,
Witness will please answer the question of Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo.
This is my investigator's notes, which I made during the time of investigation, sir.
my next question would be, was this also presented? Since notes niyo po ito, pinagbabasihan niyo po yung mga testimonya niyo rito, sinabit niyo rin po ba ito as an evidence so that mare-refer din po ang defense, Mr. Witness?
Yung content po ng affidavit, nung notes ko is nandun na po sa affidavit of investigation, sir.
Yung copy exactly ng notes?
Ng notes po. No, sir.
Hindi nyo naibigay. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo.
And can I
Counsel for the prosecution.
Can I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please, that the witness referred to his notes when answering specific questions as to actual statements made by the Vice President and the others, number one. And number two, in referring to the actual timestamps of the video. For these specific reasons, the witness was referring to his notes. As to his answers for the other substantial questions, he was not referred to his notes, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor, we move to strike the manifestation. He's already testifying on behalf of the witness.
Your Honor, we cannot move to strike a manifestation of counsel. The good counsel could do his own manifestation. That's not in the rules.
I would like the Honorable Court to rule, Your Honor.
Motion is denied. Let it stay and remain in the records in response to the query of Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros is recognized. I believe she was raising her hand earlier. What is your pleasure, ma'am?
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Tig-isang tanong lamang po para sa witness at para sa prosecution.
The lady may proceed. She has 2 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Kalilong, nung sinabi nyo na nag-conduct kayo ng open source intelligence, pagkatapos nyo ma-authenticate yung November 23, 2024 video, at nahanap nyo yung video naman ng press conference dated October 18, 2024, anong basis nyo para sabihin na yung mga statements sa October 18 press conference ay halintulad sa November 23 video na may assassination threat? In other words po, ano pong napansin yung magkakapareho dun sa statements nung October 18 at nung November 23? O what do they have in common?
Both were, ang tinutukoy po, ang pinupunto po is yung president. And makikita po doon na hindi na sila in good terms no October 18 pa lang po.
Okay, so sa parehong video ng press conference at saka yung November video naman, yung dalawang elementong yon na hindi na sila magkakasundo at
hindi na sila magkasundo and ang ina-address po parang pinapatukuyan po ng Vice President doon sa press conference is yung President
Si
po.
Presidente. Okay. And then, Mr. Presiding Officer, salamat kay Mr. Kalilong. Sa prosecution naman po, yung isang tanong ko at this point in time, Mr. Presiding Officer. Well, Counsel, none of these statements are proof that the Vice President actually contracted an assassin or hired one. Why are these acts impeachable?
Yes. There is an answer to the question, Your Honor, please. The prosecution is in the process of establishing that the Vice President should be impeached and she is impeached and be removed from office for contracting an assassin to kill the President, Your Honor, please. Inasmuch as we understand that these statements may not actually 100% prove that she in fact contracted an assassin to kill the President, Your Honor, please. We are invoking, Your Honor, please, a rule in the Rules on Evidence that there could be statements, utterances of a person that may not be directly similar to what he or she did, but it could establish, Your Honor, please, what we call a specific intent, knowledge, identity, plan, system, and the like. Ibig sabihin po, pinapakita ng prosecution na yung mga nasabi ng Vice President sa gabing iyon, November 23, 2024, hindi po yan nag-iisang statement ng Vice President. Kung hindi, yun po yung culmination sa mga series of statements ng Vice President kung saan sinasabi niya talagang gusto niyang patayin yung Presidente, yung First Lady, tsaka yung former Speaker of the House. Your Honor, please. We invoke Rule 130, Your Honor, please, Section 35 of the Rules of Court. Etong mga statements na to, they prove one thing. Talagang may plano na, talagang may system na, talagang may knowledge na yung Vice President sa anong gusto niyang gawin sa Pangulo. Gusto niyang pugutan ng ulo, gusto niyang patayin no less than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Your Honor, please.
At ang tanong po ba dito ay kung may krimen o kung may kung ang asal ay karapat-dapat
Yes,
sa
Your Honor,
Vice Presidente?
We are able to answer two questions, Your Honor, please. The charges against the Vice President ay yung pagbibitray ng public trust, Your Honor, please. That is also, Your Honor, please, a culpable violation of the Constitution. Now, yung usaping, was that a criminal act? Yes, Your Honor, please. Kaya nga, yung NBI, through this witness, will prove na nag-file na ng kaso yung NBI against the Vice President exactly sa mga naging pagbabanta niya. But you know, Your Honor, I'm a lawyer, but I'm willing to take off yung robe ko as a lawyer and answer the question directly. Mga kababayan, kailan ba naging normal?
Your Honor, this is no
please.
longer answering the
I'm answering a question.
We
I'm
object,
answering
Your
a
Honor.
question.
Mr. Presiding Officer.
The chair will make an equitable ruling in a while. Kindly let the gentleman finish because it's a senator judge asking a question of a party.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Kailan ba nangyari sa kasaysayan ng Republika ng Pilipinas na yung pangalawang Pangulo ng ating bansa nagbanta, sinabi sa publiko na nakipagkontrata na siya sa isang mamamatay tao upang patayin ang Pangulo, ang First Lady, yung asawa niya. Your Honor, please, I think Attorney Sison is making a scene.
Kindly wind up, counsel.
Your Honor, please, manifestation, I think, Attorney Season gave a statement addressed to this representation and she walked out. She's now coming back.
Mr. Presiding
Council,
Officer, I'd like to hear the conclusion
kindly
of the
wind up
answer
and we will
to my
address that
question.
matter in a bit.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, please. Yung
Kindly wind up.
pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente sa buhay ng Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, hindi po yan normal. Iyan po ay unang pagkakataon na nangyari yan, nakipagkontrata sa isang mamamatay tao, Your Honor, please, to do that. Even without going into the question, is that a criminal act, Your Honor, please? That act, 110% sure, betrayed the public trust that the Vice President got in the previous elections.
Thank you.
Your
Thank you,
Honor,
Counsel, for
Salamat,
the
Counsel. Salamat, Mr. Kalilong. Salamat,
Chair-
Mr. Presiding
Chair
Officer.
would like to remind my colleagues, the question posed by Senator Judge Risa pertains to the final question of this entire impeachment proceedings already. If that is an impeachable act or not. And since we gave the counsel for the prosecutors, I think about 5 minutes, Chair would now like to be fair and hear the counsel for the respondent to discuss why it is not an impeachable offense.
Your Honor, I allowed to do so after our cross?
After your...
I would like as I understand it,
Yes.
I would like the Honorable Court to play back what the prosecutor said, because it's very interesting. So may I be indulged to allow to give my answer after my cross-examination?
The Chair will allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But you would have the similar and same amount of time given to the counsel for the prosecutors, again, to answer the reverse of the question.
Honor.
Because statements were made by the counsel for the prosecutor, their conclusions of fact and law already, which should be taken upon advisement by the impeachment court, because these were not evidence, but rather conclusions in fact and law by the counsel for prosecutors. Senator Judge Pia Cayetano is recognized. Ma'am, you may proceed. What's your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I would just like to manifest my support for the statement and observation of the presiding officer. That was like a closing statement, Mr. President. So I don't think this is fair because, some parts are exciting, some parts are dragging. We're trying our best to be paying attention and what evidence, we have to ferret the evidence before us, what is admissible, what is not. The official objections will come later. But when we allow this to happen, shortcut na natin yung process. So, if I may, with all due respect, Mr. President, admonish us. Call us out if yung question natin is also not proper at the proper time. We may all make those mistakes. Even I may make that mistake. And I'm telling you, please call me out if I make a mistake and ask the kind of question that should not properly be asked by a judge at that particular time. Because it is not right. We must follow the rules. And I know you are being courteous to all of us, but that was a closing statement. And I also asked the parties involved. You have an oath as lawyers. Don't take advantage of the generosity of this impeachment court. I don't want to see this happen again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Duly noted and well taken. The chair, as I said, or as the presiding officer said earlier, reminded our colleagues with respect to similar questions to be asked in the future.
Your Honor, may I...
Chair would like to make a ruling that the counsel for the respondent will be given, I think that was approximately 8 minutes or 10 minutes, we will get the exact time, to answer after the cross-examination of this witness so that we would be fair in listening and hearing the views of both parties in regard to the query raised earlier. Senator Judge Pia Cayetano?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. President. I don't mean to interrupt now. I want to give the defense their time. I respectfully move that the statements of the prosecution be stricken off the record. It is not proper for those statements to have been made. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor, please.
With the
Your Honor,
permission of
we-
Senator Judge
we joined the
Pia
motion of
Cayetano,
the Senator Judge.
May we table her motion and act on it at a later time with respect to striking it, so that we can discuss the matter.
Your Honor, for the
Thank you for your generosity, Senator.
Your Honor,
Judge
if I
Pia
may,
Cayetano.
for the
Yes, counsel
record,
for the
we
respondent.
joined the motion of the honorable senator.
I'm sorry?
We joined the motion of the honorable senator.
No need, counsel. That motion will be taken up at the proper time by this court.
For the record lang, Your Honor.
Noted for the record, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo first, and then Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros once again.
I think to resolve this issue, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. President, a quick manifestation. Can we request the council that be directed whenever available to furnish members of this impeachment court with sworn statement, testimony, or affidavit of witnesses or witness they intend to present in the proceedings or succeeding proceedings before such witness is called to testify. And this goes to the defense panel too. While the judicial affidavit rule does not strictly apply to impeachment proceedings, its underlying objectives of promoting orderly and efficient presentation of evidence may be instructive. Advanced access to the witness's sworn statement would assist the senator judges in following the testimony and preparing clarificatory questions. Sa madaling sabi po, hinihiling lang po natin na kung mayroon ng nakahandang sinumpaang salaysay ng susunod na testigo, magbigay na sana ng mga kopya nito sa aming mga senator judges bago pa po ang pagdinig upang magsilbing gabay sa pagtatanong at pagtatalakay. Maiwasan po natin ang mga sitwasyon na ito. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
To reply, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, the court did not adopt the judicial affidavit rule for the simple reason that we wanted all of the testimonies to be made and given in open court, so that it will be heard not only by the senator judges but also by the public as a whole, given that this is an impeachment court and an impeachment trial that seeks to unseat a duly elected official. However, the court shall endeavor through the clerk of court to give the senator judges a copy of the annexes attached, if they have not yet done so, to the pretrial order and the pretrial briefs pre-marked by the parties, because it would encompass already approximately 80% of the documents that will be presented by both parties, save, of course, for documents that they have not yet been able to produce and are yet to produce. But the clerk of court is instructed to endeavor to do so with respect to the senator judges so that they can catch up with what is going on in the proceedings. Yes, counsel for the prosecution, you may proceed.
Thank you so much.
Apologies, Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros is recognized. What is your pleasure, ma'am?
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just a point of clarity, briefly, if I may, Mr. Presiding
You may proceed,
Officer.
ma'am.
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. And of course, I will submit to any ruling or statement of the presiding officer to this senator judge. But for clarity, Mr. Presiding Officer, my question po had to do with how the evidence is material to the allegations in the articles of impeachment. Kasi nga po, hindi naman napapatunayan na the Vice President actually sought an assassin. I wanted to appreciate the evidence before me in light of the articles of impeachment. If you wish to strike out the response of the prosecutor, then so be it, Mr. Presiding Officer. But for clarity again, my intention was not to provoke a closing statement. Salamat po, Mr. Presiding
We will
Officer.
review the transcript again. Sorry, we have my apologies on the part of the presiding officer. We have a bit of a problem with respect to getting an updated copy of the TSN. But given the clarification of Senator Judge Risa on the matter, then for the consideration of the body, given that we tabled the motion of Senator Pia, that the response of counsel for the prosecution is not responsive to the question of Senator Judge Ontiveros. Because clearly the question he answered was whether or not it constituted an impeachable offense. But without further debate, we are tabling this and we'll discuss and decide upon this at a later date. So ordered.
Thank you so much. May proceed, Your Honor, please.
Counsel may proceed.
Mr. Witness. Okay. Now, sinabi mo na yung former Speaker of the House ay nagbigay ng kanyang tugon sa managing pagbabanta ng Vice President. Saka sinabi mo rin na may isang video recording na inauthenticate mo. Yung tanong is, Your Honor, please, sorry, I'm reminded he is supposed to answer the specific timestamp of that recording of the former Speaker of the House's speech. Your Honor, please. I move that the witness be allowed to answer the question as to ano yung naging specific timestamp ng recording na yan.
Witness may answer.
May I refer to my investigator's notes,
He
sir?
may do so if he so wishes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Timestamp 1 minute 2 second to 2 minutes and 20 second.
So that would be timestamp 1 minute 2 seconds to 2 minutes.
20 seconds, sir.
20 seconds, Your Honor, please. I move that the portion identified by the witness from timestamps 1 minute 2 seconds to 2 minutes 20 seconds be played. Your Honor, please.
Clerk of Court is directed to coordinate with counsel for the prosecution, accompanied by counsel for the respondent, to make sure that the USB identified by the witness will be the same one that will be played. So ordered. The Senate President.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I just have a few questions while we're waiting for the video to play. This is in line with authentication.
The gentleman may proceed. Yes, 2 minutes.
At sa ating ginong testigo, narinig ko kanina ilang beses yung open source investigation. Anong ibig sabihin ng open source investigation?
Ang ibig sabihin po nun is nag-gathered po ko ng iba't ibang information na available sa internet wherein anyone can access po yung data na yun.
And yung iba't ibang information na yun, how do you prove whether those information are valid, authentic, totoo? In the age of fake news ngayon, ang dami ng mga information na lumalabas.
Yung pinagkuhanan ko, Your Honor, ng mga information na yun is from the official websites and official web pages po.
Okay.
To ensure that the contents is accurate.
Okay. And then my next question, narinig ko rin kanina na minamanual comparison nyo yung mga videos between, let's say, Facebook and let's say, yung video recording. Can you describe to us anong ibig sabihin ng manual comparison?
Ibig sabihin po nun, Your Honor, meron akong dalawang monitor during that time and both videos were being played to ensure that the contents are identical po.
Meron bang, ano yan, nakaupo ka doon, tinitignan mo yung dalawa?
Yes po.
Wala ka bang, let's say, software na will say, ito ay purely parehas itong dalawang video? Kasi ina-imagine ko lang, upo ka doon, papanoodin mo yung dalawang video. How do we know that 1:1 yung video na kino-compare mo?
Based on, nakikita naman po siya and based on the audio, sir, na sabay po sila.
Ikaw lang yon ang tumitingin?
Yes po, and it was checked after po.
Sino nag-check?
Meron po akong nagre-review na executive officer and the chief po.
So kayong dalawa ang nagsasabi na itong Facebook video and also itong video recording talagang parehas na parehas?
The authentication itself na affidavit po, ako lang po.
Okay. Meron ba kayong ginagamit ng standards in terms of comparison? Like for example, ito ay ginagamit ng international investigative body. Ito ay isang standard na acceptable by international judicial process. Meron ba kayong ginagamit na standard acceptable by the judiciary or any courts?
Yung procedure ko po nagawa is based lang po sa digital forensic procedure po. Which
Nino?
is Yun po yung ginagamit sa digital forensic as a whole. Yung
But
process po ng
but in digital
identification.
forensic procedure, ito ba internationally accepted procedure or locally lang?
It's a procedure that is acceptable internationally in court po.
And then meron bang international accreditation stamp yan or organization that approves it?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor, but I've been following that procedure.
And accepted by the courts?
Yes po.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Clerk of Court is directed through the technical staff to kindly play the video.
The Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Sara Duterte, admitted to contacting an assassin to kill President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., First Lady Luis Araneta Marcos, and myself. Let me be clear. Hindi na to biro. Hindi na to normal na panalita. Isa itong direktang banta sa ating demokrasya, sa ating pamahalaan, at sa seguridad ng bayan. Such statement is not just reckless, it is dangerous. It sends a chilling message to our people, a message that violence can be contemplated by those in positions of power. This is not just an affront to the individuals targeted, it is attack on the very foundation of our government. It is an insult to every Filipino who believes in the rule of law and the sanctity of life. Violence has no place in our society. It is irreconcilable with the values that have taught and guided us for years. Values.
Thank you so much. That's the portion. Your Honor, please. May we proceed?
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much.
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much. Mr. Witness, nasabi mo rin na yung AFP, Armed Forces of the Philippines, nag-issue rin ng kanilang tugon sa mga naging pagbabanta ng Vice President. Ano ba yung pruweba mo sa naging tugon ng Armed Forces of the Philippines?
I have a screenshot of the website of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, titled Statement on Military Professionalism and National Unity by General Romeo Browner, sir.
Sinabi mo screenshot. Now, sino yung kumuha ng screenshot na yan?
I did, sir, and I used my laptop.
Anong ginawa mo sa screenshot na yan kung meron man?
I first saved an electronic copy ng screenshot sa laptop and printed it.
Sana yung print out ng screenshot na yan.
Sinubmit ko po yung copy sa Committee on Justice of House of Representatives.
Now, kung yung print out ng screenshot ipapakita sa'yo, ma-identify mo ba yan?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are now in the process of presenting to you a printout of a screenshot from the AFP website with the title, quotes, Statements on Military Professionalism and National Unity, and quotes, that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-16. Okay? May you peruse the same? And the question is, what relation, if any, does that document have with the printouts of the screenshot you mentioned?
This is a copy.
How faithful, if at all, is this printout from the actual screenshots?
The printout accurately reflects the screenshot, sir.
How do you know that the printout accurately reflects the screenshot?
I compared the printouts with the screenshot and the webpage of the AFP and found that the contents are identical, sir.
Now, sinabi mo rin,
Your Honor, for the record, we have the
Counsel for respondent.
we have the copy of the document. How can he be identifying the document when he does not have that copy? Are you following a script? Is he following
Oh,
a
my
script?
goodness, Your Honor, please. I move that that statement by the defense that the witness is following a script be stricken out of record. For the record, Your Honor, the witness was perusing the document before he handed that to the defense. I move that the statements of the defense be stricken out, Your Honor, please.
But he was answering
Comments
the
of both
question.
counsels are simply noted. Kindly, if you're done with the document, counsel, kindly give it to the witness.
Your Honor, for the record, the right-hand portion of both documents contain certified true copies. It's in a mere photocopy, Your Honor.
The manifestation and objection is duly noted. Same ruling by this court. Witness may answer.
State for the record your answer.
I have compared the screenshot with the printouts and the webpage and found that the contents are identical, sir.
Your Honor, may continue. Mr. Witness, sinabi mo rin na yung PNP ay nag-issue rin ng kanilang statement sa mga naging pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente sa subject video. Ano bang pruweba mo kung meron man of that PNP statements?
I have the screenshot of the statement of the PNP on their Facebook official page dated November 23, 2024, sir.
Sino bang kumuha ng screenshot na yan?
I did, sir, and I used my laptop.
Anong ginawa mo sa screenshot na yan kung meron man?
Sinave ko po yung screenshot doon sa laptop ko and print it.
And then print mo. Saan na yung printout ng screenshot na yan?
Sinubmit ko po sa Committee on Justice on House of Representatives.
Now, saan na yung printout ng screenshot na yan?
Sinabit ko po sa Committee on Justice.
Now, kung yung copy ng printout ng screenshot ipapakita sa iyo, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm showing you a printout of a screenshot ng Facebook post ng PNP dated November 23, 2024. Title is PNP Statement that is previously marked as Exhibit P14. P-Roman numeral 417. What relation, if any?
Your Honor, may I
Counsel
ask,
for the respondent.
may I ask that we be allowed to peruse before he asks his question to identify the document?
Counsel is directed to kindly give opposing counsel for the respondent a copy of the document being presented to the witness.
Your Honor, both documents appear to be photocopies, Your Honor.
Noted, and I presume the continuing objection and comment of the counsel for respondent will be placed on record as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Witness may answer.
It is a copy of the submitted document to the Committee on Justice, sir.
How faithful, if at all, is this printout sa naging actual screenshot?
It accurately reflects the screenshot.
At saka paano mo nasabi na that printout accurately reflects the screenshot?
I compared the screenshot with the printout and the web page where this was posted and found that the contents are identical.
Okay, so let's go to the last agency, Mr. Witness. Nasabi mo rin na yung National Security Council or NSC nag-issue ng statement sa naging mga pagbabanta ng Vice President. Ano bang pruweba mo kung meron man sa naging tugon ng National Security Council or NSC?
I have the screenshot of the statement of National Security Council on the official webpage of the Presidential Communication Officer.
Sino yung kumuha ng screenshot?
I did, sir, and I used my laptop.
Okay, anong ginawa mo kung meron man sa naging screenshot na yan?
Sinip ko muna electronic copy ng screenshot sa laptop ko and printed it.
Sana yung screenshot na yan kung alam mo?
Yun rin ko, sir.
Now, kung yung kopya ng screenshot na yan ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are in the process of showing you a printout. The defense may produce the document sa screenshot ng National Security Council statement. Okay, previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-18.
Your Honor, the Exhibit P-4-18 is a photocopy.
Noted.
Okay. May I ask the question?
Kindly return the document to the witness so that witness may answer.
Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, does that document have with the printout of the screenshot you mentioned?
This is the copy that was submitted to Committee on Justice, sir.
How faithful, if at all, is that printout from the actual screenshot?
It accurately reflects the screenshot, sir.
And how do you know that that's printout accurately reflects the screenshot?
I compared the screenshot with the printouts and the web page and found that the contents are identical, sir.
Okay, done. Now, Mr. Witness, let's proceed. Sinabi mo rin na in the course you conducted yung open source investigation now. What happened, if any, in the course of your investigation in relation to the statements of the Vice President after you collated the videos, the screenshots of the several governmental agencies?
We then proceed to the issuance of subpoena, sir, to the following individuals who are present on November 23, 2024. Bons Magsambol, Red Mendoza, Dempsey Reyes, Ana Malindog Uy, Mikhail Flores, and Jason Rubrico, sir.
Alright, now, yung tanong, Mr. Witness, is, ba't kaya nag-issue, kung alam mo, no? Ba't nag-issue yung NBI ng subpoena sa mga taong ito?
Nandun po kasi sila sa, present sila during the November 23, 2024 online press conference, sir.
Alright, now, ano ba yung nangyari kung meron man after yung NBI nag-issue ng, ano ba yan, subpoenas ba yan or subpoena sa mga taong ito?
Dumating po sa office namin si Dempsey Reyes and Bons Magsambol noong December 4, 2024 and inassign po sa akin na i-interview at ako po yung nag-interview.
So, Your Honor, please, may Dempsey Reyes' soul rest in peace. Now, ano ba yung nangyari kung meron man during your interview with namayapang si Dempsey Reyes?
He confirmed po na he was present during the November 23, 2024 online press conference. And he also confirmed that he heard the Vice President utter the statement, quote and quote. May I refer to the notes for the exact statement?
Your Honor,
The witness may do so.
He confirmed the statement, he heard the statement of the Vice President, quote and quote, "Yes, huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko
Your
sa
Honor,
kanya."
May I object? This is hearsay.
oh,
Objection is sustained. Counsel,
Clearly, you're trying to use this witness to present an affidavit of another person who has already passed.
if I may, Your Honor, please.
Counsel may respond.
Your Honor, please, that is not an affidavit of Dempsey Reyes. Your Honor, please, the question was what happened during his interview with that person. And he has just answered the question by saying that Dempsey Reyes confirmed that he was there and that he heard the Vice President uttering the statement, Your Honor, please. Does that hearsay, Your Honor, please? And be that as it may, Your Honor, please, we invoke a doctrine that we call an independently relevant statements. The defense is reacting. I don't know why. Your Honor, please, IRS would allow this witness to testify as to what the other person told him as to that fact, the making of the statements, as to whether or not what the person said is true or not. That is not material at this point, Your Honor, please.
Let the court clarify then. As to tenor, the court will allow it. As to the fact, as to the supposed fact that the witness told this what's his name, Dempsey Reyes, made those utterances to the witness, but not as to the truth of what Dempsey Kaiden Reyes said. As to subject to that clarification, court will allow it.
Thank you.
Counsel, proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. What about this Bons Magsambol? Ano ba yung nangyari sa interview with him, kung meron man?
Bons Magsambol also confirmed that he was present.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
And same ruling, I suppose.
Let the witness first answer and the court will make a ruling because he might have a different answer. Because counsel, note, the affidavit of the witness appended the affidavit of this Bons guy but did not do so with the affidavit of Dempsey. So, court will listen, presiding officer will listen to the witness before ruling on the matter, and may have the same ruling unless he gives a different answer. Please, witness, Mr. Answer. Please, Mr. Witness, kindly answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bons Magsambol also confirmed that he was present on the November 23, 2024 online press conference held by the Office of the Vice President. And he also confirmed that he heard the utterance of the Vice President making the statement.
Same ruling, only as to tenor. The court will admit it, not as to the truth that indeed what Bon said is true, but only as to the fact that he told the witness those statements in the Q&A that they had.
If I may.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo?
Mr. Presiding Officer, I just have some clarificatory questions for
The
the
gentleman may proceed, and he has 2 minutes.
expert witness. Sabi mo meron kang 2 weeks lecture experience as a digital evidence expert. Is that right? 2 weeks?
2 weeks training.
Wala ka naman iba pang training?
I have a
Seminars?
training on different digital forensic aspect.
Dito sa abroad meron?
Meron po, pero yung specific sa photo and video authentication, yun po yung 2 weeks.
So all in all total, you have 2 years experience plus 2 weeks lecture lang pagdating sa authentication ng forensic evidence?
For the photo and video, sir.
For the photo and video, which ito yung pinag-usapan natin yan.
Yes po.
Now, my question to you, in your testimony, Mr. Witness, you did mention that you personally investigated the alleged inciting to sedition by the BP Sara Duterte video, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, in doing so, in the course of your investigation, did you look at the comments section? If you did, ano yung mga reactions doon? Ano yung mga statements doon sa comment sections ng mga nag-view ng videos?
There are comments that they agreed to the statement of the Vice President, but it was not documented, sir.
That's all, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Tulfo. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, let's proceed. What proof, if any, do you have that Dempsey Reyes confirmed that he heard the Vice President utter those words?
I have the signed minutes of interview with Dempsey Reyes and an affidavit that I executed attesting to the interview, sir.
All right. Now, what about this Bons Magsambol? What proof, if any, do you have that he confirmed that he heard the Vice President utter those words?
I have the minutes of interview with Bons Magsambol, sir, that he was signed. And I also have the affidavit that attesting that I interviewed Bons Magsambol, sir.
So far, Mr. Witness, you mentioned 1 minutes and affidavits. Now, kung yung mga dokumentong ito ipapakita sa'yo, do you think you'll be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm now showing you a document entitled Side Minutes that is previously marked as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 4-20 and series. Please peruse that document.
May the defense be allowed also to peruse, Your Honor.
The defense may, the counsel for respondent may look at the document.
Your Honor, for the record, the documents marked as Exhibit P-4-20 to P-4-20E are photocopies, and Exhibit P-4-20D is unreadable, as well as P-4-20E, Your Honor.
Which one is unreadable, Counsel?
P-4-20D and P-4-20E.
20D?
D for dog, Your Honor. D and E. Delta Echo.
What does P-4-20D seek to show, Counsel for the prosecution?
If I may peruse the document, Your Honor, please. Stephen, I need to see the document. I need to see the document. And let's get the...
Because indeed, the presiding officer confirms that it is, I cannot decipher what it seeks to show. Unless the photocopy of a photocopy is what I have.
Your Honor, please, so may we be given 2 minutes to secure the other copies of that document.
Your Honor.
And P-4- Roman numeral 4-20E?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor,
This is the one with the blurred face of the Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Supposedly on a computer?
Your Honor, may we object on the 2 minutes? Because this is the document. They are already having him identify. Or do they mean to correct that mistake?
Counsel, do not waste the court's time in regard to this.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes, Counsel for the
we
prosecution.
abide by the copies as they are. We abide by the copies as they are, Your Honor, please.
So let's see. Mr.
Yes.
Witness, what do you see in front of you? Insofar as P-4-20D and E is concerned.
Hindi. Same. Same. Hindi yung blurry.
So pareho malabo yung kopya natin. Yan at yung kopya ko din. Mr. Witness, if you don't see anything, it's okay.
I can only confirm the signed minutes, but the annexes, there are some unreadable, Your Honor.
Yeah.
But the signed minutes, I confirm, sir, that this is
The what?
the copy of the minutes.
Your Honor,
This is
for
the copy of
The
the
minutes, but not the attachment, because clearly the attachment P-4-20D and -E are both
Yes, Your Honor.
unclear. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So only as to the supposed affidavit and not to the two attachments.
Yes,
cannot
Your Honor.
identify them. Noted.
Thank you so much. Now, on page 4 of the signed minutes, Mr. Witness, there appears a signature above the name Dempsey Saiden Reyes. Whose signature is that, if you know?
It is the signature of Dempsey Reyes, sir.
And how do you know that that is his signature?
I saw him sign the document after our interview, sir.
Now, on page 4 of the signed minutes, may pirma din sa ibabaw ng pangalan ng isang Attorney Jetro Lorenza A. Cuon. Kaninong signature ito kung alam mo?
Signature of Attorney Coon po, who is the counsel of Dempsey Reyes and present during the interview, sir.
And how do you know that that is signature?
I saw him sign the document after the interview, sir.
Now, sa page 4 ng side minutes, let's go to page 4, Mr. Witness. Makikita mo dyan yung signature sa ibabaw ng pangalang Agent John Mark Calidong. Whose signature is that, if you know?
It is my signature, sir.
Okay, now, you also mentioned ng affidavit. No? Kung yung affidavit na ito ay papakita sa iyo, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, ipinapakita ko sa inyo now yung affidavit dated February 10, 2025.
Your Honor, may we also be allowed to peruse?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kindly exhibit and show to counsel for the respondent the document you are showing to the witness.
That is previously marked as Exhibit P-14-19 and series. And if the court may inquire as to the remainder of the testimony of this witness, we are about to wind up the testimony of this witness, Your Honor, please.
Your
Thank
Honor,
you,
for the
Counsel.
record, this is a photocopy. This is Exhibit P-4-19.
Noted.
Okay. Mr. Witness, have you perused that document? Have you perused the document? Nabasa mo na ba yung dokumentong iyan?
Yes, sir.
Now, what relation, if any, does that document have with the affidavit you mentioned?
This is the affidavit attesting my interview with Dempsey Reyes, sir. Copy of the affidavit, sir.
Now, on page 2 of the affidavit, may makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang Agent John Mark Calilong. Kaninong pirma ba iyan?
It is my signature, sir.
Now, on page 2, may pirma din sa ibabaw ng pangalang Attorney Van Homer ang Luben. Kaninong pirma ba iyan?
Signature po ni Attorney ang Luben, sir.
Ba't mo nalaman na iyan ay isang pirma ni Attorney ang Luben?
I saw him sign the document and I have viewed and acted upon documents bearing his signature. Kaya pamilyar po ako.
Thank you so much. Now, I'm now showing you the other affidavit of even date, February 10, 2025, that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-21 and series.
Your
Can
Honor.
you peruse the same?
Your Honor may be allowed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Kindly show counsel for respondent a copy of the document that the witness will testify to.
Thank you so much.
For the record, Your Honor, the Exhibit P-4-21 and Exhibit P-4-21A are photocopies.
Duly noted. Kindly return the document to the witness for his perusal.
We are returning the document to the witness, Your Honor.
Stephen, ano yun? P14, P422 series.
Counsel, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. On what relation, if any, have you answered the question? Does this document have with the one you mentioned?
This is the copy of the affidavit of interview with Bons Magsambol. Your Honor, yes, this is the copy, sir.
Now, on page 2 of the affidavit, may pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang Agent John Mark Calilong. Kaninong pirma ba yan?
This is my signature, sir.
Sa pahina, page 2, may makikita din isang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang Attorney Van Homer ang Luben. Kaninong pirma ba yan?
This is the signature of Attorney Van ang Ruben, sir.
Ba't mo nalaman na iyan ay isang pirma ni Attorney ang Luben?
Nakita ko po niya, pinirmahan po yung document and may mga documents pa po ako nakita na pirmado niya.
Now, Mr. Witness, thank you so much. Now, we are showing you yung dokumento entitled Signed Minutes. That is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-22 and series. May you peruse the same. Defense may also peruse that document.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kindly show a copy to the counsel for respondent.
Your Honor, Exhibits P-4-22 to Exhibits P-4-22G are photocopies, and Exhibit P-4-22F Foxtrot and P-4-22G Golf are unreadable. For the record, we are returning the document to the witness.
For the record as well, Chair confirms the observation of counsel for respondent in regard to P-4-22F and P-4-22G. And the presiding officer would like to once again ask the witness, can he decipher what is in the two exhibits mentioned by counsel for respondent? Again, P-4-22F, P-4-22G.
Your Honor, I can confirm the signed minutes, but the attachment, there are unreadable, Your Honor.
The two exhibits.
Annex A and Annex B with exhibit 4-22F and P-4-22G.
Duly noted.
Thank you so much.
Please
May
proceed,
proceed, Your
Counsel.
Honor, please. On page 6 ng side minutes, may makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang Bones Magzambol. Kaninong pirma ba yan?
This is the signature of Bonds Magsambol, sir.
And then, how do you know that pirma yan ni Bones Magzambol?
Nakita ko po ito nung sinign po niya yung document after ng interview.
Now, you go to page 6 ng side minutes na yan. May makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang Attorney Michael Christopher De Castro. Kaninong pirma ba yan kung alam mo?
Pirma po ito ni Attorney De Castro. Counsel po ni Bonds Magsambol during the time ng interview na present during that time.
Yung tanong is, paano mo nalaman na yan ay pirma ni Attorney De Castro?
Nakita ko pong pinirma niya to after the interview, sir.
Now, let's go to page 6 of that minutes. May makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang Agent John Mark Calilong. Kaninong pirma ba yan?
Pirma ko po, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, you mentioned that the NBI conducted an investigation on the threats uttered by the Vice President against the President, the First Lady, at saka former Speaker of the House of Representatives. Now, ano ba yung nangyari? Ano ba yung nangyari kung meron man pagkatapos ng naging investigasyon ng NBI?
Objection, Your Honor. Misleading. He assumes as fact not testified to by the witness.
Kindly rephrase, counsel.
Okay, now, what happened next, if any, and if you know, and in relation to the investigation conducted by the NBI, after the NBI's investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Same objection.
Your Honor, please, if I may.
Witness may answer.
After the investigation, we executed an affidavit of investigation and recommended the filing of inciting to sedition and 3 counts of grave threat, both in relation to Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, sir.
Now, sinabi mo na yung NBI, you signed, executed yung affidavit of investigation, correct?
Our team, sir.
Now, ano ba yung nangyari kung meron man, at saka kung alam mo, okay, pagkatapos ma-execute ang affidavit of investigation na yan in relation to the investigation you did on the Vice President?
We filed it to the DOJ, the affidavit of investigation, together with its annexes, sir.
Okay, you said you filed the affidavit. Now, question, ano yung mga nangyari kung meron man, kung alam mo, after ma-file yung affidavit of investigation with the DOJ in relation to the investigation you conducted on the Vice President?
We further conduct an investigation wherein we identified different videos, at least 3, that we find relevant to the November 23, sir.
Okay, so you are now mentioning videos. Sinabi mo relevant. Relevant again to what?
To the November 23, 2024 video, sir.
All right. Now, so for the record, this is now the 3rd set of videos you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
Now, ano yung mga videos na ito kung alam mo, Mr. Witness?
the June 19 video wherein the Vice President resigned as the Secretary of the Department of Education, the July 11 video wherein the Vice President state that she would not attend the SONA, but instead declare herself as the designated survivor. And lastly, the November 26 video, wherein the Vice President did not deny making statement, but instead confirmed that she already talked to someone to kill the President, the First Lady, and former Speaker of the House if she was killed.
So for the record, you mentioned of 3 videos. One is dated June 19, 2024, June 11, 2024, tsaka November 26 ba yun? 2024. Now, let's go to this video na sinabi mo ng Vice President resigning as the Secretary ng Department of Education on June 19. Ano yung pruweba mo that you have, sinabi mo rin na authenticate mo yung video, correct?
Yes po.
Ano yung pruweba mo that you authenticated this video?
I have executed an affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated April 30, 2026, sir.
Kung yung kopya ng affidavit of authentication now dated, sinabi mo, April 30, 2026, maipapakita sa'yo. Okay? Ma-identify mo ba yan?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are in the process of showing you yung isang affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated April 30, 2026 that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-25 and series. Defense is in the process or other manifestation of perusing that document.
Your Honor, exhibits P...
Counsel for the respondent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit P-4-25 to Exhibit P-4-25F, Foxtrot, are photocopies, Your Honor. And Exhibit P-14-25B and P-14-25F, Foxtrot. Let's take it to P-4-25B, Your Honor. P-12-25B is unreadable, and it merely shows a black screen. Meanwhile, P-4-25F, it seems to be a photocopy of a USB with no real USB attached. For the record, we are returning the
Duly noted,
document.
and the presiding officer likewise confirms the observation of counsel for the respondent. Kindly return the document to the witness.
Mr. Witness, the question is, what relation, if any, does that document have with the affidavit you mentioned?
This is a copy of the Affidavit of Authentication of Digital Evidence dated April 30, 2026, which I executed. And on the annexes, On Annex B, there is a missing part. It may be due to... I can't read some words on Annex B.
Mr. Witness, when you say Annex B, you're referring to Exhibit P-4-25C.
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, please proceed.
And also on Annex D, Exhibit P-4-25E, there is some missing. But the only missing is the hash file, maybe due to printing.
For
So
the
it's
record,
not recognizable.
for the record,
Mr.
Your Honor,
Witness.
the hash file is missing. The witness said the hash file is missing.
The command.
The hash file is missing as stated by the witness. Yes. Please proceed, Mr. Witness. How about P-425F?
Yes, I confirm, Your Honor, that's a
What
photocopy of
do
the
you
flash
confirm?
drive.
The picture ng USB to?
Yes, Your Honor, a picture of the flash drive.
Your Honor.
Please proceed, counsel, for the prosecution.
But this is the affidavit of
This is
authentication
the
of digital
affidavit.
evidence.
Again, could you repeat your answer?
This is the affidavit of authentication of digital evidence that I executed, but there are, on the annexes that I mentioned, there are some that unreadable.
Thank you. May I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please? As to this affidavit, it pertains to a
Counsel may
video.
proceed.
As to the video of the Vice President resigning, Your Honor, please. And we're supposed to present the flash drive. That's the defense pointed that they only have the photocopy. Be that as it may, Your Honor, please, we are waiving the presentation of the video of the Vice President resigning because, Your Honor, in the pre-trial order, specifically on page 3 thereof, the defense already admitted that the Vice President resigned on June 19, 2024.
The presiding officer was exactly about to state that. There is no need for the counsel, for the prosecution to present evidence on an admitted fact.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. May I proceed, Your Honor, please?
Counsel may proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, you also mentioned that you authenticated a video where the Vice President said that she would not attend the SONA and instead publicly declared herself as the, quote, designated survivor, unquote. What proof, if any, do you have that you authenticated the video?
It's part of the affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated April 30, 2026, which I previously identified, sir.
What happened next, if any, after you authenticated the video of the Vice President announcing that she is keeping the SONA and declaring herself as a designated survivor?
I saved the video on my laptop and saved a copy on a flash drive, sir.
You saved a copy in a flash drive. Now, if this flash drive containing the video where the Vice President said she declared herself as the designated survivor after skipping the SONA is shown to you, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are now in the process of confronting you with a flash drive that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-24 small letter A for the prosecution, containing the recording of the Vice President where she said that she would not attend the SONA and instead declared herself as the, quote, designated survivor, unquote, previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-24 for the prosecution.
Permission to unseal the flash drive, sir.
You may do so, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the flash drive where I saved the recording, sir.
Mm-hmm. Now, you also mentioned that you authenticated a video that on November 26, 2024, the Vice President did not deny and instead confirmed her utterances of contracting an assassin to kill the president and the two others. What proof, if any, do you have that you authenticated the video?
I have executed an affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated April 27, 2026, sir.
And then, aside from that affidavit, do you have other proof, if any?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
If any, Your Honor, if any.
It's still answerable by yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Ask an answer, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor, please, can the witness be directed to wait until the court rules on an objection before answering?
But the
Witness is so directed.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ask and answer. So what is that, if any?
Yes, sir. I also executed an affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated June 11, 2026.
So you mentioned two affidavits in result, correct, Mr. Witness?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Witness, I'm showing you a document entitled Affidavit of Authentication of Digital Evidence, dated April 27, 2026. That is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-27 and series. May you peruse the same. Defense, Your Honor, manifestation is in the process of perusing the same documents.
Your Honor, for the record, the exhibits P-4-27 to exhibit P-4-27D are photocopies, and on exhibit P-4-27D, it would seem to be a mere photocopy of a USB, an image of a USB and no actual USB appended.
Chair confirm insofar as P-4-27D is concerned.
May proceed, Your Honor,
Kindly
please.
return the document to the witness so that he may answer.
So what relation, if any, does that document have with the affidavit that you mentioned?
This is a copy of the affidavit of authentication of digital evidence that I executed, sir, dated April 27, 2026, sir.
And on page 2 of that affidavit, may makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang John Mark Calilong. Kaninong pirma ba yan?
Signature ko, sir.
Then sa page 2 ng affidavit, may makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalan ng isang attorney, Ria Vanessa Asuncion. Kaninong pirma ba yan?
Pirma po ni Attorney Asuncion, sir.
At paano mo nalaman na iyan ay isang pirma ni Attorney Asuncion?
Nakita ko po na pinirmahan niya yung document and I have acted upon documents bearing her signature, sir.
Okay. Mr. Witness, you also mentioned of the other affidavit on the collection preservation. No? Sinabi mo dated June 11, 2026. Di po ba?
Yes, sir.
Na yung kung affidavit na iyan, ipapakita sa'yo, ma-identify mo ba yung affidavit na iyan?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm showing you, the prosecution is showing you a copy of that affidavit that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-28 and series for the prosecution. May you peruse the same. And for the record, Your Honor, I'm about to ask a few more questions, and the prosecution is finally done with this first witness, Your Honor, please.
Noted.
Your Honor,
Counsel for Respondent.
Your Honor, for Exhibits P-4-28 to Exhibit P-4-28H, these are photocopies. And Your Honor, we note the affidavit on the collection, preservation, and authentication of digital evidence in page 2, which is Exhibit P-4-28A, mentions a copy of an affidavit of authentication of digital evidence dated January 30, 2025 is attached herewith as Annex A under footnote 1, but upon perusal, no Annex A is attached to the affidavit. On Exhibit P-4-28B, under footnote 2, it says a copy of the preservation request dated 24 November 2024 is attached as Annex B, but we note that there is no preservation request or Annex B appended. As footnote number 3 of the same exhibit, a copy of the email dated November 28, 2024 from Meta is attached herewith as Annex C. However, no Annex C is appended upon the affidavit. As footnote number 4, it says a copy of the authenticated recording of the video of the online live stream press conference of the Vice President held on 23 November 2024. And it says it's attached here as Annex D. However, no Annex D is attached on this affidavit. As footnote number 5, a copy of the printout of the screenshot of hash file, VP November 23 press con at the Batasan, is attached herewith as Annex E. However, no hash value or printout thereof is appended as any Annex E. As footnote 6 of the same exhibit, it says a copy of the VP November 23 press con at Batasan CCD transcript is attached as Annex F, and a copy of the affidavit of transcription dated 20 December 2024 is attached as Annex G. However, no Batasan CCD transcript of the November 23 press con or affidavit of transcription are attached as Annexes F or G respectively. For Exhibit P-4-28C, the footnote 7 says a copy of authenticated 18 October 2024 video is attached as Annex H. However, no Annex H or an authenticated video is attached hereon. As footnote number 8, a copy of the printout of screenshot of hash file is attached as Annex I. However, no printout of such hash file is found on this document.
If I may, Your Honor, are we done?
No.
Okay, proceed.
On Exhibit P-4-28D, footnote 9 says a copy of the VP SD press briefing dated 18 October 2024 CCD transcript is attached as Annex J, and a copy of the affidavit of transcription dated 3 February 2025 is attached as Annex K. However, no press briefing or affidavit of transcription dated February 3, 2025 are appended as an
With
Annex.
the permission of the counsel for respondent to abbreviate the proceedings, counsel for the prosecution, will you stipulate that none of the attachments contained in the footnote until Annex KK
if I may,
is attached to the affidavit that you are presenting the witness?
If with a counter manifestation, Your Honor, please, that this latest affidavit of authentication tries to summarize each and every other affidavit authentication. So as to the concern of the defense, Your Honor, please, this is just a summary of all the other affidavits of authentication
Subject
so
to that
stipulated.
qualification, but indeed it did not contain and does not
Yes.
contain, or the annexes purported to be part of this affidavit.
Yes, Your
Does
Honor.
counsel or respondent confirm that it is up to Annex KK?
Your Honor, we confirm.
KK, tama ba?
We
Hanggang KK,
confirm
diba?
that is it until KK, Your Honor.
KK. Noted, subject to the brief manifestation of counsel, but indeed, the chair, presiding officer confirms that none of the annexes contained in all of the footnotes until Annex KK is attached to the affidavit being presented to the witness.
Your Honor, please. Thank you so
Noted.
much. May I proceed? Mr.
Counsel-
Witness.
For the record, we're returning
Yes, counsel for respondent.
the document to the witness.
Mr. Witness, have you perused that document?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of the Affidavit of Authentication. Collection, preservation, authentication of digital evidence, dated June 11, 2026. And it doesn't have annexes here.
Yeah, okay. May I proceed, Your Honor, please? Mr. Witness, what happened next, if any, after you authenticated the video of the Vice President's, that on November 26, 2024, you said the Vice President did not deny that she made the threats, and in fact, she confirmed her utterances should something happen to her. What happened next, if any, after that?
Objection,
Whom
Your-
will-
What is the
leading.
objection of counsel?
Leading.
Misleading, Your Honor. No mention.
Oh.
The witness did not mention this.
Your Honor,
Witness may answer.
I saved the video of the November 26, 2024 online interview on my computer and on a flash drive.
Now, Your Honor, before we
Counsel for respondent.
proceeds, may I request that the counsel for the prosecution refrain from characterization, testifying on what the document or the video is. So, Your Honor, I request that.
Your Honor, I'm just merely describing an affidavit or a document or an object that this witness already testified to. I'm just repeating what the witness said. I'm not adding any value whatsoever to what the witness already testified to, Your Honor, please.
Precisely, Your Honor. This
And
is
there's
precisely
nothing
my point.
wrong with that. Nothing
Precisely
in
my
the rules
point, Your
would
Honor. It's
disallow me to
improper.
do that, Your Honor, please.
Will counsels kindly wait for the presiding officer to recognize them before they speak? Counsel will instead advise the senator judges to kindly listen, take note of only the pieces of evidence presented through a witness under oath and subject to cross-examination, and not statements made by either counsel that are conclusions of fact and or law in arriving at their decision. The chair will be more mindful, counsel for respondent, insofar as that is concerned.
Thank you, Your
Counsel for the prosecution, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, you mentioned about flash drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, kung yung flash drive na iyan, ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba yan?
Yes po.
Now, ngayon, ipinapakita ko yung flash drive na previously marked as Exhibit P1426 containing the video recording of the Vice President on November 26, 2024 that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 426. May you peruse the same.
Permission to unseal the flash drive, sir.
Witness may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the flash drive where I saved the recording, sir.
Now, thank you so much. Now, you mentioned that you authenticated the recording of the video of the Vice President on November 26, 2024. Okay, sinabi mo, the Vice President did not deny that she made the threats. In fact, she made the utterance. Not yet done, Mr. Witness. Now, the question now is, in what particular portion of that video did the Vice President not deny that she made those threats, if you know?
Permission to refer to my investigator's notes, sir.
You may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Timestamp 10 minutes and 40 seconds to timestamp 11 minutes and 50 seconds, sir.
So it's from timestamps 10 minutes to 40 seconds to 11 minutes, 50 seconds. A quick calculation, that would be 1 minute and 19 seconds. Mr. Witness?
Yes, yes, sir. 1 minute and 10 seconds.
I'm about to show you now that 1 minute and 18 seconds portion, particularly from timestamps 10 minutes, 40 seconds to 11 minutes, 50 seconds. May we allow Attorney Steven Magalyon?
Will counsel, one of the counsels for respondent accompany the counsel for the prosecution to make sure that it is the same USB identified by the witness that will be played by the tech
Thank you, Your Honor.
of the clerk of court.
Me, another person warned me, and then I was asked during a press briefing by a media person if I know of these plans, if you can say the word, if that is the correct word to use here, plans. So I answered, I was asked, Romanov, and then I answered, I was told by two people, this is the first time I've heard of Romanov, so that is the third already. And I said, don't worry about my security. If they kill me, if I die, kapag pinatay ako, or kapag namatay ako, in the context of don't worry about my security. So this means pinatay ka. Diba? Kasi hindi ka naman mamamatay by heart attack in relation to your security. Diba? So, pag namatay ako, I already asked a person to take revenge against 3 individuals. So, my question now.
So, last question for this prosecution witness. You
Counsel may
confirm.
proceed.
Kinukumpirma mo, Mr. Witness. When confronted with the question whether she uttered those threats against the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House, the Vice President did not deny, and she confirmed she made those threats.
Objection, Your Honor.
What is the objection?
Leading.
Witness may not answer.
Counsel, kindly rephrase. It's your last question.
I
Let's
will.
kindly rephrase.
Okay, now, Mr. Witness, base sa video na iyan, makikita mo ba, base sa video na yan, na yung Vice President, instead of denying, she confirmed that she made those threats.
Objection, leading.
I will withdraw the question. That's all for this witness, Your Honor, please.
Thank you very much. Bugso ng kahilingan ng ilan sa aming mga miyembro dahil sa kapasyahan na rin ng presiding officer, ipagpapaliban natin ang cross-examination ng counsel for respondent para bukas. The witness is under the same obligation to appear tomorrow by virtue of the same subpoena issued to him. The same is true with respect to Attorney Jeremy Lontok, especially given that the subpoena gives 2 dates for the required appearance of the 2 NBI agents. Any other points that any of the parties wish to make before we adjourn?
Your Honor,
Yes.
please, admin matter, Your Honor,
Counsel
please.
for the prosecutor.
For the record, the exhibits, in particular the flash drives, were unsealed. May I move that representatives from both sides be present to seal again those flash drives and for counter signatures from both sides, Your Honor, please.
We were worried about that, but I was waiting for the council to actually ask for that. When can we do this? Would some councils for the parties wish to remain
Yes,
after
Your
we
Honor.
adjourn? Just so that we can sign and seal the USBs.
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you. There being no other matters to be taken up by this court, the trial is hereby adjourned until 2 p.m. of Wednesday, July 8, 2026, for the continuation of the testimony of NBI agent John Mark Calilong, specifically the cross-examination by the counsel for the respondent. Hearing is adjourned.
Alright, Dean Santa Maria, dito nagtatapos ang ikalawang araw ng paglilitis kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Pero hindi pa po tayo umabot sa cross-examination.
Wala pa, mukhang mahaba-haba rin yun. Sapagkat ang haba nitong authentication lang, no, ng mga ilang mga flash drive, no? Sapagkat nakalagay sa batas natin, ang origin, ang pagligay sa flash drive, at ang pagdating sa korte, dapat ma-testify niya lahat. Kaya tayo nag-e-end sa mga affidavit, no? So, talagang detalye ang pagpapresenta nitong Article 4 ng impeachment.
Dean, sabi niyo po sa regular na korte, no, hindi naman ganito talaga kahaba yung pag-authenticate ng iba't ibang ebidensya. Ano po ba yung pagkakaiba? Bakit dito sa impeachment court ay ganito kahaba ang process of authentication?
Sa isang regular course, may tinatawag na judicial affidavit. Bago ka pa pumunta sa korte, handa na yung question and answer. Yung judicial affidavit is in the form of question and answer. Kamukha yung pagtatanong at pagsasagot ngayon. At ang ginagawa mo lang sa korte, sinasabi mo dun sa saksi, ito ba ay pinapatotohanan mo, itong ginawa mong affidavit patungkol sa kasong ito. Sasabihin lang nung saksi, opo. Tapos.
So kumbaga, sa regular court, meron ng written affidavit na, and the assumption is, nabasa na ito ng magkabilang panig.
Sapagkat sa pre-trial pa lang, binibigay na yon. Napagandaan na. Kaya ang mangyayari lang doon sa korte, cross-examination ang normally na nangyayari na lang.
Ito po yung sinasabi ni Presiding Officer Senator Judge Cheese Escudero kanina na dahil isa itong impeachment court, ang gusto niya walang judicial affidavits at instead open testimony.
Yun ang sinasabi niya sapagkat nga sabi ng Korte Suprema, ang isang impeachment proceeding ay constitutional, legal at political. Palagay ko hina-highlight niya yung political nuance or aspect ng proceeding na ito.
So ang expectation natin, Dean Santa Maria, bukas mas mahaba pa yung cross-examination?
Oo, baka detalye rin ang pagko-cross-examination sapagkat ngayon, sa pag-peruse lang nila, no? Magandang mga word nyo ngayon, peruse. Bawat pages mukhang tinitignan nila. Kaya umaasa tayo na baka bukas, detalye rin ang cross-examination.
So ang gagawin ng Senator Judge, based on today, ang gagawin lang nila, the only thing that they can assess is every video that was presented. Yung maiiksing snippets lang na yon ang pwede nilang i-peruse.
Yes, oo. Sapagkat ayon doon sa rule na binasa kanina, kung gusto ng kabilang panig, napakita yung lahat, kargado nila yon. Burden nila yon. Hihilingin nila yon na pakita na natin lahat. Kaya yun rin ang kini-clear up ni Senator Cayetano kanina.
Alright, thank you very much, Dean Santa Maria. Makikibalita tayo ngayon sa ating kasama, si Mark Salazar, na naroon sa Senado. Mark, kamusta dyan?
Hi Pia at kay Attorney Mel narap ninyo at na-discuss yun ng husto ni Attorney Mel kung ano yung naging proseso at kagaya nga ng inyong na-discuss ay bukas magtutuloy, babalik itong ating unang witness dito sa impeachment court na si John Mark Calilong, ang witness number 1 na buong day 2 ng impeachment ay nilaan sa kanyang direct examination ng defense team at talagang parang procedural ang naging takbo ng pagdinig, inauthenticate niya ang mga exhibits, yung mga documentary evidence na hinarap ng prosecution kaugnayan sa kanyang testimonya. Marami rito ang nawalan ng ibig sabihin talagang ang sinasabi nga nila yung interest by bumagsak dahil sa highly technical na discussion, pero syempre mahalagang bagay ito sa proseso at pinakabinantayan dito, Pia, ay yung mga pinlay na video na of course ay napanood na natin noon sa social media. At ito namang mga video ito ay hindi official kung hindi ito mape-present sa impeachment court, Pia.
Alright, at syempre Mark, bukas inaasahan natin, gaya ng sinabi ni Presiding Officer Senator Judge Chis Escudero, cross-examination naman ang makikita natin. At Mark, tama ba si Attorney Carlos Narvasa pa rin ang mangunguna pagdating sa cross-examination?
Yan ang tinitingnan natin na pagpapatuloy lamang na magaganap bukas. Only ay itong ating testigo ay haharap na sa cross-examination naman. Ibig sabihin ay i-challenge naman yung kanyang mga naging testimonya. At imaginein mo kung gaano nakakapagod itong prosesong ito para sa katulad ng testigo na marahil ay bagamat ang kanyang background ay talaga namang pagharap din sa mga hearings na kanyang mga dinadaluhan, gawa ng nature ng kanyang trabaho, na siya ay nag-authenticate at nag-e-examine ng mga ganitong bagay at humaharap talaga siya sa korte. Pero ika nga nila, ang kakaibahan dito ay nakabantay at nanonood ang buong Pilipinas sa proseso na ito at siya ay nakaupo sa gitna, hindi ba, Pia?
Sige, thank you Mark. Magpapaalam muna tayo sa ating TV broadcast dito sa GTV at magpapasalamat tayo kay Dean Mel Santa Maria. Pero mga kapuso, samahan niyo po rin kami sa ating tuloy-tuloy na pagtutok sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa aming live stream sa YouTube at Facebook. At susunod na po mga kapuso ang pagpapatuloy ng ibang programa dito sa GTV.
Wala, baka mamaya. Bababa.
Kayo, bahala kayo.
Lakas ka ba nakabahan?
Ano ba yan? Lagay ko na lahat dito. Lagay ko na lahat dito.
Hindi naman sa baba.
Okay, yes. I will read my statement for today. Just a short statement on what happened. So first, there are administrative updates. As to the BIR box was transmitted by the impeachment court clerk on July 7, 2026 and was received by Attorney Anne Lorraine Garcia Marquez of the Office of the BIR Commissioner at exactly 11:07 a.m. we will be attaching a photo of the receiving copy to the briefer that we will give you later. As to the House panel of prosecutors subpoena request, the request for issuance of subpoena duce tecum regarding tax documents of respondent Manscarpio and 22 businesses which respondent allegedly has interest in was received on July 6, 2026 at 3:35 p.m. by the clerk of the impeachment court. The renewed request for issuance of subpoena duce tecum for bank records as addressed to Honorable Eli Remolona Jr. as chairman of the Anti-Money Laundering Council was received on July 6, 2026 at 3:35 p.m. by the clerk of the impeachment court. Based on the order of the impeachment court on July 6, 2026, the respondent's counsel will be given a copy and 5 days upon receipt may file comment and opposition therewith. Afterwards, oral arguments will be scheduled. Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian called the session to order and convened as impeachment court today at 2 p.m. with 20 senators present. As to the preliminary matters, the inquiry of the Senator Judge Lacson on the 16 votes required to convict as a definitive ruling and not merely a personal opinion, the presiding officer confirmed and affirmed that such is a definitive ruling subject to the legal recourse of any party regarding the matter. As to the manifestation and query of the Council of Prosecutor Lorna Kapunan to the respondent's counsel on the plan of the prosecution to call the respondent as a hostile witness, the presiding officer reiterated that the respondent vice president can be allowed not to appear but will deal with the matter once the prosecution files the appropriate pleading in court, and will deal with it the same way as before, giving the other party the chance to oppose or comment within 5 days and with oral arguments to be scheduled. The start of presentation of prosecution's evidence in chief, NBI agent John Mark Calilong, was presented today. On the defense's motion to have Agent Calilong's testimony be excluded for being not part of the articles of impeachment, the presiding officer denied the motion, citing the case of Enrile versus Sandigan Bayan as the Supreme Court held that the additional evidence is allowed as complaint is just the summary of the charge against an accused. It does not include the evidence to support the charge in the articles of impeachment. The direct examination of the witness was conducted by the counsel for prosecution, Attorney Ligutan. The presiding officer allowed the showing in open court of the 2-minute and 18-second video, Exhibits P4-10 and contained in Exhibit P4-10A, despite objection from the defense on the need to show the whole 2-hour video instead. The presiding officer as well made several evidentiary rulings on motions and objections of both parties. Several senator judges asked questions to the prosecution and its witness. Of note is the question of the Senator Judge Ontiveros on why Article 4 is tantamount to an impeachable offense, to which the counsel for prosecutors, Attorney Ligutan, answered in the affirmative with explanation. This prompted a motion from Senator Judge Pia Cayetano to move to strike the response of Attorney Ligutan. The presiding officer moved to table the motion to strike out and to be taken up at a later time. And then the presiding officer ruled that the cross-examination of prosecution witness NBI agent Calilong will be done tomorrow. The trial has adjourned and will resume tomorrow, Wednesday, July 8, 2026, at 2 p.m. for the continuation of the testimony of prosecution witness NBI agent Calilong for cross-examination by the defense.
So tapos na po yung direct examination ng prosecution kay Calilong?
Tama po.
At hindi bakit po pinagpabukas yung cross-examination?
Because the cross-examination will entail long time. Based sa experience natin bilang litigator din, ine-expect natin na matatagalan yon, and some senators are already tired sitting there. So, pwede naman po yun, ginagawa yon so that mas ma-appreciate ng mga tao po pag hindi tayo pagod. Mas ma-appreciate din yung storya at testimonya ng ng testigo kapag nakapahinga rin siya. Kasi tuloy-tuloy rin siya kanina. Kawawa rin naman.
Moving forward, sir, ito ba yung maaasahan natin parang schedule ng trial na hanggang 6 or before 7 p.m. siya matatapos?
Yes, yes. I think we want to make the trial very compact and expedient. Medyo long day lagi tayo kapag may trial, alam nyo naman. So gusto natin na as much as possible lahat ng mga incidents ma-resolve kagad at mabilis yung mga pagpipresenta ng mga testimonya at ebidensya.
Although, sir, that would also mean ma-extend pa yung 92, at least 92 days.
Hindi pa natin alam kasi sometimes the court will schedule a specific 92 days, but because of exigencies or yung mga ganito na hindi naman kasalanan ng both parties, hindi din kasalanan ng korte, just as part of court management, the court will necessarily extend the trial dates as need be. So hindi talaga siya 92 or 93 days na nakatali talaga.
But what transpired today, attorney, is hindi na sunod yung sana'y target na
One day, one witness rule. Katulad ng any provision ng mga rules natin, no, ito po ay pinapasa lang o pinapasunod sa atin para may orderly na pagpresenta ng mga ebidensya at ng mga testigo. Pero hindi naman po ito hard and strict rule. While we want na talagang masunod yon, pero depende po sa case-to-case basis, exigencies of the time, ang mas nananaig pa rin po talaga yung mas makuha yung katotohanan. At mas makukuha po yon kapag lahat po ng parties ay medyo hindi napagod sa gantong klaseng kahabang mga testimonya.
May epekto po ba, attorney, yung schedule ng oral argument para doon sa pagsubit na sa mga bank records dahil kakain po ng oras ito instead na magpipresenta ng ebidensya ang prosecution?
That is an expected result of the delay o dun sa pagka-cross-examine ng first witness ng prosecution. Siyempre, mauurong lahat yun. However, the impeachment court will try its best to figure out how to squeeze in the incidental oral arguments po doon sa mga trial dates na mga sinet po natin for the meantime.
Anong target ng court for the oral argument? 1 day or 2 days, 3 days?
Of course, it will just be 1 day kasi nakalagay sa Senate Rules on Impeachment, the parties will just given 1 hour to argue their motion and 1 hour for the other side. So, medyo mahaba na po yung 2 hours na yun. Kaya, it will take up a much time kapag magkaroon po ng oral argument sa lahat ng mga incidents.
Attorney, any response dun sa petition for DRO laban dito sa trial dahil ngayon sa pag-elect kay Senator Cheese bilang presiding officer?
As the presiding officer said yesterday and was confirmed earlier, any person can raise the matter. Pwede po nilang i-exhaust yung kanilang mga legal remedies and yun po yung nakita natin. But since meron na pong kaso po sa Supreme Court yun, we will respect the sub judice rule at hindi na po magko-comment yung impeachment court regarding that matter.
But pag maglabas ng TRO, susunod po yun?
Hindi, I think pagbobotohan po yun ng impeachment court as collegial body.
Ano po bobotohan nila?
Yung kung katulad po ng last year, no, pinagbotohan po nila yung mga insidente na may concern po sa pag-i-implement po ng mga orders ng ibang bodies or branches of government. So, because this is a collegial body, not a single person can speak for the body. So, mas mabuti pong pagbobotohan kung susundan ng Kongreso o ng Senado yung mga ganong order from another co-equal branch of government.
So kahit po meron ng petition, napapatuloy lang ang
Tama po, tama po. Dahil wala naman pong in-issue na TRO or status quo ante order.
Medyo speculative lang, attorney. Pero maulit ba yung nangyari yung mga naunang impeachment proceedings sa Senado na may decision ang Corte Suprema na hindi sila?
Ano po doon? Can you please clarify? Ano po yung specific na incident na sinasabi ninyo na hindi sinunod ng Senado yung order ng Korte Suprema? Kasi mahirap po magkomento ako dito ng very general statement kung ganun dahil walang specific na detalye po. So, kung naalim po, lahat po may possibility na mangyari. Of course, it is within the plenary powers of any co-equal branch of government. However, as we have seen before po, the Senate always respects the balance of power. So, kung yun po yung guidance natin, makikita po natin na susundin nila yung co-equal branch of government nila so long as it does not prevent them from exercising their own powers under the Constitution. So, pag ganyan po, ayaw po natin ng constitutional crisis, and sa history naman po ng ating mga three branches of government, wala pa naman tayong umabot doon sa ganong pag-violate nung co-equality ng mga branches of government po. Yes, kasi yan po yung nakaschedule ng prosecution na ipresenta ngayong linggong to, 2 NBI agent po to testify on the videos as well in relation to Article 4 ng Articles of Impeachment.
How would you describe the second day of the impeachment trial, sir?
Compared yesterday na medyo mabilis kahapon, very efficient, very fast. Today po, it was long because of the technicalities of the law. Sana po maintindihan ng publiko natin na kasama po yung mga ganong mga procedure, mga formalities ng pagmamark po ng ebidensya, na pag-identify at authenticate at paisa-isang pagtatanong po to establish the chain of custody at saka po yung pag-identify ng mga dokumento at ebidensya. Kasama po yun sa araw-araw na ginagampanan ng lahat ng abogado po sa korte at lahat rin po ng korte. So, nasisilip po natin bilang publiko yung inner workings of the court in process. So, medyo pagpasensyahan lang po natin yon, but it is necessary po for the to keep the rights of all the parties in place po.
Kahit sir yung paulit-ulit na objections ng defense, talagang
Party po yun, opo. Party po talaga po yun. They have the right to raise objections and they have the right to ask for a ruling on their objections po.
Attorney, can we ask for you, I think there's precedent po during the Corona trial about the TRO. Can you elaborate to us? Ano po yung precedent about the Senate possibly voting on the TRO?
Can you clarify what TRO was issued during the Corona? Ano po?
The Senate during the Corona trial voted about the TRO on opening the dollar account. So do we see a similar scenario?
It's hard to hazard a guess because case-to-case basis po. So ayoko pong pangunahan kung ano po yung magiging aksyon ng ating mga senator judges at ng impeachment court. But I think we have to just wait for it when the time comes. We will cross the bridge when we get there.
Sir, may gag order sa mga senator judges pati sa both defense and prosecution?
Yes, it is part of the Senate impeachment rules and it was reiterated by the presiding officer in his opening statement yesterday.
Hindi pwede pag-usapan ng merits or ano, pero yung presentation lang po, pwede hindi.
Yung merits po, bawal po. May tanong pa po kayo? Thank you po. Cross-examination po kay Kalilong, and kung maikli lang po yung cross-examination, then possible po na maipresenta rin po yung pangalawang testigo po ng prosecution. Maaari rin naman pong walang cross-examination. Nangyayari naman po yon sa ordinary na experience ng mga korte at mga abogado po sa litigation. So kung wala rin pong cross-examination, then the prosecution will move to their next witness po na si NBI agent Lontok.
Or possible tomorrow yung more than 2 hours na online presence by VP?
Possible po. Hindi ko po alam kung ano yun. Sige po. Salamat po. See you again tomorrow. Bibilangan kita. Wala. Ganon po yun pag ano, kasabi naman po ng natin, ng presiding officer, he will be liberal in the implementation of the rules because the other party naman can also question it. Yes, pagbibigyan na po. It's better po na ipasok na as much as possible kung may matters of admissibility lang. Let the senator judge decide on the probative value of the evidence. Kesa po magkamali na hindi ipasok, then hindi na mako-consider yun ng mga senator judges in their deliberation kung sa kanilang ultimate question kung guilty or not. Minsan kasi po hindi po nagko-cross-examination ang isang abogado ng kabilang party kung wala pong nagawang damaging testimony yung sa direct examination at walang kailangang klaruhin o hindi binibigyan ng importansya yung testigo na yun. Ay, hindi ko po alam. Hindi ko po nakita sa vantage point ko. Nakita ko po siya kanina nandito. So, I don't think pag nag-walk out po. I think Senator Judge Cayetano already said na pwedeng payagan tumayo o lumabas, umihi o uminom yung any party. So, I think ganun lang po. Hintayin natin. Siguro ripe yung for the matter na yon kapag may nag-raise ulit na kunwari open na yung natin, yung schedule, baka dun na lang nila italakayin. Kasi pag medyo tight yung schedule ng impeachment court, baka hindi muna talakayin yun. Yes, medyo wala namang ganong prejudice on both parties kasi technically pinapastrike out lang on the record eh. Diba? So, and since narinig nyo na rin po naman lahat, technicality na lang yun na pagdating doon.
Mahusay ang first day of presentation of evidence dahil una, natuloy na ang trial at nasunod ang proseso sa tamang pamamaraan. Maganda ang pagpapatakbo ni Senate Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero. It was very fair at nabigyan ng pagkakataong pailabas ang ebidensya sa tamang pamamaraan. I'm happy and I hope that this will continue throughout the impeachment trial days as we go on. At yun lang naman ang hiling natin. Simula.
Well, natural lang naman yan. You will see naman sa lahat naman ng litigation, sa lahat ng trial proceedings, lalo na sa examination ng witness, talagang magkakaroon ng mga objections ng bawat panig, lalong-lalo na kung sa tingin namin, leading yung question, because, for example, para lang sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan, pag ikaw ang nasa direct examination o kunwari yung prosecution today, kung anong ginagawa nila sa direct examination, you cannot kasi lead the witness, meaning you cannot, usually, more often than not, the general rule is you cannot ask questions that are answerable by yes or no. Kasi parang, kumbaga, ikaw na yung sumasagot, ikaw na yung nagtitestify, pinapakonfirm mo lang. No? Except for, syempre, may exceptions pa rin dyan, yung mga preliminary matters, okay lang naman na yes or no. So, natural lang na may ganyang mga objections. At syempre, we want to put on record yung aming mga objections, specifically on the documents that they're presenting. So, whether naman, nasa court naman yan, nakita niyo naman kanina, whether the objection is sustained or overruled. Sustained meaning pumapanig sa atin yung korte sa ating objection, or overruled meaning hindi nakakalusot yung objection natin. Okay lang naman po yan, sa amin naman po as long as we put things on record.
Sir, pinabanggit ni Congressman Adyong na kiniklaim nila yung victory today dahil sa dami nga ng mga na-overruled na mga objection ninyo.
Well, sa amin naman, I always respect the positions taken even by the opposing counsel and even yung House. No? So, I will not comment on that. Pero pagdating sa defense, we don't really kasi count wins or losses per day. Lalong-lalo na, we're only on our first witness and on the second day. So, I think it's, for the defense lang, hindi ko po kinukontra si Congressman Adyong because that's their position. Pero for the defense, hindi namin yan binibilang na win or loss kasi masyado pang maaga para magbilang ng ganyan para sa amin.
Pero sir, establish po ba yung po dun sa school of thought na kasi pwede mo object na lang daw pag formal offer of evidence
The general rule is for documents kasi the objection is made during the formal offer of the documents. But the defense feels it's really important for us to put matters on record, especially because, as you know, during our answer, we have raised issues, no? Kaya meron tayong motion for exclusion on certain documents na we feel kasi should not be considered dahil hindi naman siya naka-attach sa original complaint, while others naman ay hindi saklaw nung years kung saan impeachable officer ang ating Vice Presidente. So we are just putting matters on record.
Attorney, what can you say doon sa manifestation ni Senator Risa na pinastrike off ng abogado?
Well, sa akin naman po, the senator judges are entitled to raise their manifestation. So we leave it up to the presiding officer kung ano po yung tingin niya doon. Sa atin, I think, in fairness to Senator Judge Risa, she also clarified na she wasn't naman provoking any parang closing statement or summation. I think she just really wanted to know what the relevance was of all these video clips. So I want to be fair and more than that, I don't want to comment any further.
Attorney, what's your reaction with the manifestation naman ni Attorney Lawyer Nakapunan na they're planning na maging key witness si VP Sara for grave threats? Though sinabi na kanina ni Senator Cheese na hindi daw pwede kasi nakabase sa inyo. Pero posible ba na payagan ng depensa?
Well, sa amin, we will comment when the motion is there. I think it's premature right now. Narinig naman natin yung mga pahayag. Narinig din naman natin, that's very clear under the Constitution, yung right against self-incrimination, na pag yung respondent mismo o yung akusado mismo, hindi pwedeng i-compel, no? Na mag-testify against himself or herself. That's very clear under the Constitution. But of course, there's room to argue here and there. Abangan na lang natin. Siguro once the motion is in fact made by the prosecution, we will definitely submit our position on the matter.
Kasi lang, Attorney, may mga nag-question ng legality ng pagiging presiding officer ni Senator Cheese Escudero. Komento niyo doon.
Wala naman kaming, sa amin, no comment pa muna as of this time, no? Sabi nga niya, anyone is free, any party may raise that issue at some point, hindi ba? So, tingnan na lang natin. Pero sa amin, hindi pa namin napag-uusapan ng defense yung mga bagay na yan. Kung sakali, but sa totoo lang, para lang hindi ma-mislead yung public sa defense, wala pa kaming pinag-uusapan na ganyan about the presiding officer.
Are you satisfied with the performance of SP, the presiding officer?
Well, first of all, I don't think we have the right to be satisfied or unsatisfied. But yeah, I mean, it was I think for the past 2 days, there has been an orderly conduct of the proceedings. So we submit ourselves to the court.
Attorney, merong manifestation ng prosecution kanina to call Yusek Zuleika Lopez and the Director Bedin Matibag for next week po yata. Mag-set po ba or magbibigay po ba ng sagot ang defense sa manifestation na ito?
Well, I think they are asking for the issuance of yung subpoena duces tecum and ad testificandum. So natanggap naman natin yun. So we will just prepare for that.
Attorney, many are asking bakit daw dito ginawa yung meeting po kanina with the Vice President?
Oo. Well, as I've mentioned earlier, yung Vice Presidente kasi natin, at least as far as I know her, yan talaga yung character niya. So ayaw niyang nai-inconvenience kung sino man yung ka-meeting niya. So even ako noon, she would ask me kung anong time ako pwede, saan ako pwede, saan convenient sa akin. Usually she's the one who will adjust, no? Specifically for today, because alam naman niya na ongoing yung impeachment trial and alam naman niya that the defense is here at least around lunchtime or so para sigurado hindi kami malilate sa 2 p.m. So, para sa kanya, mas convenient para sa defense na dito na lang ganapin yung aming pulong. So, kaya siya pumunta dito. Wala, we cannot because that's subject to attorney-client privilege.
But sir, you also don't want intimidation or any kind of intimidation or intent po sa Senator Judges as well as the witnesses?
No, I think that's so far off. I think we're making something out of nothing. Intimidation, meaning the Vice President being here. No, parang I think we're creating, ma'am, I'm sorry, but I think that's really creating a story out of nothing. No, it was a meeting. I don't think the Vice President coming here would intimidate anyone, hindi ba? Oh.
Attorney, kanina po may nabanggit na walk out daw po si Attorney.
Hindi po totoo yun. talaga pong kailangan lang niyang mag-toilet break, no? Kahit naman ako kanina 2 beses ako or 3 beses pa nga yata ako lumabas. So she was really on her way out. Tapos nung nasabing nag-walk out siya, narinig yata niya, so bumalik siya. Sinabi niya na, no, I'm still here and I just need to go to the toilet.
Pero may mga moments po kanina na habang nagsasalita po yung prosecution counsel, parang nagre-react po yung defense. Normal po bang nangyayari?
Well, yeah, because sometimes, but siyempre, we should all try to compose ourselves and try to make, not to react so much. But hindi naman, kasi we're a team, di ba? So we all, even if someone's the one that's anchoring for the day, merong nakatayo dun sa podium ba yung tawag dun, no? Para sa atin, or rostrum, kami naman, we're a team. So as you can see, we help each other, we pass notes, ganyan, to help each other out. So hindi naman, normal lang naman po siya.
Attorney, without going to the merits, attorney, we seek clarification from the defense. What's the wisdom behind insisting to play the 2-hour press conference earlier instead of going with the 2-minute?
Sige, ang hirap, I really hope I'm not cited in contempt for this, but it's really context. Yan lang naman ang gusto natin. Nasabi na naman kanina siguro yan, so I can just be factual. It's really context. Kasi ang utterances natin, di ba, if it's taken just certain phrases, sometimes it's taken out of context. So sa amin, what we wanted to show is just context. But beyond that, please don't make me comment any further at baka po ma-cite ako in contempt, no, for violating the rule.
Kamusta po si Attorney Carlo Narvaza? Of course, siya yung parang naging first defense lawyer na humarap kay Attorney Licutan. And some comments are saying na baka napapagod na raw si Attorney Narvaza or baka na-overwork siya. Have you talked to
Hindi
him
naman.
after?
Hindi naman. Okay naman siya. Hindi naman. We're all of our lawyers are litigation lawyers, so we're used to grueling hours in court. You know, it's not the first time that na kahit naman sa regular courts tumatagal rin ng ilang oras, no, sometimes even 1 full day ang examination of witness. So hindi naman siya issue. He's doing well and he's okay. I just spoke to him before coming here. So
Based on your statement that the Vice President's it's her habit to be not inconvenience her staff. Will it be a regular occurrence for her to be visiting the Senate before the session or
wala naman kami napag-usapan na gano'n, na magiging regular yon, no?
because you've known her for quite some time. So pwedeng mangyayari ulit yun na bibisita na lang siya anytime.
Well, that's always a possibility na bibisita siya, pero wala kami napag-usapan na schedule or anything.
Will that affect more or less the effectivity of parang she's already here and yung subpoena ba, hindi ba yun in your opinion, will it not affect more or less the decision to subpoena her as a hostile?
I don't know. I think the decision to move for the issuance of a subpoena is up to the prosecution. But that's up to the prosecution, ma'am, and I will not answer for the prosecution.
Attorney, marching orders po ba sa inyo si VP Sara kanina nakita?
Wala naman. But again, I cannot disclose what is discussed between an attorney and or counsel and our client, no? But sa totoo lang, parati akong tinatanong sa marching orders, you know, if at this point kailangan pa namin ng marching orders, ibig sabihin hindi pa kami handa. At hindi that's very far from the truth. Matagal na po kaming handa, so there's really no need for any marching orders.
Attorney, we have the comment of the defense team doon po sa statement ni Representative Terry Duterte na hindi may tuturing na bloodbath yung impeachment trial kung proxies lang yung haharap, yung mga abogado lang haharap.
Well, as I always say, that's always, you know, we just respect the position of everyone, including, of course, Congressman Terry Redon. So that may not be our position, but you know, he has all he's well within his rights to say what he feels and thinks.
One last attorney, kanina regarding po the short statement ni VP Sara nung nandito siya, nag-react po dun si Representative Terry. Ito po yung exact statement niya. Maraming salamat sa inyo pong payag, Madam Vice President. Makakadagdag po ito doon sa batayan kung bakit totoo yung articles of impeachment on threats against the Vice President. Your reaction? Against the President.
I don't know what ano yung context ng sabi niya, so it would be unfair for me to comment on Congressman Terry Redon's statement. But I guess the defense is just here. We're focused on our case, regardless of the statements made by personalities. sa amin, no, we just want to insulate ourselves from that and just focus on the case at hand and focus on the proceedings like what is scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay po, thank you so much po.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Palagay ko tapusin natin ang cross-examination ni Kalilong at kung meron mang redirect examination si Attorney Ligutan, sigurado akong papayagan naman ng presiding judge natin yun. Thank you, everyone. Sa pre-trial order, may reservation sa ilalim that we reserve the right to add witnesses or change witnesses if necessary under the circumstances.